5% of GDP. US President Donald Trump calls this decision a big win for the US. Collecting aid in Gaza remains deadly, with over 50 reportedly shot by Israeli fire, while Israeli forces say Hamas targeted and killed 7 of its soldiers. And Israel says it is in direct contact with Syria and is exploring normalization ties. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. NATO allies say it's a done deal. Defense spending is going up to 5% of GDP. US President Donald Trump calls this decision a big win for the US. Collecting aid in Gaza remains deadly, with over 50 reportedly shot by Israeli fire, while Israeli forces say Hamas targeted and killed 7 of its soldiers. And Israel says it is in direct contact with Syria and is exploring normalization of ties. Now to our top story. NATO allies have confirmed their ironclad commitment to boost defense spending to 5% of GDP by 2035 on the summit's final day in The Hague. The US President Donald Trump has hailed this as a historic milestone and was quick to take credit for it. Let's take a listen.
In a very historic milestone this week, the NATO allies committed to dramatically increase their defense spending to that 5% of GDP, something that no one really thought possible. And they said, "You did it, sir, you did it." Well, I don't know if I did it, but I think I did. This will be known as the Hague Defense Commitment, which is pretty good, pretty appropriate. When the allies reach this number, it will add more than $1 trillion a year. Think of that, $1 trillion per year to our common defense. And this is a monument really to victory, but it's a monumental win for the United States because we were carrying much more than our fair share. It was quite unfair, actually.
We can now go live to Counterpoints host Melinda Nucifora, who is live from the NATO summit at The Hague for us. Melinda, there was a lot of concern leading up to this summit, and that was that the US wouldn't recognize NATO's joint defense pact. Have those fears now pretty much been squashed?
Well, we heard President Trump, Leigh Ann, referring to that joint defence in his comments that you've played just there, and that was the big concern leading into this NATO summit. It circles around Article 5. That is the joint defence pact of NATO, that an attack on one is an attack on all. Now, President Trump has made no secret of his scepticism of these multinational groupings such as NATO. It simply doesn't fit with his America First standing. So when he was asked on Air Force One on his journey into The Hague whether the US would come to Europe's defence, he was pretty vague. He said there's a lot of ways you can interpret Article 5, and that really struck fear into the hearts of leaders and the defence ministers of the other NATO countries. So it was with a big sigh of relief that the countries heard the US president recommit to Article 5. He's said things during his closing press conference. He said that he is viewing the alliance a little differently now, he says, after hearing how much these leaders love their countries. And he gave what he called an ironclad promise that the US would be here to help them protect their country. So that's one concern off the table at the NATO summit. There was another surprising moment that involved the US president in the lead up to the NATO Hague meeting, and that was on his way in, once again, that expletive-ridden comments about Iran and Israel. He was asked about that in his opening press conference that he had side by side with the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. He was asked to clarify those comments, and that led to, once again, another pretty surprising moment here at the NATO summit with the Secretary General Mark Rutte. Have a listen to what the two men said.
They're not going to be fighting each other. They've had it. They've had a big fight, like two kids in a schoolyard. You know, they fight like hell. You can't stop them. Let them fight for about 2-3 minutes. Then it's easier to stop them.
And then Daddy has to sometimes use strong language.
You have to use strong language. Every once in a while you have to use a certain word.
Yes, of course, Mark Rutte there calling Donald Trump daddy. Melinda, it's been trending on Twitter all day, and also the fact that Marco Rubio laughed about it a little bit later on when Donald Trump was asked about the daddy comments. So something that's been causing a bit of a stir on social media. But the other big focus of this year's Leaders Summit was the agreement to boost defense spending. This has been a hot topic. Can you break it down for us?
Yeah, well, maybe NATO's daddy had to put his foot down when it came to defence spending as well, because this has been a real sticking point for the US President Donald Trump. If you cast your minds back to 2018, this was the point where he said the US could walk if other European countries didn't stump up more defence spending. And even though there was a lot of concern leading into the summit, they do seem to have gotten it over the line. It's going to be an increase from the current 2% defence spending target to 5% of GDP. But there is a little bit of creative accounting here, because it is actually only 3.5% of GDP on actual frontline spending. So that's things like ammunition, weaponry, missile defence, that sort of frontline protection and boots on the ground weaponry. The extra 1.5 is on what they're terming defence infrastructure, cyber security. It can even be used for countries to improve their roads, with the argument that that would allow troops to move more easily around the continent. So what it is being interpreted as by defence experts on the outskirts here in the media centre of the NATO summit is that this is a compromise. It allows President Trump and NATO to say, yep, we've had a success, we're all stumping up now to 5%, but it gives some wriggle room to some of these cash-strapped European countries that are going to find that really hard to sell to their domestic audiences. One of those countries is Spain. It's the only country that is not saying within absolute clarity that it will commit to 5%. The Spanish Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, saying that he believes Spain can meet its commitment without reaching that 5% of GDP goal. Not surprisingly, that has drawn the ire of US President Donald Trump, and he's even threatening that he's going to double the tariffs, toughen up the trade deal against Spain unless it falls into line.
Melinda Nucifora, Counterpoints host, thank you so much for joining us. Let's continue this conversation with John Cavalage, a senior editor for outcome modelling analysis at Issue Insight. John, a pleasure to have you on. I was just talking to our reporter Melinda, who is at The Hague. NATO members, including the US, have confirmed a 5% spending commitment. John, how significant is this for the future of the alliance?
It's significant, but it's never going to happen collectively. And that's primarily because at the current rate, which is about 2.5%, look at, let's say, an economy like Turkey, a $1 trillion plus economy that's approaching 2 trillion. 5% of GDP would be $100 billion a year. Now, just like Spain, you're going to have more and more of these countries. The further away they are from the border of Russia, they're going to say that we just can't spend that money. Our taxpayers won't allow it. And we need to spend that money on healthcare, education, infrastructure, lowering taxes, lowering fees, et cetera. So this is very aspirational. The kick-in date, 2030, 2035, not only will President Trump be out of office, he may no longer be with us.
And John, yesterday it was the F-bomb. Today it was the love bomb from Mark Rutte, who praised Trump in his NATO speech. Is Rutte the President Donald Trump whisperer, as it appears, despite concerns the US president wasn't committed to Article 5 on his way to the NATO summit? Now he appears to be in. What's the situation there?
Well, very much, Mr. Rutte, sent a basically dear leader, sort of, you hearken back to President Trump's first term when he got this massive piece of paper and a huge envelope from Kim Jong-il in North Korea, and he said it was a love letter. This is very, it's just consistent with people, dear leader, thank you, you're the greatest, you're the best. So I'm not so sure it means an awful lot, but on Article 5, that's significant, and this is the reason why. Article 5 isn't what everyone seems to think it is. It doesn't mean that if one country is attacked, the others have to come to its defense. Article 5 was written in a way that it can be interpreted. And it was written in that way specifically because of the United States in the 1940s. They didn't want to have anything that required them to do anything. So if you read the text of Article 5, it says that if a member is attacked, a country will determine on its own, independently, not necessarily militarily, what kind of assistance it may or may not provide. So President Trump, is pretty much still holding that what he said on Air Force One is correct. Article 5 can be interpreted in many ways, and he's going to do that. So I don't think anyone should count on the fact that if a NATO member is attacked, that the United States is going to come running in with military support.
So during President Trump's speech, he said the US was considering sending more Patriot missile batteries to Ukraine to fend off Russian attacks. Is this a sign that his conversation with Zelensky was more measured and that the US is stepping up support for the Ukrainian side?
It was a 50-minute meeting, and neither, the readout from the government of Ukraine was that they were satisfied, sort of diplomatic speak. But, a good day when President Trump comes out and says, hey, we're looking at this equipment. But there are two issues. The first is having the Patriot batteries in inventory. There just aren't that many. It takes about a year to build them. The countries that have them currently don't want to give them to Ukraine. And it's ironic because President Zelensky has been running around for the last now 4 years telling everyone that they're next. When Russia gets done with Ukraine, they're going to roll right into Europe. So you better start spending money. You better start protecting yourselves. So then when President Zelensky goes to these governments and say, hey, give me your Patriot, you're not using it, they go, whoa, whoa, whoa. You told us we need to get ready. So that Patriot's not going anywhere. The other is that President Zelensky has said that he's willing to pay for all of this stuff. Now, in Donald Trump language, that's something he always loves to hear. So what we didn't get are the specifics in terms of what kind of request did President Zelensky make, what kind of offer did President Trump make, and where's the money coming from? So Ukraine's obviously going to need to get it from other people.
And, John, I just want to talk about another big story that's been dominating the headlines. And President Trump and Pete Hegseth hit back at reporters that said Iran's nuclear sites were not obliterated. Is it possible to know if these sites have been completely destroyed in such a short space of time?
You know, there's a tremendous amount of intelligence. You know, the Israelis have incredible intelligence in Iran. The U.S. does as well. Other countries do. And right now, we basically have to wait for the Iranian government to come out and say exactly what happened. We're going to get a lot of reports, open source. We're seeing a lot of satellite data. But it is going to take a while to determine what really was destroyed, and then what really was damaged, and then what are the Iranians going to do? Are they going to try to replace what was destroyed and repair what was damaged? Or are they going to call it a day and say, we're no longer interested in processing uranium for civilian purposes, we're fine with importing it from Russia or somewhere else and develop nuclear power plants and also use it for nuclear medicine, for example? We just don't know yet. But President Trump, you know, he's wild. He's furious about the fact that the initial intelligence assessments that supposedly were leaked said that not quite certain how much damage was done. Well, this is a president whose favorite words are total and complete. So when he puts out total and complete, and then someone says not quite total, not quite complete, he's going to go on the warpath. So we all just have to wait to see. And basically, we'll be counting on the Iranian government and then counting on people within the Iranian government who come out and say, hey, this is what happened.
John Cavalage, Senior Editor from Outcome Modelling Analysis at Issue Insight. It's always a pleasure to have you on the show and your thoughts. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, ma'am.
Let's turn our focus to the ongoing humanitarian situation in Gaza. In the latest string of deadly incidents near aid distribution sites, at least 50 Palestinians were reportedly killed by Israeli fire while waiting to collect food. In a separate incident, the Israeli army reported that 7 IDF soldiers were killed in Khan Yunis after their armored vehicle was hit by an explosive device, marking one of the deadliest attacks on Israeli forces in months. For more on this, I'm joined by Adnan Abu Hasna, UNRWA media spokesperson for Gaza. Adnan, a pleasure to have you back on the show. At least 50 people were killed waiting for aid by Israeli fire in 2 incidents in central and southern Gaza. Why are aid sites in Gaza seeing what appears to be daily violence?
Yes, it is actually a death trap, for the Gazans, for, very weak people. They are starving. They are just looking for food. The Israelis and this organization, it's called Gaza Humanitarian Organization, called them, to come and to collect food. Are coming with, 50,000, sometimes 200,000 people, approaching the 3 sites or 1 or 2 sites. Unfortunately, no one understands what's going on, actually. They shot at people when they go. They shot at people when, go back to their homes while they are holding food parcel. Without that, it's a big mess. These guys are working with this organization. They have no idea about humanitarian work, about international law. But why the Israeli soldiers, behaving like that? Right now, we did not find anything to guide us to reach to that result. Why they are killing people? Why they are killing, starved people? Actually, they have nothing. They lost everything. They lost their homes. They lost their jobs. They just looking for food for their kids. And finally, it's really this trap that if you go, okay, you can find something, but on the other hand, you will be shot and maybe you will die. No one knows what's going on.
So the argument on the Israeli side is that the GHF was open, so Hamas couldn't get hold of the aid, keep that aid and sell it on for a higher price. From your experience and your teams working on the ground in Gaza, is Hamas coming to these sites to collect aid? Is that the issue here?
They claim all the time that they are replacing the UN system, replacing 400 food distribution points that is being run, by UNRA and other UN organizations, by 3 food points, that run by GHF. Okay, this is they claim all the time. They argue all the time that it's better and the food will not go to any, political parties. Now they are telling us that maybe some people, some people from Hamas or other organizations are collecting food. Who can believe that? We don't understand. We have the system. We have a system in place. And we have 400 food distribution, centers or points. We have thousands of staff that, dealing with that, and not tens of retired military that they have no idea about food distribution, about how to treat people, because it's not only about, distributing food. It is a cultural issue that how you treat people that are nearly 2 years, they are hungry, starving, they lost everything, lots of anger, lots of frustration. It needs really experts, to deal with Gazans. But if they say that, if the Israelis, now are saying no guarantee for, political parties can collect food from the side, it is a big failure also, because they said that this system will replace the bad system that is being run by UNRWA and others, they can, take control of the food or the support, the supplies that coming into Gaza. So it is really contradiction and controversial statements.
So yesterday, I actually spoke to former Israeli government minister Benny Gantz. I asked him for his thoughts on the killings at the aid distribution centres. Can you just take a listen to the clip for me, and then we'll talk about it afterwards?
We cannot afford to stop fighting against Hamas in Gaza, nor we should stop supplying food for the people of Gaza as much as we can. Unfortunately, during the campaign in Gaza, we saw that Hamas is taking control over the humanitarian support that is being pushed inside, keeping it in his own storage, and selling it to the society, to civilians in ridiculous high prices. So we are seeking always way to buffer between Hamas control of the humanitarian support and making sure that the people of Gaza actually gets them. So I think that's what we should do in Gaza to continue. And in Gaza we are not revenging, because there's nothing that we can do in Gaza to satisfy our revengement sense after what they did to us on October 7. Nor are we retaliating in Gaza. All we do in Gaza is securing our future over there, from there.
So there we are. We just listened to Benny Gantz there, and he seems resolute on the fact that Israel is not having revenge in Gaza and about the aid sites. What did you make of his comments?
Actually, he did not answer your question. You ask him about the killing of starving people, in Gaza. He talks about Hamas controlling and, and so on. Now, the big question is like that. You created a new system. You are calling people to come to collect food. Why every day 50 people or 60, 200 are being injured? Every day on daily basis. are being killed. This is the big question. They are not armed people. They are hungry, starving, losing everything. They are weak. They are walking, tens of kilometers to reach that side. And after that, why did you shoot them? This is the big question. You lost control. You cannot control what's going on. Why you continue killing? Why you continue, distributing in a very messy way? This is the big question. You have a system in place. You have the UN organizations. You have thousands of staff working on that. We used to cooperate for decades with the Israeli side and how to distribute. We have the names, the data, and sending them to the Israelis if they want. We are ready to cooperate in that. But to continue on that system, that it's routine, it's normal. It's becoming normal to kill, every day 50 and to injure, 100, 200, 400, no matter, the figures. They're just numbers. Even now, we cannot find, Israeli officials even justifying the shooting at the weak and the starving, people. In the past, after 1 or 2 days, they said, no, we did not do that. But now, even they don't comment, unfortunately.
So the UN and major aid groups have refused to cooperate with the GHF, like you were just talking to me about there. What is UNRWA doing to help those on the ground to survive? Do you still have operations inside Gaza for people who are desperate?
Look, the only thing that the UN organization are not doing now is the food distribution, We try to help. If WFP and other UN organizations succeeded in getting in, food stuff, of course we will be helping them and distributing because we have the capacity. We have 13,000 staff in the Gaza Strip. But unfortunately, since May 19, right now, only 9,000 tons of food and supplies getting into Gaza. It means we can get all that in one day. There's nothing to distribute, but the health system still, operating. We are treating nearly 19 or 18,000 Palestinians on a daily basis, collecting, waste, also, running, some water wells, psychological support. We have, hundreds of staff, working on psychological support. We are running more than 90 shelters. That more than 100,000 Palestinians, receiving help from us. But the only thing that we as a UN system, we are not doing right now, distributing food, because no real amount of food actually got into Gaza since March 2.
And I just wanted to ask you, Adnan, at your hospitals and at places where people are being treated, are you seeing adults and children with malnutrition? Is that the situation? Obviously, we're foreign reporters. We're not allowed to enter Gaza. And also, how are people coming to the hospitals after attending the aid sites? What have you been hearing?
It is a catastrophe. Even, the terminology catastrophe is not suitable. It's beyond catastrophe what's going on in Gaza. Nearly 50% of, medical supplies are running out. We don't have, enough supplies. And in the governmental, sector, the governmental hospitals, as example, it's worse than what we have on UNRWA. But at UNRWA, we can talk about, 50% of the medical supplies and medicines run out. Actually, malnutrition, it's, you can find tens of thousands of people, of children. You can feel that. You can see them in the streets. They cannot walk. Look at their faces. Most of the children, they lost half of their weight in Gaza. Not only the children, we can talk about the whole population. 95% of Gazans are suffering of food insecurity. People are taking one meal every 48 hours. It's just unbelievable. It's craziness, actually, what's going on. It's beyond children, women, and, it is a big mess. It is a catastrophe. And especially now after, what happened after shifting the attention towards the Iranian and the Iranian-Israeli war. So the situation becoming more dangerous and worse than before.
Adnan Abu Hasna, UNRWA media spokesperson for Gaza, thank you so much for your insights and best of luck.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. The UK will buy at least 12 F-35 stealth jets that can carry nuclear weapons to boost national security. Currently, Britain's nuclear capability is limited to submarine launch missiles. The order is expected to support 20,000 jobs in the F-35 programme and will support 100 local businesses. Now, the trial of an Australian woman accused of murdering 3 of her estranged husband's elderly relatives has reached its final stages. Erin Patterson is accused of deliberately adding poisonous mushrooms in a beef Wellington lunch in July 2023. The jury will begin deliberating the verdict for the case. Patterson repeatedly denied the charges and said the deaths were a terrible accident. A U.S. district judge has blocked the Trump administration from withholding funds previously awarded to 14 states for electric vehicle charger infrastructure. In February, the government froze $5 billion in funding allocated under the Biden presidency. The court order will go into effect on the 1st of July unless the Trump administration files an appeal blocking it. And a suspect in the bombing of a California fertility clinic in May has died in federal custody. Facility employees initiated life-saving measures on Daniel Park, who was then taken to hospital where he was pronounced dead. Park was awaiting trial after being indicted for malicious destruction of property. Israel says it's in direct talks with neighbouring Syria. That is, according to Israel's national security advisor, who says that he has been speaking to the Syrian president, Ahmed al-Sharaa, on a daily basis to explore the possibility of normalising ties. For more on this, I'm joined by Navar Shaban, researcher at Harmoon Center, and he is joining me from Istanbul. An absolute pleasure to have you on the show, Navar. So what is the state of the current relationship between Israel and Syria following the liberation of the country?
Basically, first of all, thank you for having me. Basically, the relationship is in a critical limbo situation. We still see that there is an ongoing violation, ongoing vicious attack from the Israeli side in the south. We had heard like official statement from President al-Sharaa, from Assad Shibani also talking about an indirect and direct talks with Israel about critical issues. Basically, on the other half, we see the official Israeli talking about an ongoing talks for reconciliation, normalization, all of these kind of stuff. But it is far from being believable because we have a critical issue right now. We don't have the solid ground to initiate such kind of talks. To jump to a so-called normalization talk, you need a solid ground on for these kind of like talks. Basically, now you have a critical issues. You have several violations. You have invading the space, you have the strikes. So basically, the most like proper way to define the relationship, it's in a critical limbo situation. It's not moving forward, it's not moving backward. It is exactly where it is a month ago.
So there's almost a stalemate if we think about it in these talks. But what are Israel's main objectives during these talks? What exactly are they looking for?
Yeah, so this is these two questions are connected exactly, because basically what makes the relationship in this situation month ago, the roof of the demand from the Israeli side are super high. They are talking about a buffer zone. They are talking about an area with no any kind of presence for security or Ministry of Defense forces. On the other hand, they are talking also that they need this area to be clear and secure. So here's the ridiculous thing. You're demanding an area which is in Syria to be secure, but at the same time, you will bomb whatever forces, official forces, try to secure this area. And whenever there is an initiate attack done by any kind of proxies or heading cells from the southern region, the Israeli will strike back by attacking different locations. We saw this in the beginning of this month. There was a missile attack from Al Yarmouk area in Daraa. The retaliation from the Israeli side was to bomb 7 different locations in Daraa and in southern Damascus. So here is the thing. They needed to be buffered. They need to expand the buffer zone. On the other hand, the Syrian side are talking about going back to the 1974 buffer zone agreement. They are talking about the immediate haltage of any kind of violation on the ground. So when we see these kind of statements from the Israeli side, we need to focus also at the same time they are keep doing the violation on the ground. While this statement was going on air, there was an expansion for some of the Israeli forces in northern Quneitra and demolishing homes, removing trees. And just a week ago, they arrested 3 men, and they are not released yet. So here is the dilemma in all of that. They are talking about an ongoing daily talks. They are talking about we are still monitoring Ashara behavior, but at the same time, there is an ongoing violation on the ground. This is, and they are benefiting from something very important. There is a lack of official statement from the Syrian side. The Syrian side should have an official statement to highlight all kind of like ongoing talk to the public, to the Syrian public, because they need to know. When there is a statement from the Israeli side talking about an ongoing talks, people will say that, oh, okay, there might be an ongoing talks, without specifying what are these talks. But I do recommend that there should be a statement from the Syrian side talking about what kind of talks are happening. Is it technical talk? Is it related to security matters? Is it related to the violation in the south? Is it related to the attempts from the Israeli side to play on the minority aspect in Syria, which they did in I think March and April, when there was talk with the Druze community, certain figures of them, of course. So all of that should be clear also from the Syrian government.
And Nafar, we just have spoken about this before on the show, you and me. And I just wanted to say, you mentioned there Israel is still looking at Ahmed al-Sharar's position of power. Right now, how is that holding up in Syria? Is it being successful, or is it still fragile?
So basically it is, I'm not going to say it's purely successful. We're talking about an area of conflict for more than 14 years, direct conflict in different geographical area. Of course, it's not fully successful, but it is it's improving. There is a lot of things need to be done on different sectors. So I think, but mainly when the Israeli are talking, they are talking about the so-called jihadi behavior. They are talking about the previous act of President al-Shara and his ties with al-jihadi sphere in the area. So there was, in the statement today from the Israeli side, that they are monitoring his behavior onward. Basically, it's obvious that the current threat of the, let's say, the past of President al-Shara is a threat for Syria right now. And we saw that in the recent attack in Mar Elias, in Damascus, in the Dwella district. So basically, yeah, there need to be done a lot of things when it comes to the past of President al-Shara on an internal level in Syria, and I think the Israeli side are monitoring these kind of things. What kind of things are improving? What kind of behavior are happening? But mainly, I do believe that the Israelis are not talking about something which I think is the most thing that they are worried about is the tools of the X cells or proxies that Iran used to work with. And we know that there have been a couple of arrests against Palestinian groups that have been working in Syria with Iran previously during the Assad regime. But the point is, are these arrests part of the talks? I do not believe that, because these arrests are happening on national level, because those groups used to work with Iran, and Iran working in Syria, as the Iranian regime working in Syria, have been a threat for the Syrian since 2012, direct intervention. So basically, all the proxies that are tied to Iran are subjected to be arrested. But I do believe that the Israeli side are also monitoring these kind of things.
Navar Shaban, researcher at Harmoon Center. A pleasure to have you on the show and your insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Federal traffic safety regulators are looking into possible problems with Elon Musk's test run of self-driving robo-taxis in Texas. That comes after videos surfaced showing them braking suddenly and going through an intersection from a turning lane, and also driving down the wrong side of the road. However, many other videos show robo-taxis driving perfectly. Now, drug makers GSK and India's Bharat Biotech say they will slash the price of their malaria vaccine to under $5 a dose by 2028. Mosquirix is the first malaria shot approved by the World Health Organization. The price cut aims to boost access in low-income countries, especially in Africa, where malaria kills over 500,000 people a year. Now to all the sports news. Brazilian football star Neymar has signed a new deal with his boyhood club Santos, extending his stay until December. The 33-year-old rejoined Santos in January after parting ways with Saudi Arabia's Al Hilal. Neymar says the club is his home, also his roots, and the place where he wants to fulfill the remaining dreams of his career. And England won the first test against India by 5 wickets, with opener Ben Duckworth playing a starring role. It has been 15 years since an England opening batsman last scored a fourth innings 100. For India, dropped catches and 2 batting collapses ultimately cost them that game. And a reminder of our top stories. NATO allies say it's a done deal. Defense spending is going up to 5% of GDP. US President Donald Trump calls this decision a big win for the US. Collecting aid in Gaza remains deadly, with over 50 reportedly shot by Israeli fire, while Israeli forces say Hamas targeted and killed 7 of its soldiers. And Israel says it's in direct contact with Syria and is exploring normalization of ties. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora is coming up next. Plus, of course, we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with a W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for joining.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
of the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard they don't know what the F they are doing. That was the analysis of an angry Donald Trump, angry enough to use the F word as he reprimanded both Iran and Israel for firing missiles at each other after a ceasefire had been agreed. The US president reserved most of his recent ire for Israel, who responded that they had pretty much done what they set out to do, while Iran declared the ceasefire a great victory for their side. But as the shaky truce holds for the moment, the question is, what comes next? President Trump now says he does not seek regime change in Iran because he does not want to see what he calls chaos. So this leaves the question of what's next for Iran's leadership when it comes to nuclear ambitions, and what rules would they be willing to abide by, while Israel still sees Iran under the Ayatollah's leadership as an existential threat. Well, across the world, the media is vigorously debating what turned out to be the biggest military confrontation between the two foes. It has, for now, taken the spotlight off Israel's extended military campaign in Gaza, where civilians continued to die while trying to reach food aid and supplies. But many are still questioning what the recent hard line Israel has taken against its foes has done to its image. One relatively young activist based in the USA is keeping up the pressure to support Israel while calling for the fall of the Iranian leadership. British-born Elica Le Bon, who describes herself as non-Jewish, pro-Israel and against Iran's religious regime, has garnered quite a large social media following as she actively speaks up on recent issues. As I caught up with her, Elica gave me some perspective on why she feels so strongly about her causes. Elica Le Bon, thank you for joining the show. Now, I've got to start by asking, when you call yourself a daughter of Iran, what exactly do you mean by that?
I think just this is a term that's used by a lot of Iranians, especially Iranian dissidents, like Tumaj, the rapper, for example, who was sentenced to death for rapping, calls himself the son of Iran or a son of Iran. So it's kind of the idea that we're all children of Iran, the sons and daughters of Iran, and it's sort of our duty and responsibility to protect her.
Have you ever spent any time in Iran?
I went a few times. I went when I was a child, when I was about 5 or 6 years old, and then maybe again when I was around 10, 11, 12. I went only once in adulthood. That was about maybe 10 years ago or so. And I really didn't want to go. But my mum really wanted me to go, and she sort of booked a ticket against my will. So it was a little bit of a contentious situation between us. And I just told her it was going to be, I mean, you know, this was before I had started speaking up, so I wasn't worried about my safety or anything, but it was a very sensitive issue for me because I didn't want to go to Iran and see it in the condition that it is under the mullahs. I knew that I would be very emotional. I knew I would be very traumatized and upset about it, which I was. And that was the last time that I went.
Now, I know from many of the interviews you've done and the articles about you that your family suffered quite a lot at the hands of the current Iranian regime, and your mother was even in prison for a while. And I know that much of your knowledge of the country comes from the stories they tell you, particularly your mother. Now, what chance is there that your view of the country and your angle on it is shaped by that rhetoric, and that perhaps because of that, there's not a lot of room to see it in any other way?
I mean, I think, at the end of the day, this is a story that has affected millions and millions and millions of Iranians. This is not an isolated incident. This is a situation that any Iranian that you meet nowadays, you're going to find that they have either immediate or extended family that have either been executed or tortured by the Islamic regime. And so I think this idea that, this is sort of an isolated experience, or, several traumatized Iranians are just allowing this to sort of shape their perspective, it's not really gaining a sense of the bigger picture, which is that Iran in itself is sort of an anomaly where you have masses, the majority of the population that are against the regime precisely because they've all had this personal experience. And so, yeah, in one way you could say, well, maybe you're just a person whose family have had such an experience, and that's why you see it this way. Sure, but you're also going to have to apply that to about 80% of Iranians, and that's why that does actually form the general perspective of the Iranian people.
Now, many of the introductions to interviews you do and articles about you describe you as a non-Jewish, pro-Israeli activist. Why not an anti-Iranian regime activist?
Yeah, I mean, that's how they choose to label me. I don't know. I can't control how they label me. But I think, I think my interest in Israel is linked to the similarities that I've seen between what happened to Iran and what's happening to Israel now. Obviously in 1979, the mullahs came to Iran by way of a revolution, which is, sometimes referred to more accurately as a coup. And that revolution brought in the proxies of the regime, including Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. So what I see happening in Israel now, where you have these sort of Islamist insurgent groups that are attacking Israel and at the same time claiming to be the victims, claiming to be acting in resistance, for example, that is something that is very similar to what we were seeing in Iran before 1979. Before 1979, you were seeing this crackdown of insurgent communists and Islamists. And these weren't people that just had a different opinion. These were people that were bombing Iran. These were people that were attempting assassinations. And, if you look at the way the Iranian regime pre-1979 was cracking down on these insurgents, it was not even close to the extent that other countries were cracking down on communism. We have to remember this was during the Cold War. But, Khomeini's propaganda turned that into, the Shah being this brutal dictator that's killing everybody. The story was reversed. It made the Islamists the victim in the story. And so when I see that same story happening to Israel, this to me is just the same propaganda that only leads to a second and third and fourth and fifth Islamic Republic. And indeed, Nasrallah himself said out of his own mouth that the objective was to turn Lebanon into a second Islamic Republic. So when I can see that there's a clear thread here, and the clear thread is spreading the Islamic Republic's influence and ideologies across the Middle East, of course I'm going to be opposed to it. Whether that means standing with Israelis or Lebanese or Gazans or Yemenis, it doesn't matter. It just means that we have to be united against the same threat.
Is it possible to be pro-Israeli without being anti-Iranian regime, or are the two just too closely tied together?
I don't think that there are many people who are pro-Israel. Yes, no, that most people are pro-Israel and anti the Islamic Republic. I think the question is, there is a sort of coalition of people that are anti-Islamic Republic, but also anti-Israel. Is that the line? Okay, yeah. So there are certain people that say, this regime is bad and the regime in Israel is bad. And, all of these players and actors are bad. And so we shouldn't side with any one against the other. And that's fair. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. I think personally, because this is a fight against a common enemy, I don't think that it's I don't think that it's meaningful to not take a stance against the proxies of the regime while claiming to be against the regime itself. I don't really fully understand how that works. If you are against the regime that's committing domestic and regional terrorism, how can you be neutral or apathetic to what its proxies are doing in the region? Now, that doesn't mean that you necessarily give Israel carte blanche to do whatever it wants and says, well, we're all fighting a common enemy, so they can, go as far as they want. Obviously, there are red lines. Obviously, there are ethics to consider. But I think in general, the question is, what is being fought here? And if it is the Islamic Republic and its proxies, I feel like there's a clear ideological through thread in being consistent with support in that case.
Now, there are those who believe that Iran is not the existential threat that Israel portrays it to be to its existence, and that this is simply an excuse, a reason to be able to target it and to attack it. How do you respond to that perspective?
I think, look, at the end of the day, we could get into conversations about, what is the line of uranium enrichment and, the fact that it's up to 60% and now it only takes, you're 90% of the way there, could be weeks or days before you make a bomb, etc. I think all of that conversation, getting into the weeds, getting into the details, is less relevant than the words that come out of their mouth on a daily basis. If you are going to take to the mic and say every single day, death to America, death to Israel, what is it that you expect people to believe? How is it that you expect people to interpret your words? You're very clearly saying, and have been saying for 46 years, our mission is to destroy Israel, and then you go out and you chant death to Israel and death to America. In Iran, the school children are forced to stand in line and shout death to America and death to Israel before starting classes every day. So how is it that you expect the world to take that? When the world then takes that and says, hey, you know what? I think what you mean is death to America and death to Israel. Don't be surprised when they take action.
But then maybe if Israel was to come up with some sort of peace, lasting peace with Palestinians, that it would take the wind out of the Iranian sails. They would not have a reason to be able to target Israel and America, its biggest ally. So when people put that argument forward, how do you respond?
Well, in that case, in my opinion, I think Israel's actions against Iran are only because they're defending the people under the occupation of the Islamic Republic. So does that sound like a good story? Does that sound like an honest narrative? Does anybody in the world believe that Israel's actions are to defend the Iranian people from this terrorist regime? Of course not. It's absolutely asinine to make such a claim. And I can tell you how it's asinine, because if the Islamic Republic cared about oppression, then why is it oppressing with such brutality, with the state machinery of violence, the Iranian people? And not only that, but in fact, there have been Arab separatist movements inside of Iran that aim to do the same thing, to separate, to balkanize Iran and create a separate Arab state. The Islamic Republic kills people, kills Arab Iranians for doing that. So how can you claim to be standing with Arabs in a different land who are trying to do the same thing? It's such clear propaganda. It is such obvious propaganda to claim to be standing against oppression and fighting on behalf of the oppressed while actively oppressing. So I just think it's such an absurd line of propaganda that it's not even close to believable.
Now, it's something I've not really had a chance to ask anyone recently, but I want to put it to you and get your perspective. What do you think Iran would do with a nuclear weapon?
I don't think that, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, I was never worried about the fact that they would actually use a nuclear weapon. What I was worried about, and what the clear threat to the world in my perspective was that they would become a deterrent state. Once they became a deterrent state, similar to the during the Cold War, right? The arms race. It was always about, well, I mean, who knows what the Soviet Union would have done. But the whole point was that once you become a deterrent state, you cannot be deterred, right? You want to sanction them. You want to, isolate them. You want to do whatever you feel is necessary, whatever the international community feels is necessary to obstruct their proliferation in the region. How are you going to do that when they've become a deterrent state? How are you going to sanction them when they've become a deterrent state? How are you going to rein in their bad behaviors when they've become a deterrent state? And they can just say to you, what are you going to do? We have nukes. And so my fear this whole time was not that they were necessarily ever planning to use nuclear weapons. It was the fact that they couldn't be deterred once they had nuclear weapons, and it would of course inspire other actors in the region to have to protect themselves by matching their nuclear capabilities.
I wonder what made you such a vocal activist to speak up in the first place, Elica?
You know, when I started speaking up, this was in 2022 after the Women Like Freedom revolution kicked off in Iran, after Masajina Amini, a young Kurdish Iranian woman, was killed for showing her hair. And at that time, you know, for me, it was just human rights activism. That was something that I'd always been interested in. I think what has happened over time during these past 3 years is that I've had this really intense sort of learning curve of where I've understood a lot more about how much of the way we see the world is shaped by these narratives. And these narratives are often deeply, deeply ingrained in propaganda. And so just learning the way that the world views the world, the world views the world. Yes, people view the world. Especially now where you have so many people in the West that are coming out and supporting the Islamic Republic, seeing the way these downstream effects of propaganda on our collective psyche, that's made me very interested, not just in the fight for freedom in Iran, but also just the fight for truth. So I think there's just this dual motivation that pushes me to speak up.
How do you regard the way the mainstream media, at least the Western media, covers the story of Iran and the Middle East? Is it authentic and accurate in your opinion?
No. During the Women Like Freedom protests in Iran, we really struggled. The Iranian diaspora really struggled to have the media sort of bring light to what was happening in Iran. We would email the New York Times over and over again, CNN, asking them to broadcast these protests that were happening in Iran. They wouldn't do it. Even when the youth of Iran were being executed, shot at 15, 16 years old, they wouldn't report on it. And now, I'm sure as you can see, they are consistently reporting about this very tiny percentage of fanatical pro-IRGC Iranians taking to the street to, support the regime and protest the strikes. So there's clearly an angle, there's clearly an agenda. And I think what this goes back to, and what I so often talk about, is the disinformation campaigns of the Soviet Union. That period of time that was so intensely focused on disseminating this anti-Western propaganda to the West and to the Middle East. And the whole idea was that the United States and Israel and the Western world was the source of all evil in the world. And so you saw these alliances between Western media and the Soviet Union initially. These, for example, Western media was often reporting that there was no famine in the Soviet Union. The Western media was often portraying a very pro-Stalinist perspective. And so what we saw over time was that transition from pro sort of Marxist, Stalinist, Maoist to pro-jihadist, when that alliance between the left and the Marxists and the Islamists was formed also through the Soviet Union. And so what we're seeing with Western media is a continuation of this alliance, essentially with everybody and anybody who is against the West, even if that means authoritarians, even if that means extremists, jihadists, Islamists. Anything that's against the West seems to be what they support. And it's completely painting a distorted image of what is happening in Iran and in the Middle East.
I wonder, Elica, why it's portrayed as the West against Iran so much, like it's a Western axis against the Iranians. Where's the rest of the world? Where is China, Russia, Asia in general? Why is it always this kind of the West versus Iran?
I mean, the ideologies of the Islamic Republic specifically target the West. It is their motto, it is their mantra that says death to the US, death to Israel, which Israel, you know, is symbolic of the West, they would say. And so because their entire ideology is built around opposing the West, what they call anti-imperialism, anti-Western imperialism, it's sort of, you know, generated by their ideologies themselves. So I can't see why any other parts of the world would take what they do personally when they seem to be going directly after the West.
Well, of course, if it's always portrayed as the West against Iran, it's always going to be that animosity, a constant downward spiral.
Mm-hmm.
So then I guess if there could be some kind of rapport, that West against Iran cycle could be broken.
No, I don't think so, because you have to look at what is at the core of each side's ideology and motivation. You're talking about in the West, you're talking about liberal democracies. What they support is, you know, liberal democracies are not perfect by any means, not perfect, but they are systems that work for human beings, essentially. Then what you have on the other side with the Islamic Republic is not an ideology that is about improving the life of its people. It's not about improving anything, and it's not about working in service of anyone. It is about the proliferation and expansion of their ideologies, which are about domination and power and control. So if that is at the core of their ideology, if the core of their ideology is that we must dominate, how can it find peace with the thing that it's competing with, right? Whereas from the Western perspective, the Western perspective can find peace. It can find peace with Iran, with this government or another government, because there's nothing opposing them from establishing peace. So the question about whether these two sides can have peace with each other, one side can have peace, but the other side doesn't want peace because the existence of that thing is antithetical to everything that they're motivated by.
We, of course, live in a very divided world, and you're out there in the media and online. How do you find you're regarded as a very pro-Israel activist in terms of both supporters and detractors?
You know, you said it right. This is a very, very polarized world. Unfortunately, this isn't one of those situations where, I mean, in general, people don't tend to lean towards nuance and balance and these kind of things. Most people tend to think in quite black and white terms. And so what I found is that people just put me in a camp and discard me if they don't agree with one thing that I said. And so the general response is, if I, for example, when I came out after October 7th and I condemned Hamas's actions, I was immediately branded as, you know, Zionist. I was doxxed online. I was harassed, you know, so many videos. She's a Zionist. She's this, she's that. And it's really, I mean, truly, it was very shocking. It was very shocking because what I had said about October 7th was that it was a massacre. It was an act of terrorism. And this is so quick to label you. Some of them don't even know what these words mean that they're using. But the whole idea, the way that the world has been divided is that even if you're standing for humanity, whether it's Jews or Palestinians or Iranians under this regime, because the world is so polarized, you can only be one thing or the other. They decide that you are this thing and you're completely irredeemable. So there aren't, you know, many people on, I think people see it very black and white, unfortunately.
Do you get affected by comments? Do you get affected by what people say about you, whether positive or negative?
I don't get affected by people's opinions because, first of all, everybody has a right to an opinion. Second of all, most people's opinions are just projections, to be honest. It says more about them than it says about you. I think what I find problematic is smears, when people create smears and rumors and say things like, you know, she's a Mossad spy, she's an IRGC spy. These are actually very dangerous. And I think it sort of taps into that thing that is such an affront to me, which is untruth, right? It's not true. And so in terms of people's opinions, it doesn't bother me at all. I just block them or whatever. But in terms of distortions and smears, I think there's just unethical behavior, and that, I don't like that.
You get threats as well?
Yeah.
And you can handle those?
I mean, it would be weird if I wasn't getting threats, you know. It's sort of occupational hazard. So, I mean, it's not fun, it's not easy, but, you know, the whole point of, if what we are fighting for is the values of liberal democracies, meaning free speech, we have to practice the values that we want to maintain and not be inhibited by threats that really would gut the values of liberal democracies, gut free speech. So I'm very mindful of that.
Now, I've read that being out there and being very vocal in your opinions, that you've been the target of Iranian cyber attacks and cyber manipulation to disparage your character. What sort of stuff has been out there?
Yeah, I mean, it happens so many times where, you know, you go on to X or Twitter and you just see a whole bunch of accounts that are, you know, 0 followers, 0 following, and they've all sort of copy and pasted the same message with some type of smear, or I don't know. And then other times, you know, I've received direct threats via email, for example, saying, you know, watch what you eat, or, you know, we know where you live, watch yourself when you're walking around in the streets. I've, you know, reported the threats, and that's as much as I can do.
It's interesting you said a short while ago about terminology, how people, you know, call you Zionist and so on. There's been some discussion, at least in the public fora, about how anti-Semitism has become a word that is kind of used all the time, and it often is confused with the whole idea of Zionism. And there are a few kind of academics, including people like Professor Norman Finkelstein, who say things like anti-Semitism has become a weaponized word, and it's used, you know, as a way to kind of as an excuse often for many things. How do you regard that view?
Well, I think, first of all, Norman Finkelstein is a person who said that the Houthis deserve a Nobel Peace Prize. So I wouldn't take what he says very seriously. Of course, you know, words like that they have a tendency to be exploited or maybe overused. I think the question is, you know, we all know that the situation with Israel and Palestine is very sensitive, it's very delicate. And I really do understand many of the perspectives involved to various different degrees. But when people talk about anti-Zionism, for example, and they talk about the fact that Israel doesn't have the right to exist, just as at the most basic level, the basic premise being that Israel does not have the right to exist, but they do believe that, you know, other countries have the right to exist, Muslim countries have the right to exist, countries that were founded on colonialism and imperialism have the right to exist. You sort of whittle it down to the common denominator, and it's like, okay, so you only think that the Jewish state doesn't have the right to exist. So yes, there's often this conversation about we shouldn't conflate anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, but there's also a question about what is the motivation behind anti-Zionism in the first place. It's this belief that the Jewish state should not exist, but not at the same time believing that other states should not exist. And I think what that shows us is a double standard. And it's the double standard where one could make a plausible, legitimate claim of anti-Semitism. If the same people that were anti-Zionists also said such and such a state shouldn't exist, well, I don't know about Syria and Lebanon because that was also created around the same. I'm not sure about Pakistan because of such and such. Then we could say, okay, this is not about anti-Semitism. But when the root of anti-Zionism seems to be in a double standard, I can see why that is a plausible claim.
I was wondering, bringing things up to date with what's been going on, how have you been covering and speaking out on the recent conflict between Iran and Israel, where the missiles being fired? I mean, it reached probably the biggest level of confrontation so far, and then of course with the US jumping in as well. What were your views on that, and how have you covered that as an activist?
You know, so it just goes back to saying that these situations, it's very difficult to speak about them in black and white terms. It's obviously war. It's not something that anybody is thrilled about or excited about. there have been innocent civilian deaths. What Iranians have really struggled with over the past several decades, as I'm sure you've been following along, there's been several of these uprisings in Iran trying to overthrow the regime, but their efforts have been hindered or obscured because of the West's constant sort of insistence on these foreign policy, diplomacy, nuclear deals with the regime, where, of course, you know, they are in turn receiving hundreds of billions of dollars in unfrozen assets, which, of course, fortifies this machinery that's doing the crackdowns on the Iranian protesters and, of course, regional instability. But it presents a hindrance to Iranians being able to overthrow the regime. And so for a few years, I mean, decades really, we've been seeing the Iranian people trying to overthrow the regime, but these constant deals with the US is making it much more difficult. And so I think where we arrive at this situation where there are targeted strikes on the IRGC, even though Iranians are in a state of war, which is obviously terrifying and not anything anybody is excited about, there is this sort of double-edged sword where there's a hint of optimism that maybe these strikes would weaken the regime in such a way that their efforts, when they go back out into the streets to try and topple the regime, are much more likely to be successful because of that weakening. So that's sort of the way that I've been covering it. It's a situation where we aren't saying that people are jumping for joy that war has come to their homeland, but at the same time, on the other end of this darkness, there is a tiny strain of optimism that perhaps this could help them in their grassroots efforts to overthrow the regime.
There is a perspective also, though, that when Iran is targeted, that even those who are perhaps anti-regime to some degree tend to rally behind the country. There's a certain amount of patriotism and a feeling that, look, why are we being targeted? And it kind of might bolster the position of the regime.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've read that line a lot. This is kind of the dangers that people talk about when they talk about war, is that the regime actually will very much be able to exploit this idea of nationalism. We're being attacked. So whenever we're being attacked from the outside, we have to band together. And I have really had the same concerns. And I think you know, the answer to that is that this cannot be a long war. This cannot be a war of attrition. This cannot be an ongoing thing, because it will absolutely, you know, likely to take that turn if it were. So I think in addressing that, the best case scenario is that these strikes are short-term, targeted, and do as much damage as possible on the regime's facilities. And at the same time, it doesn't go on long enough to bolster this false sense of nationalism that the regime would likely exploit.
There are those who believe that the strikes didn't really have any major impact on Iran's capabilities or goals.
I mean, that's the first time that I'm hearing of that. I don't know how it could not have affected their capabilities or goals, to be honest. They took out the scientists. What are they going to do without their scientists?
Interesting. Yeah, we'll certainly know more as more information comes out. That was just one of the analysis angles that I heard. How do you regard the very visible involvement of the US? Was it a good thing or a bad thing?
You know, the US's involvement was only ever going to be about the US's interest. It had nothing to do with helping Israel. It had nothing to do with freeing the Iranian people. I don't think any Iranians believed that, you know, this was going to be a regime change war, even though that was a lot of what the discourse was, people were talking about online on Twitter and things like that. I think it was very clear that the US was going to do only what it said that it was intending to do, which is to strike those nuclear facilities. And that's exactly what they did. I think the perspective of Iranians in terms of the US involvement was, you know, even though this is not a war to liberate the Iranian people, I wonder if there is an incidental liberation to come out of this. I wonder if the US's involvement alongside the Israeli strikes would incidentally lead to this liberation through weakness. So in my perspective, I don't think that the US's strikes on Fordo, on those nuclear facilities, is really going to be that much of a significant difference in terms of the regime's overall strength, because you're just talking about the nuclear threat to the rest of the world, which really has nothing to do with the threat that the regime posed internally, domestically. So in my opinion, the US's involvement with the bunker busters isn't significant in terms of what will transpire now domestically in Iran.
What was your thought when Donald Trump, obviously angry with both sides for not observing the ceasefire that they seem to have agreed to, his anger seemed to be more at Israel, and he's even using the F word to describe what's going on. What went through your mind when you heard Donald Trump's reaction and actually pointing fingers more at Israel?
I think, Trump tends to sort of do that. He did a similar thing with Zelensky, where, he seems to sort of crack down more on the side that he's actually on in order to sort of appease the enemy in the conversation. I think that Trump knows what he's doing for the most part. I think that after those strikes, he obviously was going to become a huge target and a huge enemy in the eyes of the Islamic Republic. So I thought that was his sort of way of appeasing them by saying, look, now I'm going to go and tell off Israel. I think it's very strategic. I think he very much knows what he's doing.
He does say things like, no one knows what I'm going to do. Even I don't know what I'm going to do. Now, do you think that Donald Trump is a force for good when it comes to the conflicts in the Middle East? I'm talking about the broader Middle East. Or is he potentially a maverick who could create more chaos?
I think Donald Trump is a wild card. That's the way that I see him. I think, and, I'm neither Republican nor Democrat, I'm pretty independent. But I think when it comes to the Middle East, if we're not talking about domestic policy, when it comes to the Middle East, I tend to see Donald Trump as more likely to do the right thing than possibly Democrat presidents that tend to err more on the side of diplomacy and tend to err more on the side of avoiding strikes like this. In my opinion, this strike on the nuclear facilities was absolutely necessary in terms of American interests. I don't talk about that often because I'm really only talking about Iranian interests. And I don't know that Kamala Harris would have had the wherewithal or the guts to do that. And I'm quite sure that Biden wouldn't have. So I think when it comes to Donald Trump, he's such a wild card that, yes, most of the time you don't know what he's going to do. But if you need somebody to take a real strong and decisive action, he's much more likely to do it than sort of softer presidents.
If he is a wild card, as you say, is there any chance he's the kind of wild card president who might push things to World War III? That was another thing that was being speculated.
But that's exactly, the sort of double-edged sword of being a wild card. It's a wild card that takes huge risks, but, those risks could obviously go in the direction of World War III. I think if it were to go to the direction of World War III, that would be a situation where you sort of see the Islamic Republic striking, US bases in the Middle East, and then the US strikes back, and then everybody else gets involved. I think we all sort of knew that the Islamic Republic was not going to do that. I think we all sort of knew that this was just puffery. The threats, the death to America, death to Israel, all of this was just puffery. So I think I'm quite sure that maybe Trump's administration also calculated this regime is really not likely to take the next steps to escalate to the point of World War III. Because in truth, I think the regime also knows that it doesn't have the type of die-hard allies that are going to go to World War III for it. And indeed, it doesn't seem to have had during this time.
Elica, I want to touch on one thing, obviously, that's out of the limelight or out of the spotlight for the moment, is the situation in Gaza. Now, of course, for a lot of people, Israel lost a lot of respect, or at least a lot of support, because of what's been going on in terms of Gaza being pretty much flattened. More than 56,000 people killed, many women and children. I think 131,000 at the latest count, injured, and 10,000 missing, possibly buried. When you see those kind of figures, when you see that what's been going on there, as someone who is so pro-Israel, what goes through your head, and how do you answer those who say this has gone too far, it's genocide?
You know, from the very beginning, from 2022, when I started speaking out, I have had the exact same position, and my position hasn't moved. Back then in 2022, there was not even a conversation about Israel. I had the same line, and it's the same line that I say to this day, which is that terrorists put everybody's life at risk. And after October 7th, where we saw these strikes in Gaza, there's no denying that those strikes are following the footprints of Hamas as it's embedding itself everywhere, as it's embedding itself in civilian society. And so regardless of whose side people stand on, whether they stand with Israel, whether they stand with Palestine, there's no denying that in each of these circumstances, having a terrorist regime embed itself in the civilian population is bringing harm to the civilians. It's the same way that, you know, Gazan refugees who are going from Iraq to Kuwait to different places in the world, and having Hamas or just any jihadist group follow them is leading them to being kicked out of those countries. There's no safety. There is never safety, not for the people of Gaza, not for the people of Lebanon, and not for the people of Iran, as we're seeing now when there is a terrorist regime that is part of that civil society. And so my position has been the same this entire time, and it's the same as it is now. On October 7th, Hamas went into Israel and kidnapped civilians, took them underground, making it absolutely inevitable that Israel was going to do anything and everything that it wanted to do to get them back. And the people who had to pay the price for that was Gazans. And that is why I hold this line.
I don't want to get too much into that debate because, of course, we can go down a rabbit hole when it comes to discussing what's happening in Gaza. But, of course, there are a lot of issues that people would contradict, with what you're saying in terms of the fact that Hamas is part of the population as well in terms of the way it runs Gaza now, whether that's good or bad, that's just a circumstance. And the fact that, the hostages obviously were going to be part of the targets if Israel bombs so widely. I guess the bigger thing is, I'm asking, is your support for Israel unconditional?
No, I don't think that I always describe myself as an ally to truth. That is it. An ally to humanity. In this circumstance, my perspective is that the existence of Hamas, or the existence of an antagonizer that makes it their ideological mission to destroy the other side, is going to bring about destruction to the people of that land. That is not just my perspective. I think that's pretty much objectively true, as we've witnessed over the past several years. And so it's not about having unconditional support. It is about finding the cause. It is about finding the common denominator in what it is that is getting people killed, right? It is having this ideological enemy and this ideological obsession with the destruction of Israel is inevitably going to keep procuring these wars, and is inevitably going to keep, putting Gazans in this position where their lives are at risk. And so it isn't about having unconditional support for Israel. It is about finding the cause of the conflict between these two sides, and knowing that if that is eliminated, that being the, fixation on destroying Israel, there is a much higher chance that there will be peace between these two people. I have no bias or favor to either one of those people. I have a bias or a favor towards what is true, and I have a bias and a favor towards causation.
Well, as we start to wrap up, let me get back to Iran and ask you, as someone who's looking very closely at what's going on there and having your roots there, you did mention that you thought that perhaps this latest round of conflict might weaken the regime enough for people to be able to uprise enough to change things. How do you see the regime actually changing there? What could really create a proper change, long-term change there?
Yeah, so we'll have to see what sort of happens in the coming days, because, Iranians have not had access to internet, and they've all been sort of forced to evacuate Tehran. So it's unsurprising that we haven't seen uprisings yet. But assuming, they return and the internet comes back on and all of these things, I think there's a good chance that we could see these uprisings. We could see Iranians taking to the streets yet again. And in order to sort of, if these uprisings become so significant that they start to mobilize the entire country, obviously the regime, the IRGC, is going to need maximum resources sort of to deploy these anti-mobilization security forces. And if they're not strong enough to contain it, that would be that could sort of be the beginning of the end. It could sort of look like how it looked in Syria, where it was just a very short 11-day process and the regime came crumbling down. At the same time, we do need an opposition. We need a transitional governance, which is something that we're now seeing from the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, who's sort of offered himself as a leader for the transition to democracy, which will of course be decided by the Iranian people.
I was going to say that is the difficulty. After so many years of one particular system, finding those who can take over and perhaps go down the direction that the majority might want is a tricky one, isn't it?
Absolutely. And especially when there are still so many different politics, ideologies, conflicting beliefs about what the future of Iran should be. I think we can anticipate that even when this regime falls, of course, there's going to be a period of instability in Iran, but just fingers crossed that once that instability dies down, there will be a government and infrastructure that brings not just stability to Iran, but stability to the entire region, peace between Iran and Israel, and with these proxies falling, hopefully peace between Israel and Palestine and, Lebanon, and just peace, just better relations in the overall Middle East is what we're hoping to see when the regime is out.
So if Iran gets a government that suits what you think is ideal for it, would your Iranian roots pull you back to there? Would you ever consider living there?
It's possible. Who knows what the future holds? I know that I would definitely go back. I know that I would definitely want to have some type of dual residence. And in terms of living there, ultimately, depending on the way, the trajectory of how the future of Iran goes, that is definitely something that would be possible.
Well, it's a beautiful country. Elica Le Bon, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Well, that was Elica Le Bon, British-born Iranian activist, giving her take on why she supports Israel so strongly, despite not being Jewish. And there we end this edition of the show. Thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to leave comments and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Maybe he will, maybe he won't. He'll make up his mind at the last minute. President Donald Trump makes waging war sound like a simple, everyday decision. Is direct US military involvement in the Israel-Iran conflict the only way to force a lasting resolution? While Trump mulls war, European foreign ministers talk peace with their Iranian counterpart. But has Europe left its run too late? It's up for debate here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. He likes to call himself the peacemaker in chief, the president who committed himself to ending America's forever wars. Now, that same president is considering dropping a bomb on Iran.
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, you know, because things change. I mean, especially with war, things change with war. It can go from one extreme to the other.
Israel and Iran's tit-for-tat bombing campaign has entered a second week and, without a circuit breaker, could continue to grind on indefinitely. So, would a definitive US strike force an end to the conflict, or would it just be the start of another broader regional war? Iran says it's no longer willing to negotiate with the US, so European governments have stepped in to try to broker a deal. UK, German and French foreign ministers are meeting their Iranian counterpart in Geneva. But does Europe hold any cards here? They've played second fiddle to the US on Middle East affairs for so long. Have they lost their leverage? On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll debate, is a US strike needed to force an end to the conflict? Does Europe have the power to broker a deal with Iran? And has Israel overplayed its hand and taken its regional fight too far? Well, to discuss the conflict between Iran and Israel and the prospect of the US becoming embroiled in the fight, I'm joined by Ambassador David Satterfield, a former US ambassador to Lebanon and, until last year, was President Biden's special envoy for humanitarian aid for Gaza. Also on our panel is German diplomat Martin Kobler. He's held various ambassadorial posts across the Middle East and was formerly a UN special envoy for Libya. And rounding out our guest list this week is Colonel Richard Kemp, a former British military officer who has worked in operations both in Iraq and Afghanistan and in addition, various other roles in the British Ministry of Defence. Gentlemen, thank you for your time here on Counterpoints. It's pretty clear now that Israel can't achieve its operational objectives in Iran without US intervention. It can't take out Iran's underground nuclear base without US weapons. So instead, it's targeting infrastructure and civilians above ground. But to get enough damage done, it's going to have to keep up that bombing campaign for weeks, if not months. Meanwhile, Iran says it now more than ever is insistent that it won't relinquish its nuclear program. So both sides are digging in, and this conflict could now just grind on for months. That means more civilians on both sides will die. So is a circuit breaker needed? Ambassador Satterfield, let me start with you. Should the US strike Fordo and get involved more openly in this fight to make that circuit breaker, or will that make the situation worse?
Well, I would challenge many of the assumptions contained in your opening remarks, which ignore almost completely the Iranian agency in all of this. Iran's active work on highly enriched uranium, designed whether or not weaponization occurs to provide the threat of weaponization as a tool for advancement of its ambitions in the region, as well, of course, as its support for proxies who have the blood of every country represented on this screen and many others on their hands. But your question as to what is to be done now, there's a window. There's a window of opportunity still for a non-kinetic, a non-military resolution to this. I think it's very clear that President Trump has concerns over the question, first, of the effectiveness of a U.S. strike or series of strikes to truly end the enrichment program in a definitive fashion. Secondly, what the consequences of such a strike would be with respect to U.S. interests in the region. And finally, how to avoid all of this becoming another prolonged conflict, which is something that he and many Americans, and I think not unlike Joe Biden at the end of his administration, want to avoid. It isn't inevitable that there is a strike, but to make it not inevitable, Iran is going to have to come to the table.
Iran was at the table, though, before Israel launched its strikes a week ago. So they were at the table.
For 8 weeks, they were at the table refusing to agree to an end to the enrichment program. So, yes, they were at the table, but the table produced nothing. And the circumstances now would dictate that Iran must recognize, and I hope in the European meetings taking place today with Iranian officials, there's a consistent message. You have a chance, but you need to take it now.
Martin, what's your take? Should the US get involved? Do you think they will get involved? What kind of conflict would it become if they did?
Well, I would like to add on what David said, not to lose out of sight the Iranian behavior. I mean, in addition to what David said, Iran has been consistently threatening Israel with extinction. So this is really a problem of survival of the Israeli state. Now, if this comes together, that Iran has been threatening Israel with destroying, with annihilating the whole country for 30 years now. I mean, this is a philosophy. This is on the genes of the PR machine of the Iranians. If this comes together with a high enrichment of uranium to make a bomb possible, I mean, this, I think, justifies what we are seeing right now. But coming back to your question, whether the Americans will or will not intervene here, Trump has a strategic ambiguity here. He says, I know, I don't know, or maybe not. So let's wait. However, I only can encourage those who are now sitting together, like the 3 European foreign ministers. I hope they're coordinating very intensely with the United States here in order to prevent the American intervention here. I think it's very important to give diplomacy a chance. You are right that there were already talks going on. However, they were not fruitful. And now we have the situation of the Israeli-Iran war, so to say, and it's extremely important that these diplomatic talks go on. Now, all those who have experience in negotiating with Iranians know how this is done, how the procrastination is done. So you see, it's of little importance whether they were sitting together before. How are they behaving now with the circumstances we have now?
Richard, what's your read on it?
I think the first thing I'd say is I think the worst possible outcome of this would be a diplomatic solution. War is obviously a terrible thing, but sometimes there are things worse than war. And I think if there was any kind of an agreement between Iran and the United States or any other country, it simply wouldn't be worth the paper it's written on. We'd just be back to square one if Israel wasn't able to finish the job that it started. Let's not forget that when President Obama's JCPOA came into force, numerous times the Iranian regime cheated on that agreement. It didn't honor the agreement. It hasn't honored its undertakings under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and it won't do so. I think that it sounds good, and we're all accustomed to a diplomatic solution's best, but I don't think in this case it is. I think the answer is to, as far as it can be possibly done, is to destroy the Iranian nuclear program, or certainly as a minimum set it back by many, many years, which I think has partly already been done. And preferably to bring down the regime. Now, that clearly has to be done from within. And I don't know. I know there are a number of opposition groups in Iran. I don't know if any of them has the capability or indeed the courage to actually topple the regime now. But clearly this is an ideal opportunity for them to do so. They've seen the weakness of this regime. They've seen it exposed both in the offensive operations by Israel and their own attempts at offensive operations against Israel. I think the reality is, you've spoken about this war going on for maybe weeks or months. I'm not sure if that would be necessary. I think we're seeing Iran. It's not exhausted, but it certainly has had absolutely minimal strategic impact on Israel so far.
Richard, let me ask you, though, if Israel can have nuclear weapons and not declare them, why can't Iran?
Here's why. And let me be very blunt on this. Iran is a bandit regime, a rogue regime, a terrorist regime. For 46 years, it directly and through proxies has threatened, has killed, has murdered, has challenged virtually everyone in the region. It has attacked directly its own neighbors. It has indeed, as Martin has said, proclaimed for decades that the annihilation of the Zionist entity, as it calls it, is its objective. It is a different matter altogether between Israel's reported possession of nuclear weapons and the threat that Iran, even now, without a weapon, but the potential to develop a weapon, poses.
Richard, when I asked that question, you had a bit of a giggle. What's your take? I mean, if Israel's allowed to, why isn't Iran?
Well, I think you've just had that question partially answered. Israel is not a terrorist state. It's not a dictatorship like Iran is. It's a democratic country with democratic processes. And I think that the prospects, Iran has made it very clear it intends to annihilate the Zionist state, and it created this network of proxies around the region to do exactly that. We have no reason to believe that a nuclear-armed Iran would not carry out its threats. Israel has made no such threats against anybody. And I think you can illustrate, I think the kind of the rationale can be illustrated to an extent by the fact that Israel has allegedly, and I don't think they've admitted to it, but Israel has allegedly had a nuclear weapons capability for many decades now. Iran is getting closer, has been getting closer to nuclear program for a long time. To my knowledge, no country in the region, with the exception of Iran, has sought nuclear weapons out of fear of Israel's nuclear program. But there are a number of countries in the region, not least Saudi Arabia, which has been actively looking towards acquiring its own nuclear capability if Iran gains its one. So it really, I think that shows what certainly the view in the region is of Israel's nuclear weapons program, and it's or potential alleged nuclear weapons program, and it shows the fear of Iran gaining nuclear weapons.
Martin, let me take you back to something that Richard said in his first answer, that diplomacy would be the worst possible outcome and that Israel should be able to finish the job. What do you make of that?
Well, first of all, let me comment on the strong words of David. I wouldn't use such strong words in a situation. Also, I totally agree in substance if I want to sit together with the regime. So, I mean, if I were about to negotiate with the Iranians, I would accept them as a partner, as a difficult partner, as a partner now under military pressure. And I think it's important to keep the relation going on. And I have been negotiating weeks and weeks with Iranians, so it's very important. And I have no illusion about the substance of the regime, but it's very important not to block the diplomatic channel by using words. Also, sometimes the American president uses with his partners. Now, when it comes to your question, Melinda, what Richard said, I think one always. As a layman or as a civilian, I would say if you enter into military action, you have an aim. Yeah, it's justified. In this case, I think if the enrichment is far enough, progressed to an extent where there is an enrichment, you can build nuclear warheads with it, and this is around 90%. So then what is the aim? The aim, the Israeli government said, is the destruction of nuclear facilities. Now, this also can be a delay. There will be no total destruction of nuclear facilities because this is very difficult to achieve, not even with American weapons, I think. So there will always be a scope of uncertainty. But to reduce the capability of the Iranian regime to further enrich in the next years, in the years to come, to enrich uranium to an extent that it reaches 90%, this, I think, is the aim. Everything which is mentioned apart from this, like regime change, is certainly not a matter of what can be achieved. If it's a secondary fact, and if the Iranian people decides, to topple their regime, so be it. And nobody would start crying here. However, this cannot be, regime change cannot be, and the Americans had bad experience with it, cannot be the target and the aim of this operation against Iran. I want to make the point once again, Melinda, because you asked the question about Israel has nuclear weapons, why can't Iran has? I only can agree with those who say Israel doesn't threaten other countries with annihilation, and Iran does. Imagine the United Arab Emirates would be threatened, or Germany, or any other country. I don't know where you're from, your country maybe, would be threatened by a regime over decades in the meantime, trying to destroy it and threatening with annihilation. This just cannot be accepted, independent of what is happening. I also do not agree with the Israeli government, what's going on right now in Gaza and these things. But this cannot be an excuse to go on with this philosophy of annihilation of the Israeli state.
It's interesting you mentioned that, because we are going to come to that as a point a little bit later in our debate, Israel's actions here, whether they've gone too far. But let's hold fire on that and come back to that and the point you've just made a little bit later in our debate. Ambassador Satterfield, this idea of learning from the past, you've all had experience in the Middle East, Iraq no least. We saw what happened when the US and its allies went in on the pretense of weapons of mass destruction, and that turned into a disaster. Can you bomb your way to peace?
No, Linda, and look, President Trump, this administration, made clear in the president's Riyadh remarks what has long been signaled, that the era post 9/11 of quixotic regime change, nation building, democracy building efforts at the cost of U.S. and other blood and treasure is over. It's finished. It has no support from the majority of Americans. It has no support from this administration. And I would say to you, if Joe Biden had had a second term, I don't believe his policies in this regard would be significantly different.
And yet, if he does go in and
not a US
executes
objective.
this strike, as he says he's thinking about, isn't that exactly what he's doing?
No, it is not exactly what he's doing. He has made clear his efforts. Whatever rhetoric comes from various individuals in the Israeli government, and there's a spectrum of expression, his objective is the enrichment program itself and bringing this to a close. But it is more than just the enrichment program. The president wants to see stability established in the Middle East. He is not happy with Gaza. He is not happy with the inability to get a Saudi deal. And he is certainly not happy with what looks like a continued endless campaign in Iran. He wants to close this.
And if I may add, Melinda, one cannot compare Iraq with Iran now. Nobody thinks about a ground invasion. Iraq was a ground invasion. In our view, it was not legal. It was contrary to international law because it was done without the Security Council approval. Others see it differently. However, 150,000 American soldiers and others invaded the country. And this is not the philosophy right now, the strategy right now with Iran. What's being discussed is to use American military Air Force potential with bunker blasters and B-2 bombers in order to go deeper into the bunkers where the enrichment is taking place. This cannot be compared to what was planned in 2003 with Iraq.
Mm-hmm.
Just one other
go ahead.
Observation I'd like to put in here is, in your opening comments, you made the assertion that Israel cannot complete its objectives in Iran without American assistance. I don't think there's any real basis for that. I do believe that American intervention using its bunker buster bombs would certainly do a very successful job on Fordo. But I also believe that Israel has the capabilities of doing pretty much that as well. It doesn't have the same.
It doesn't have the same ammunition, the same weapons to do what the US can do.
There are other ways of doing it, and we don't know. I mean, I don't know, and you don't know what Israel's capabilities are on Fordo and what their plans are on Fordo. I would suggest that the Prime Minister of Israel would not have launched this operation without a clear plan as to how he was going to deal with it, which probably did not, unless he has an agreement with President Trump that we're not aware of, which probably did not include having US involvement as a prerequisite. So we'll have to see what happens about that. I'm not suggesting that it would be a bad thing for the United States to deal with Fordo if President Trump's inclined to do so, but I don't think we should assume either that Israel can't deal with Fordo.
If it could, though, wouldn't it have done it by now?
Well, I think there are many considerations, and Israel's only been carrying out this operation now for just about a week. It's also had other priorities as well as dealing with the nuclear program, because let's not forget one of its top priorities is defensive against the Iranian ballistic missile attacks, and has expended a huge amount of air power on dealing with that. Iran's ballistic missile attacks have been largely ineffective. They've resulted in something, it's a terrible thing, I know, 25 deaths, but only something like 25 deaths with something like 500 ballistic missiles fired. The deaths are terrible, but it's not a strategic impact. And Iran appears to be potentially running out of power on its offensive operations, but that's because Israel has devoted so much energy both to destroying launchers and missiles on the ground, but also to intercepting them in the air with US assistance, I might add.
Let's turn to our second segment. If we are looking to move away from conflict towards diplomacy, let's turn our attentions to what's happening in Switzerland. We know that the foreign ministers from the UK, France and Germany, along with the EU's top diplomat, have been in talks with their Iranian counterpart in Geneva. They're trying to coax Iran back to the negotiating table, something Tehran says it's not interested in while it's under attack. Europe was effectively sidelined during the original negotiations led by the US, and people close to the Geneva talks, it's reportedly, are saying that expectations there are low. Ambassador Satterfield, let me ask you, does Europe have the power to broker a deal with Iran, or does that power rest solely with the United States?
No, Europe does not have the power to broker a deal with Iran. What Europe does have the power to do is, given the significant weight these three ministers hold, their countries hold, is to reinforce a single consistent message that you have an opportunity now to preserve yourselves, whatever we think the wisdom or ill wisdom is of the Iranian regime. You have the ability to preserve yourselves from further violence, further kinetic action, but it's a window for preservation that is closing rapidly. Europe does have a critical role here in that regard, and I would hope there is a uniform message.
What do you think about it, Mutton? Do you think Europe holds any cards here?
No, I think Europe has mentally, I wouldn't say good relations, but psychologically, I think they are closer to Iran. When President Trump won, just threw away the JCPOA, Europe continued in a way to save the JCPOA in a marginal way. So I think these relations, they continue. Now, if there are three European foreign ministers with the American military power behind them, I mean, because this is not only the elephant in the room, this is quite evident. They can have a significant impact now, and they can tell the Iranian foreign minister, listen, in every conflict, of course, negotiations are going on during the fighting. Now, if the fighting stops, all these ideas of having a ceasefire first and then we go to the negotiation table, I mean, this rarely works. In 90% of the conflicts, I mean, you have fighting and you have negotiation in parallel. And the stronger the parties are under pressure, the more they are inclined to come to the negotiating table. Now, and this can be communicated, I think, I wouldn't say better, but also, or with some insistence by the 3 European foreign ministers, to bring them to the negotiating table and just to find out where the compromise here can be. Now, I'm always thinking, because I was working in Libya on Gaddafi, also gave up finally on nuclearization. He was not as close as the Iranians. However, he gave up at the end of the day and the sanctions were lifted. Now, I think as a European, it is not a good thing that the United States hasn't had diplomatic relations with Iran since 79, since 40 years in the meantime. Now, this is not the kind of, well, normal relation with a country, even if you do not like the regime. All these kind of things, to enter into diplomatic relations again, to lift the sanctions. This could be, on the other side, a kind of incentive for the Iranians to give up nuclearization of their weapons program.
Richard, I know where you stand on the diplomatic efforts. You don't think that it holds much weight, but do you think that where the US has left the table, well, the US, Iran says it won't come to the table with the US, do you think that Europe has a unique opportunity here to do what the US couldn't?
I don't think so for a moment. I think the Europeans have no cards whatever in their hands. They have no influence over what either the US or the Israelis are doing, and they certainly don't have any influence over Iran. I think the whole purpose of this meeting, from the Iranian side anyway, is to try and string the Europeans along, and to, as they've laid it down clearly so far anyway, that they will not negotiate until the fighting finishes, and that's clearly their objective. They're on the ropes now. They're not finished, but they're on the ropes. And this is one kind of maybe way of pausing the fighting at least. And they're master negotiators, they're master manipulators. And I think that's all they're after. And they won't, I mean, in my opinion, they certainly won't agree to any conditions that have been demanded by the United States or Israel, whatever they feed to the Europeans. I really do think that it's, I'm not saying that the Europeans shouldn't do this, but I don't think it has any value. If anything, it sort of perhaps gives Ayatollah Khomeini the hope that he's going to be able to get out of this without giving up nuclear weapons and without having the entire military and even political elements of his country destroyed.
Martin.
Richard, if I may,
please.
I mean, how often do we say there is no military solution alone? I mean, this is in Gaza, for other conflicts. Look to Africa. Everywhere, we always keep on saying there is no military solution alone. Now, you might not be in favor. You might think there is a military solution alone. But history shows that there needs to be something else. There needs to be a second pillar. Yes to military action, as we said, but also yes to diplomacy. I mean, these are two sides of the same of the medal. That's why there will be no military solution alone. If they continue militarily, there might be a regime change at the end. If the Iranian people decides to do so, this has to come from within, and then things might be different. There might be more repression for the people. This is also possible, but militarily, even with the bunker busters of the US, there will not be a solution. This will traumatize the regime, the population of the country, and there will be the call for revenge, as we see it also in other conflicts, and the whole thing will start from the beginning. But now is the chance, with looking to the region, with Gaza, with the Abraham Accords, or what's left with it, with Saudi Arabia coming into the game, now to have a broader regional kind of solution, which must be a political solution. Now Assad is gone, Hezbollah is weakened, Hamas is out of the fighting scope here. Yeah, I mean, now is the chance to really all together, US and the Europeans, not either or, but both, and to take the reins into their hands and now try to get a regional solution in order to bring at least a more durable peace to the region.
David,
Richard,
please.
I would add to Martin's comment. When we speak about a diplomatic end to all of this, let's be clear, if I can read the president's comments, what he means by this. He does not mean an acceptance of the status quo. He means the either physical destruction or complete monitored dismantlement of the nuclear enrichment program in Iran. That is not what the JCPOA provided for. And there'll be no return, I think, to that. Either it gets destroyed by kinetic action, or in the course of an agreed framework with the IAEA and other parties, including regional parties, there is a complete elimination of the nuclear infrastructure and an extensive monitoring regime to try to assure it is not reconstructed again. That's what I believe President Trump means. But I think he is quite exceptional in terms of his desire, based on his own unique background, to see a more normal relationship with a post-nuclear enrichment Iran and a post-ballistic missile threatening Iran. The proxy issue is a different story and a much more difficult one. But I certainly don't believe the president believes that regime change, having watched the debacles of Iraq, Afghanistan post the initial operations against the Taliban, and Libya, is a model that he wishes to be associated with.
Martin, Europe was very quick to condemn Russia's actions in Ukraine, but they've been relatively quiet until very recently regarding Israel's actions in Gaza, despite the ICC issuing arrest warrants. Now they're backing Israel in this conflict too. Has Europe, and the West maybe more broadly, relinquished its role as this standard bearer of the rules-based order?
Well, I mean, if you compare Ukraine now to Israel, I mean, Russia attacked Ukraine, so without any reason, and that's why we were very quick in condemning this, and we are fighting or delivering weapons and supporting Ukraine until this very day. Also here, one shouldn't forget that the diplomatic channel is not functioning, and it's only military, and there will be no military solution. Now, when it comes to Israel, there was the attack of Hamas, and 1,200 people were killed there. And that's why Europe and others, not only Europe, but also others said, well, this is the right of self-defense under the UN Charter to defend yourself against such an attack. Now, when it turned unproportional, when other military aims or other aims came into being, the kind of dehumanization of the Palestinians, the chasing the hundreds of thousands from one corner of Gaza to the other, of using hunger as a weapon, then the opinion changed also in Europe. Yes, it was legitimate at the beginning. However, it has to be under humanitarian international law. It has to be a proportional action. And I also think you cannot bomb a hospital, you cannot bomb a school with hundreds of people in it, even if there is a tunnel of Hamas underneath. This is unproportional. And then even with the Germans, and we always have a very special, within the European caucus, we have a special historical responsibility vis-a-vis Israel. Even here, also with our new government, this is now clear, and everybody says that this is not proportional, and this contradicts humanitarian law. Now, this was a process. It was justified at the beginning. It is justified when it comes to the excesses of self-defense, as we can see it now in Gaza.
Richard, what do you make of that? I mean, why would Iran rush back to the table when it feels like it's the one being attacked? Does Europe and the West, have they relinquished their rules-based order crown?
I think in relation to Gaza, I don't see that as being disproportionate. I see it as being very, very terrible, very horrific devastation. What I would like to hear from somebody, and I've not heard it from anybody yet, and I'm not talking about in this discussion, but in the broader sense, how you would deal with the situation that Israel's facing in Gaza, where it has a terrorist entity still holding on to a significant number of Israeli hostages, and a leadership that continues to threaten to repeat 7th of October again and again and again. Now, you have one of two options. You either continue to attack those terrorists until they've been eliminated, or at least taken from any form of offensive capability or control of Gaza, and you release the hostages, or unfortunately many of the hostages may die in the process. Or you simply say, well, we'll just leave Gaza, we'll stop fighting Hamas, we will allow them to rebuild themselves as they see fit. There's not really any other option apart from that. And if Israel decides that it's not prepared to take that second option, to my mind, it has little choice other than to continue the operations it's been doing up to now, terrible though they are. But where are the other options? Where's the other military solutions that people come up with? There's no political solution here. I mean, I'm not saying that there couldn't be, but right now, Hamas is not going to surrender. It's not going to give up the hostages without the fight that's going on now. And as to using starvation or hunger as a weapon, I dispute that. I don't think that has been a tactic in Israel's operations at all. What Israel did at one point was to prevent humanitarian aid getting into Gaza.
Okay.
For the simple reason that aid was being, in a large amount of cases, most of it was being diverted to use by Hamas and stolen by Hamas and then resold to the population, and Israel is entirely entitled under international law to prevent that from happening. It now has put in place a means of getting aid into Gaza, which doesn't fall into Hamas control. And in fact, I visited one of the aid stations that was doing this work a couple of days ago, and they're doing very effective work. And this is partly as a result of Israel's initiative. So Israel's not trying to starve the Gazan population at all.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to turn us back to Iran here.
May I just say that the Israeli leadership told so very clearly. Minister Gallant, for example, no food, no medicine, no water, no fuel. I mean, this was clearly spelled out. It's in the world. You can Google it. You can see it. You can see the video. I mean, this was clearly spelled out by the Israeli government not to deliver any humanitarian goods, and that produces the hunger. So, I mean, this was clearly spelled out.
Yes, but
this was at the beginning, and I think it should be seen as
those remarks were made on
wartime rhetoric. It certainly hasn't. Certainly hasn't played out that way.
October 21.
Israel's facilitated vast amounts of aid into Gaza since the war began.
I'm just going to turn us back onto Iran, because maybe we'll get you all back to talk Israel-Gaza on another show. David, before we move on to our final section, I just want to ask you about that point that I put to the other two gentlemen. Why should Iran have any reliability with you?
Sure. You want me to tell you why? I will. Because Iran is in desperate economic shape. The corruption, the incompetency of the administration, its expenditures on issues related to the enrichment of the ruling circle, the IRGC and others, has left the country beggared completely. It needs sanction relief, and it can only get that from the U.S., and it can only get that if this enrichment program ends. That's the short and sweet answer to your question.
Okay. All right. Look, let's move on to our final segment here. I mean, Israel launched these strikes saying that they were preemptive strikes. They are aware of the fact that even though, as some of our guests have said, perhaps they can take out Fordo on their own, it's going to be much harder without US support. there is no guarantee that that support is forthcoming or that it will even work. Even President Trump himself has reportedly questioned the ability of these bunker busters to take out Fordo about 100 metres underground. So could we be seeing boots on the ground now, maybe tactical nuclear weapons used if some reports out of the US are to be leaked?
Let me interrupt.
Go ahead.
This is speculation that goes beyond the bounds of any realistic prospects. There's not going to be U.S. boots on the ground.
No, Israeli boots. I'm not saying U.S. boots on the ground. I'm saying that Israel may need to send
I suspect
boots.
Israel already has shoes and boots, either there or able to be there, but not for an invasion purposes, for tactical operations, as Richard referred to, correct?
Indeed.
But
absolutely, that if they're going to take out Fordo, they're going to need to do it differently. They're going to need a different strategy. It's not going to be easy. It's costing Israel a lot of money every night with its missile defence system. So, David, has Israel taken it too far? Should they never have done this strike in the first place?
No.
Was there a better way to have handled it?
I do not believe Israel has taken it too far.
Mm-hmm.
And I can only quote here, Martin, the Chancellor's words from earlier this week, which was an extraordinarily frank, honest admission to the world. Israel is doing the dirty work of the world for it, against this regime and the threats, the multiple threats that it poses. However, having said that, when Israeli rhetoric or actions on the ground go beyond the nuclear program, the ballistic missile program, the specific threatening entities of the regime, into rhetoric or actions directed at regime change, that I think is not helpful.
And we have heard from Israel Katz, I believe, saying just recently that someone like the Ayatollah, the supreme leader, cannot be allowed to exist. So isn't that an indication that Israel is considering regime change as a very real operational objective?
It's a piece of political rhetoric from a minister in the Israeli government.
The defense minister.
Lots and lots of the. It is political rhetoric, and it should not be construed beyond that.
So you don't believe that regime change is part of what Israel is trying to achieve?
As a
I would say Israel is
first-order effect? No, I do not.
Mm-hmm. Richard?
I would say Israel would like to see regime change in Iran, as I think most of us would. And I think the Israeli government sees this, their operations in Gaza. It's not their primary objective, but I think it sees them potentially as enabling regime change, encouraging oppositionist groups within Iran to stand up and get rid of the regime. And I think the rhetoric of Israel Katz and also of Benjamin Netanyahu has really been more about encouraging the Iranian oppositionists to do that and giving them at least some kind of not incentive exactly, but yeah, encouragement and to the weakness they've seen in their regime already, their inability really to defend themselves against a much smaller country, must send a message to the Iranian, those people who want to rise up. And I think that's what it's all about. I don't think that it's a specific objective to change the regime themselves. And just going back to the point you made about boots on the ground, I agree with Martin and David. I don't think that certainly American boots on the ground are not going to happen. We know that Israeli boots have been on the ground already, special forces, and there's every possibility that they might be deployed for specific limited tasks in the future. But certainly there's no prospect of Israel attempting to invade or occupy Iran with its own armed forces. I think that's...
No, I don't think anyone's suggesting that Israel is looking to occupy Iran. Martin, let me ask you, I mean, when we consider how many of Iran's missiles are able to breach the missile defense shield that Israel has. Do you think this was a miscalculation on their behalf?
No, I don't think it was a miscalculation. We had the first round a few months ago where Iranian drones were attacking. Also there it was clear that not everything can be intercepted. I think the Israeli air defense system is working reasonably well. As Richard said, every single Israeli who dies in an attack is one too many, and every Iranian is one too many, civilian. But I mean, this will not be an existential threat for Israel now. However, I would like to make one point. I'm always thinking back of the Iran-Iraq war, where we had similar discussions on how strong the Iranian army after 79 would be. And this was a 7 or 8 years war. So I'm not very sure whether we don't also underestimate the capability of Iran to react, because this was done before. However, I would agree with those who say the Iranian regime, because of the repression, is weak. I suggest 80% of the population do not like the regime, and they would like to see them gone sooner than later. However, as we see it in Israel, it is solidarized. So there's a movement of solidarity now. It was breaking because of Gaza, and everybody said we cannot go on like this. However, now solidarity in Israel is back, and there is also solidarity back in Iran now with the people that this cannot happen, that they are aided, that they are helped, that they are assisted by the Israelis to bring a fall to their regime. So it is quite uncertain. But coming back to your question, no, I don't think this will be an existential threat for Israel. That's why it's all the more important that these nuclear facilities are, if not totally destroyed, but brought to a level that the making of nuclear warheads is not anymore possible.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're almost out of time. Let me just put one question to all of you. I'll start with you, Ambassador Shatterfield, first of all. What's your prediction? What do you think, with your vast experience in the region, what do you envisage happening in the next days, next coming weeks? How do you think this will play out?
It's very difficult for my crystal ball any longer to be precise on this. But if you ask me to opine, it is that the threat to the revolutionary regime, by making a concession, even a concession that preserves it from the U.S. entering this combat, is probably, in the view of the Supreme Leader and those around him, the worst of the two options. Better to endure what the U.S. may or may not do, rally the troops, as Martin said, and see what comes after, than to take the humiliating step of conceding the enrichment program. I hope that's not the case, but I rather suspect that is what the regime, which sees its own survival threatened by a concession, will go. But I hope not.
Okay, Martin, what's your crystal ball prediction?
Well, I agree. The survival of the regime is of utmost importance. It is weak, and they feel it is weak. So the repression will go on probably. But I'm not sure whether they do not want to enter at least into negotiation in order to avoid a protracted fight. So confident is too much, yeah. But if I look into the crystal ball, I think the pressure on the Iranians to sit together with the Europeans/Americans in order to discuss, not with a specific, aim at conceding the denuclearization of their program. This is possible without losing face. We should not forget that psychological factors. What David mentioned, the feeling of humiliation, that this is equally important. However, the Iranian regime wants to survive, and I think they're doing everything possible to make this happen, that they are not kicked out by their population.
Okay, Richard, round us out. What's your prediction over the coming days or weeks?
I think it hinges to a large the way this pans out. I think hinges to a very large extent on the decision of President Trump. And unlike, I don't know if David is in a position to do so, but I certainly can't see into President Trump's mind and figure out what he's going to do. But I would say that the reason I say it hinges on Trump is first of all, because I think this ongoing conflict is likely to continue in its current form pretty much for a little while, unless Trump decides to strike Fordo or another target. And that could shorten it. If not, I think we're going to see the conflict going on even longer. The final point to make, I think, is that US military intervention in this conflict now could make a significant difference to the readiness or otherwise of the Iranian oppositionists to try and bring down their regime. So I think a lot of the future does depend on President Trump's decision.
As always, we turn our eyes to the White House or maybe social media to see what the president is going to do next. Gentlemen, I wish we had more time because I've really enjoyed all of your thoughts and analysis on this, but unfortunately we have to leave it there. So thank you very much to Ambassador David Satterfield, a former US ambassador who worked as President Biden's special envoy for humanitarian aid for Gaza. German diplomat Martin Kobler, a former UN special envoy for Libya, and Colonel Richard Kemp, a former British military officer who has worked in operations both in Iraq and Afghanistan. Gentlemen, thank you for your time here on Counterpoints. And thank you to you at home for watching Counterpoints on Al Arabiya English. To tune in to our latest debates and interviews, and of course avoid missing out on all of our content, subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube and be sure to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Donald Trump is clearly furious as he rages at Israel and Iran for violating the ceasefire. He said, "I've got to get Israel to calm down." What do you make of that?
Well, first, it's very important for us to emphasize the importance of the last 12 days campaign that we went through. Israel actually set out to stop the promoting of potential nuclear threat that would threaten us as Israelis, but would also threaten the entire region and the world. So I think it was very important for us to decide. I'm very, no one is looking for wars, but I think it was a very important event. I also want to convey my appreciation for President Trump for his historic decision to act strategically against the nuclear sites that the Americans have attacked. I've heard the president talking. Israel obviously obeyed the ceasefire until the Iranians broke out this morning around 10 o'clock our times. But I hope that the ceasefire will last, but even more so, I think it is very important to make sure that the Iranians are not going back to their ambitions and to make sure that this destabilizing potential of this region is not coming back.
Benny, the world is still in the dark about the terms of the ceasefire Israel and Iran has agreed to. Do you have any knowledge on what Israel has agreed to, and could this eventually lead to peace?
I don't know exactly what are the details. I think it's just a ceasefire as such. And I guess that the Iranians and the international community and the Americans will go back to their negotiation. It's very important to understand. We have nothing against the Iranian people. And we didn't initiate this campaign before we had to do it. So if no one wants us to go back to that kind of activities, the importance is that it's going to be a very good agreement with full inspection and making sure that Iran cannot enrich uranium, it cannot go back to the nuclear track that it was on, it cannot continue to support all those militias around the world and to destabilize the entire area. That's what should be in this agreement, but let's see what comes up next.
Okay, so we still don't have any more details on the agreement. Israel said it held back on Iran and on an attack, and that was after speaking to Trump earlier today. Is Donald Trump the only world leader who has leverage over Netanyahu to stop this conflict? Or is Netanyahu determined to carry on regardless of what Donald Trump says?
The way I see it, Israel agreed to this ceasefire. And I want to be very clear, you know, I might be some kind of political opponent for Netanyahu. But on the issue of Iran here in Israel, there's no left or right. There's right or wrong. And I think we are right. And we don't want to go back to fight if we don't have to. We will go to fight and to act only if the Iranians will make us do so. So the important is to look not what Netanyahu is willing to listen or not. The important is to make sure that the Iranians are not moving forward with those kind of destabilizing and threatening activities. And if that's threatened up, if that's straight up and there's no such event from the Iranian side, everybody can sleep in comfortable.
The director of the nuclear watchdog warned Iran against undeclared nuclear transfer. Is Israel confident sites like Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan still have highly enriched uranium? Are you sure that that has gone? And if not, does Israel know where this enriched uranium is?
Of course, we will have to assess the outcome, the specific operational outcome of what we did in Iran. I think we've pushed it back heavily and seriously years back, whether this is a knowledge within the scientists' minds or whether those are enrichment facilities, etc., etc. Iran went very close and tried to go across the threshold between enrichment and nuclear capacity. But another threshold was crossed during the last 2 weeks, is the willingness of acting. I'm saying Israel and later on joined by the United States, we showed our capabilities, but even more so, we show we're willing to act if needed. And once again, we have no intention of fighting Iran to make sure it's not going back to this track. So I think that's very much important. So we can look at the achievement on the engineering perspective of it, on the tactical perspective of it, on the scientific perspective of it, but geopolitically and strategically we need to understand that we went a very important threshold, and if we'll have to act again, we know how to do it. Unfortunately, people have seen it.
So Iran would argue that it was operating an entirely peaceful nuclear program for civilian purposes. We also know Tulsi Gabbard, who is part of the Chief of Intelligence in the US, said Iran wasn't close to making a nuclear bomb. And I just want to know if you still think the right decision for Netanyahu was to hit Iran.
Yes, I think it was a right decision. I think it was a strategic necessity for us from existential perspective. But it was a very important decision on behalf of the region and on behalf of the world in terms of what Iran is presenting. We must understand that Iran is a global challenge i.e. look at what's happening in Kiev, Ukraine. Look at what's happening with the Houthis in the Red Sea. Iran is a regional destabilizer. Before this war started, the highest number of rockets went on the Aramco facilities in Saudi back in 2019 by the Iranians. At the beginning of 2022, it went by the Houthis that are proxies of Iran to the United Arab Emirates. So it's not just an Israeli issue. So of course we have acted against a potential existential threat, as we have done before in Iraq, as we have done before in Syria. This one was much more complicated, but we still could do it. The question is also stands there for the region. And you know, the only thing between a future of escalation and Israel reoperating, if it has to do so, or a future of prosperity and stability, is the radical approach of the Iranians. If they won't go back there, we will see much more positive outcomes in the entire region. And we are favoring that. We are deep into the Abraham Accords, and I hope to see expansion of this to normalization with Saudi and other countries, and maybe to have some kind of agreement with the Syrians and the Lebanese governments. So we seek peace, we seek stability, we need security. So if we won't have to act, we definitely prefer the other tracks.
So I just want to speak to you about the scale of damage in Beersheba today. 4 people were killed and the damage is said to be extensive. What is the mood among people in Israel right now? And do they still support Netanyahu's attack on Iran, even though we have seen missiles hit inside of Israel?
Yes, Leigh Ann, you're absolutely pointing out, without saying it, the difference between what we are doing and what the Iranians are doing. We are targeting operational and military and industrial facilities that had to do something with security, that has to do something with the nuclear approach, etc., etc. We may attack Revolutionary Guards, we may attack the Iranian Air Force. We do all kind of things that are military and operational targets. The Iranians are aiming to civilians, like we saw tragically this morning, as you rightly said, in Beersheba. However, the public of Israel understand the need to stand for our security interest, and we have the resilience to go through this process. I've been to all those places that were attacked, whether those are in the south or in the north, whether the people that were hurt were Jews or Arabs in the village of Tamra. We here in Israel are all united that Iran cannot and will not be allowed to threaten Israel and to threaten its very specific existence. I don't know of any other country in the world that calls for the total destruction of other country and building the means to do so. We have seen what happened on October 7. One cannot give those kind of capabilities to radicals that one day might irrationally use them. And I think that this is very well understood among the public in Israel.
So you resigned from Netanyahu's government amid the months-long assault on Gaza. Do you support Israel's attacks on Iran? And I just want to say to you, according to official figures, around 606 civilians have died in Iran since the 13th of June, since Israel launched their attacks on the country.
Yes, but I'm very sorry for every civilian, Iranian civilian that was killed. Just as I'm very sorry for every citizen in Gaza who is being killed. But this is not because we are seeking to kill civilians. This is because we have to go after military or operational targets, and those are embedded into civilian society, and that's the results of what happened, unfortunately, in Gaza. You know, if you talk about damages, surrounding damages in military operations around the world, Israel is achieving the highest ratio, I would say, of kind of 1-to-1, but which professionally speaking considered to be a good operational ratio. But once again, I'm very, very sorry for every loss of life which is unnecessary. We could take all those tons of dollars that went to terror organizations, that went to build those nuclear sites, that went to build those ballistic missiles that threatened the entire continent, or half at least continent of Europe, and invest them in science, in education, in health system. I think the Iranian people themselves should be getting those kind of things much more than the attempts that the Iranian regime have done outside the Iran itself. So yes, I'm very sorry for every civilian who's being killed, and but if it comes to a point where we have to act, then we have to act.
Did Prime Minister Netanyahu carry out this mission to destroy Iran military sites and nuclear capabilities to make sure he stayed in power? Before these attacks, he was facing immense pressure from Western allies over the dire humanitarian crisis inside of Gaza. And every day there are reports that people who are going to receive aid are being killed at those facilities.
We cannot afford to stop fighting against Hamas in Gaza, nor we should stop supplying food for the people of Gaza as much as we can. Unfortunately, during the campaign in Gaza, we saw that Hamas is taking control over the humanitarian support that is being pushed inside, keeping it in his own storage, and selling it to the society, to civilians in ridiculous high prices. So we are seeking always way to buffer between Hamas control of the humanitarian support and making sure that the people of Gaza actually gets them. So I think that's what we should do in Gaza to continue. And you know, in Gaza we are not revenging, because there's nothing that we can do in Gaza to satisfy our revengement sense after what they did to us on October 7. Nor are we retaliating in Gaza. All we do in Gaza is securing our future over there, from there. And I hope that one day will come that we can build in Gaza something that the Palestinians can live with and we can live beside. I tell you first-hand knowledge how many peace people of the kibbutzim around Gaza were murdered. And those people were part of what we call here in Israel the peace camp. They took Palestinian patients to Israeli hospitals on a daily basis. They were murdered on October 7. They were about to build an industrial zone for 10,000 workers from Gaza to work in Israel, and he was murdered. That was my friend, the head of the regional municipality of Ophir Lipstadt, God bless his soul. And those people were murdered. So we cannot afford for that to happen. Hamas controlled and threatened us and attacked us ever since they took control since 2007. Iran were supporting this Hamas group or Hezbollah in Lebanon or other militias in Syria and Iraq since they took control of Iran at the end of the 70s. And those two activities must come to their end in order to promote stability in the region.
So, Benny, I hear you there, and I have spoken to a lot of doctors who are operating in Gaza, and they have said to me that there's malnutrition, people are starving, not enough food is getting to them, and when people are being injured at these aid distribution sites, they have shots in their shoulders, and it is not warning shots. People are dying every single day of starvation. Do you think if the war with Iran is indeed over, attention is now going to refocus on the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza, and also that Benjamin Netanyahu has failed to get the hostages back?
Well, we got lots of hostages back. It started with 251 of them, and now we have 50 more in Gaza. So I think we have done a lot, but it's very, very simple. Between rebuilding Gaza and to have a flood of humanitarian and rebuilding the place, there is very simple issues. Hamas must let down his arm. He cannot control Gaza. Our hostages must come back, and everybody will have whatever they need. We have no interest in Gaza other than that. So why to talk with us? Let's see what Hamas is doing.
Benny Gantz, former Israeli Minister of Defense and Chairman of the National Unity Party, thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much for having me, and I want to emphasize, we seek peace, stability and security in the region for all the people in the region, Jews, Arab, no matter where they come from. The only thing between us is radicals, whether those are Hamas or the other proxies of Iran and Iran itself. If those things will change, I think we are facing a bright future, and this region can really flourish in all aspects that one can think of, and I hope that one day we'll get there. I believe that one day we will get there, and I'll do whatever I can in my capacity to promote this direction in future days.
Benny Gantz, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News. From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. President Trump tells the NATO summit the 5% defense spending pledge is a big win for the US. Meanwhile, the US president says a war between Israel and Iran is done, insisting the US military strike set Iran's nuclear program back decades. And history could be made in New York as the first Muslim nominee, 33-year-old Zoran Mdani, runs for the city's mayor. Now, NATO allies have confirmed their ironclad commitment to boost defense spending to 5% of GDP by 2035 on the summit's final day in The Hague. The US President Donald Trump has hailed this as a historic milestone and was quick to take credit for it. Let's take a listen.
In a very historic milestone this week, the NATO allies committed to dramatically increase their defense spending to that 5% of GDP, something that no one really thought possible. And they said, "You did it, sir, you did it." Well, I don't know if I did it, but I think I did. This will be known as the Hague Defense Commitment, which is pretty good, pretty appropriate. When the allies reach this number, it will add more than $1 trillion a year. Think of that, $1 trillion per year to our common defense. And this is a monument really to victory, but it's a monumental win for the United States because we were carrying much more than our fair share. It was quite unfair, actually.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Wissam Kirouz, Al Arabiya editor, and Dr. Eli Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates. A pleasure to have both of you on the show with me this evening. So, Wissam, Donald Trump, very, very, very happy with the situation right now. He's called the defense spending increase a monumental win for the US. So is this Donald Trump's victory?
It is Donald Trump's victory as much as all the other things that he says it's his personal victory. But at the same time, getting $1 trillion a year, if it ever happens, because we are not sure it will ever happen, it's first and foremost a testimony to a remilitarized world. It's a world where we thought 30 years ago that the talks about being in big conflicts is something from the past. It's a world when we thought after the Cold War that this thing with Russia, with the East, is over, and now we can think about a different world. Apparently not. We are putting a lot of new resources into the very act of war. Then again, Trump has a problem because he has a discrepancy in his message. From one side, he said, I don't really believe in NATO. I mean, he said this in the past. And on the other hand, he said, people have to put more money because it's unfair for us. So at the end, it goes down to a world where military is more important. We are talking much more about wars than before. And those who will put money, whoever who are putting money, they are not putting money for America. They are putting money because they feel threatened more than ever before, because Russia is there, China is there, and obviously with what's happening in Ukraine, war is still a reality in the world.
Yeah, I think between the fear from Russia on one side and between the fear that the US might actually leave NATO under Trump or any other president, the Europeans are realizing that they need to spend more on their own defense and that the American umbrella of defense might disappear one day. So I think it is, as Wissam said, in their own interest to increase that budget, of course, in a world that is more militarized than ever and threats that are more lively.
So just a little word, maybe hypothetically, they are hedging against America itself by putting money with America.
I mean, it's a possibility.
Yeah.
I don't think we can rule anything out.
Yeah.
But what I find interesting is ahead of this NATO talks today. We saw Donald Trump heading to the Netherlands, and there was so much bated breath because, as you said, he's threatened to pull out of NATO, doesn't really understand what NATO's for, and also all these questions about Article 5. And it's been really interesting that he's walked into NATO today. He's been loved-bombed by Mark Rutte, and all of a sudden, you know, Donald Trump's completely committed to NATO. He's completely committed to Article 5, and it just seems like a sigh of relief for everyone who belongs to NATO.
It seems they even adapted, you know, the functions and the agenda in a way that accommodates for Trump's to be in a pleasant situation and not to destroy the whole discussion like he jeopardized the G7 discussion and other meetings that he've done. And we remember still the NATO meeting during Merkel's time where it was a big fiasco, where he was sitting on a table grumpy and then all the leaders around him trying to convince him of something. I can't remember what was it back then, and he was still...
But it was defence spending again then, wasn't he? He always felt that Germany were not spending enough when Merkel was Chancellor, and that was because it was the biggest economy in Europe, but they weren't reaching their 2% target at that time, and that was his big bugbear when it came to Germany.
Yeah, and now the Germans are putting a lot of money and resources into defense. But at the end, now America is the big player in the world, in the West. NATO is very much still about America and its allies. This is what the NATO is. Now, is Trump willing to, for example, if by any chance the Russians get a bomb into a Baltic state, are we sure that the Americans would interfere, would enter? This is the big question. This is what is NATO. The fact is that there is a deterrence. An attack on any member is an attack on all. At the same time, Trump always keeps his cards hidden on this. We are not sure if he is willing to take this kind of approach. But at the end, let's not forget that there are other nuclear powers in the West and in the NATO. It's not only America. Of course, it's not the same without America. But all those countries are trying also to keep on being on a certain level of defense. It's very important. It's unfortunate in 2025 we are still talking about the possibility of big wars. But this is the reality.
Maybe a small piece of background on why Europe have not spent as much on defense, because this was the deal of NATO in the beginning. After World War II, the US said, we will protect you. We are the umbrella. So you don't need to focus on militarization. Focus on economy and economic development, notably countries like Germany and so on. So there's a historical background a little bit about it, and it all connects back to that special relation that the US has with Western Europe initially and now all of Europe.
Very interesting. That's something I've learned, Dr. Ellie. Thank you so much. But let's bring it back to something today that caused an absolute stir. Everyone was talking about it on X and on social media, and it seemed to grab all the headlines. We saw this exchange between Donald Trump and Mark Rutte, the General Secretary of NATO. Can we just remind ourselves about that? Just 1 second.
They're not going to be fighting each other. They've had it. They've had a big fight, like two kids in a schoolyard. You know, they fight like hell. You can't stop them. Let them fight for about 2-3 minutes. Then it's easier to stop them.
And then Daddy has to sometimes use strong language to
you have to use strong language. Every once in a while, you have to use a certain word.
Well, there we are. He called Donald Trump Daddy.
Hilarious.
That was, I don't know.
Hilarious.
It just seems to be, it's almost like unbelievable.
True.
But sorry, go ahead. No, it has to do a lot about some kind of, let's say, hypocrisy. We know it's a psychological game. We know what Trump wants to hear, and we make him hear what he wants to hear. That Daddy comes in and he ends the fight. This is what he likes to hear, and he got it. Then, if it has positive outcome on the agenda, apparently it did. It did. I mean, it works.
Now, again, we have to remember that Trump specifically, but also all American presidents, think of NATO as their tool to influence the world politics, especially in the military sense. So they always made sure that every head of NATO is extremely close to the American Pentagon, no matter what his nationality is. And here with Trump also, his standard was any international organization I will need it only if it serves my purposes. And I will pull out, or I'm willing to pull out, or I'm willing to stop spending on it if it doesn't serve my purposes. And here we see the person whose salary is 2/3 paid by the US, pleasing the salary payer anyway. So I think it's a normal dynamics. But then with Trump, it always had that
but I just
special approach.
Yeah, and it's been so interesting seeing their relationship, because you remember Mark Rutte sent Donald Trump that text message that said, you're coming here on a high, you know, you've done so much to defense spending. And then Donald Trump literally posted that message online, the private message. It just seems, it's such a strange dynamic, isn't it?
And at the same time, Mark Rutte, he praised Trump's action in Iran very clearly, in a very open way. But if we want to put all this in the historical context, let's not forget 1989, 1990, there was a sense in the world that, you know, the Iron Wall is falling. There is no need for Europe to be super militarized. The Americans, as Elie said, let's, you know, keep focused on growth, on making good numbers, economics. And all the Europeans, the big nations in Europe, they decided almost simultaneously, we are going to cut down on numbers, on our troops. Imagine the French military went down from 700,000 or 800,000 to 300,000. The whole system changed. So now what we are seeing is a reversal of this dynamic.
And France is the furthest from the 5%. They're still at the 1.7.
Yes,
1.6,
yes.
1.7.
It's the Germans who are pushing, and also the Baltic countries who are putting a lot of money. So will it ever reach 5%? We don't know.
But Poland right now has been spending a lot of money on defence, if you have a look at the NATO countries. But obviously one of the biggest, but it's on that eastern flank, isn't it? And it shows that...
It's on the front line, right?
On the front line, yes.
Same as the Baltic states.
Exactly.
The Baltic states and Poland really feel the pressure of Russia's threat. And they think they might be next after Ukraine, as simple as that. So that's why they're really pulling in their income and focusing on military defense strategies and equipment.
The big question, I mean, you were mentioning that France is the further away from from the target. The big question, you are paying $1 trillion on military. Where are you getting your equipment? Where are you going to buy all this equipment? And apparently people like France themselves, they are seeing an occasion for this to sell weapons. And we had a very interesting post by the French president on X itself of a screenshot of a phone with Rafale calling for European defense. So they see it even as an occasion to sell weapons. And also we heard Starmer saying we are going to buy new fighters that can take on the tactical nuclear missiles.
Yeah, the F-35 stealth jets to be able, because right now I think the UK's nuclear capability is via submarine. So there's actually no air capability. Trident, which is also very old. You know, there's been a lot of criticism that they haven't invested enough to keep Trident up to date. So I wonder if that's something that they're going to now turn their focus to, and then to get these stealth jets in to be able to carry a nuclear warhead. Yeah, there's a big shift indeed. It's just so interesting because I still think that technology has to play a big part in this, because, you know, almost in Russia and Ukraine, the drone warfare has really has been the lead in that, hasn't it? And so, you know, some of this defense going to be on cybersecurity, on the sort of new technology when it comes to drones?
Definitely. And again, as Wissam said, we need to see where are we using this $1 trillion, where are we getting from, but also where are we going to use it, and how much tension is this going to create, whether with Russia, whether with China, and everywhere.
And who is the enemy?
Who is the enemy? Are we in a self-fulfilling prophecy, like of militarization and arms race again, putting us into challenges and new confrontation? And again, the most important field of Russia that led to the Ukraine conflict is NATO's expansions towards the east, right to the doorstep of Russia.
Yeah, it goes in full circle, doesn't it? But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there, because we're going to move on to a story that is absolutely related to this. President Trump has insisted Iran's nuclear program has been set back decades by US military strikes over the weekend. That's despite some skepticism about their success. The ceasefire between Israel and Iran appears to be holding, with peace negotiations set to follow. Dr. Eli, yesterday, before Donald Trump went to this big NATO summit, he was furious. He was furious with Israel. He was furious with Iran. He didn't hide his anger at all over the situation. And today he says the war is done. So what happens now?
Well, first, let's see why is he now happy and changed, because they actually did what he asked them to do. There are talks even about Israeli jets even doing U-turn in the mid-air and going back to Israel while they were going to bomb, which would have led to escalation. So I think he did manage, give him that at least. He did manage to put a stop of hostilities. But then again, this is an end of that battle specifically. I hope it is the end of the war, but we cannot call it as such yet, because now, after the cessation of hostilities, we go to negotiations, and we cannot speak about an end of the war until we have a peace deal on the table, or at least some kind of an arrangement that reassures us that nothing like this is going to re-escalate anytime in the short future, at least.
But it's so interesting, because I always think that when it comes to a ceasefire, the hardest part is negotiating a path to peace. Yeah. And, you know, we did see a really volatile 12 days in this region between Iran and between Israel, and then we saw the US get involved. But, Wissam, there's been so many doubts about these US strikes on those 3 nuclear sites within Iran that they actually, you know, managed to destroy and obliterate these nuclear facilities like Donald Trump and his team have claimed.
Well, before answering this, it's very important to note that when everyone is arguing about who won this war, we have Trump, Iran announced they are the winners, Israel announced they are the winners, but the real winner in this is Trump himself. Yeah. I mean, Trump is undoubtedly the person who came out with the most gain strategically, and also some other people in the region on a smaller scale. But it all goes down to one very simple fact. Was the nuclear program damaged enough? Yes or no? This is what determines who is the winner, if there is a winner. But 3 short and very fast points to the favor of Iran. For the first time in the history of conflict with Israel in this region, we saw images of, destruction in Israel never seen before. For the first time, we see some images in Tel Aviv that somehow resembled images in Gaza. Second, if there was someone who put an end to this war, it wasn't Israel, it was the American intervention. So at the end, it's America who did the difference, and it's good enough for Iran. It's not Israel. And the third point, when this all was over, Trump came up as the daddy, as the referee between 2 child, fighting. And he said, God bless Iran, God bless Israel. And he was very straight and very strong with both of them, telling them this has to stop. So yes, Trump is a winner. I would argue...
we already have the official nomination for the peace.
Yes,
yeah.
Through this, the Nobel Peace Prize. Yeah, you're...
Somebody actually officially nominated
I think it was
that.
Fox News.
Yeah.
If I can remember right. I think I read it. If I'm wrong, I'm so sorry.
And at the end, maybe we come out with a lose-lose situation for the 2 main players. And, lose-lose situation because Iran, we cannot say that they didn't lose. They lost a lot. And also somehow, even though they want to claim otherwise, also the Israelis lost in many points because, at the end, America will sit with the Iranians and there has to be a political solution.
Yeah.
In the middle of the war, whenever we were, analyzing or discussing with different opportunities to discuss, we were saying that this is a war that nobody can win. How do you win this war? And it's a war that we don't know how it could end in that sense. And then it was, as Wissam said, the American intervention that actually put an end to it. But yet again, we teach our students diplomacy is the continuation of war by other means.
Yes.
So the war is still ongoing. We have to see what kind of an agreement will we have. And then the result of the agreement will tell us who actually won or not, even if Iran still has its nuclear stockpile, the 400 kilograms that we cannot happen to find.
That's kind of vanished. And
so
no
we
one
have to
knows
see what's going to be the decision on that in the negotiation deal whenever that happens.
So it's interesting because we were speaking about the US and a big win for the US in the situation. But this has split the MAGA base in America, like I think a lot of us haven't seen before. Some of Donald Trump's staunchest Republican people right by his side have disagreed with him getting involved in a war or a conflict that's so far away from America. People kind of thought, oh my gosh, it harks back to Iraq, you know, reminders of that. It was a forever war. You know, so I wonder...
Even Vietnam.
So I wonder for Donald Trump, like he was so furious yesterday when the ceasefire seems to be broken by Iran and Israel. I wonder if it's because it's such high stakes for them. The US sent in the best military equipment they had. They put their troops on the line. Very dangerous. And then Donald Trump's essentially split his base to carry out this mission. So there's a lot on the line here.
Let's not forget that any other president, like Obama, George Bush, Ronald Reagan, they would have, in my opinion, intervened much earlier than in the 12th day. Second, for the first time in this MAGA base, okay, there is this staunch idea that America has to be, isolated. But also, and this is very interesting, for the first time in the modern history, we see some kind of not so enthusiastic narrative about Israel. Developing on the right side of America, developing within, you know, the white, J.D. Vance, evangelical. I mean, those who are mostly the staunchest allies of the Israel idea. I wouldn't say they don't like Israel anymore or they are not allied with Israel, but there is some kind of different narrative with Israel that is expanding on the right for the first time, not on the left. Because this kind of narrative was always on the left. And for this first time, we see Donald Trump as the only president who could very clearly say no to Israel, or be at least very firm.
Furious, firm with them.
And again, I think he would have been in trouble with his MAGA base if he was involved in a long-term interference. That's why he was so keen on, yes, we did the job, we completed the job, regardless if that's true or not. He was sure to pass this message, and that this intervention, this very punctual and very one-time intervention, led to the end of the war. This was his main concern. This is why he was so furious the day before. And again, because we know that for Iran to come to the negotiations, it is important to save face somehow. If they are completely, destroyed, or if they are completely humiliated, they will not come to a negotiation, and they could take the region to a crazy situation. And that's why the U.S. intervention, showing that, yes, we are fighting with the U.S., and now we're making peace with the U.S., would give Iran this kind of a situation.
Trump said they got it out of their system. This was the Iranians. I was talking about the
and they shot on the basis,
I mean, everyone accepted, including Trump, that the Iranians wanted an exit. And it was all spectacular. That last night of the war, it was so spectacular. We were on the brink of Armageddon, of apocalypse. And then
so
1 hour...
Also arranged.
I mean, spectacularly
it was
arranged.
Fascinating, wasn't
it was fascinating.
I agree. It was gripping. It was.
We touched apocalypse, and then it was peace and love after 1 hour.
No, it was absolutely wild, wasn't it? Because I remember being on air, and the night that I was on air, Iran attacked the US base in Qatar. And I remember breaking that news with Riyadh Kawashi, our other colleague. And I remember coming off air and thinking, wow, what's next? I think everyone felt tense, everyone felt fearful, and Trump just sort of de-escalated it on Truth Social.
And for the first time, the countries of the Gulf region, they were face-to-face with their worst fears. I mean, Iran attacking American bases in the Gulf. It happened. It was on a small scale. Many believe it was arranged.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Qatar and Iraq, between brackets.
It was the exit that they needed to end this.
Exactly. The two countries that we are sure will not retaliate or will not be offended enough to escalate.
Yeah, no.
If we are not to say that it was all pre-arranged, because they were informed, it seems, that the Qatari government was informed that they will hit the bases. And I'm sure the Qataris informed the Americans, and then
Trump said the Americans knew also.
Yeah.
I mean,
so everybody was happy.
So it was
after
almost
that.
like a symbolic response.
Exactly, to save face.
Let's call it a ballistic choreography.
Yeah. But I agree with you. Those sort of days towards the end, it was such an interesting time. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. And now we're going to move to a completely different story, and we're going to New York, where 33-year-old man, state assemblyman and Democrat Zohran Mamdani could become the next New York City mayor. If successful, he will make history, becoming the first Muslim and first Indian American nominee. Dr. Eli, this is absolutely fascinating, the story. What's his background? What more do we know about Mamdani? And is he going to become the next New York mayor? How many rounds do we have to go from here?
Is he going to become the next mayor? Probably yes. Let's talk about his background. I don't know which is a bigger slogan for this guy. Is it the fact that he is the first Indian American, the first one who was born in Uganda, Africa, as he was? Is it the first socialist mayor of New York, because he's openly socialist? Or is it the youngest New York mayor?
Or the first Muslim.
Or the first Muslim, of course. So I think it's the combination of all these factors that made him such an exceptional candidate, and that is, making waves all around. Now, about the election, he got the Democratic nomination, and usually it is almost a given that the Democratic candidate wins the mayorship of New York, because they have the biggest base by far.
So even they have to have another election, do they?
Now it was the internal election of the Democratic Party to choose a nominee.
Yes.
Like the primary.
The primary, exactly. Yeah. And then the candidate is going to go against other candidates. I think we have an independent candidate who is the current mayor. And then probably there will be a Republican candidate. But again, it is almost guaranteed that New York will vote for a Democrat. Now, keeping in mind, we have two key components of the New York society that are going to be a bit challenged by this nomination. First, the Italian community, the historical base of the New York Catholics and Italian immigrants, which again was much closer to Cuomo, the other candidate, who is the previous governor of New York, but also the Jewish community, with Mamdani having some really anti-Israeli and using the G word, the genocide word, against Israel in the war in Gaza. The Jewish community, we have to remember, it is the biggest Jewish community in the world, even more than Tel Aviv.
Yeah.
If we count the city itself, there are more Jews in New York.
And they are mostly Democrats.
We're talking about 1.3 million people. And again, add to that the Italians, both of them, I don't think they're going to be very happy with his candidacy. So we're going to see whether he's going to pull it anyway. And this would show a lot of how the demographics of New York have changed with new migration in comparison to the very old establishment.
And I think that's really interesting, because when I was reading a little bit about it earlier, because it's something that sort of came as a surprise, because I think everyone thought Andrew Cuomo would sort of clean the table. He's old school, and this was a massive
and he was
upset.
Governor.
And he was governor.
He was governor, and he's the brother of a very famous CNN anchor.
No longer.
Yeah, no,
X.
Priya, X, yeah. But it was a huge upset. And I just think what's so interesting is the fact that apparently his voter base was very young, because the issue of Gaza is actually quite a hot topic in New York at the moment. Yeah. So that's also why he gained a lot of support. So you're right, we could see the demographic of politics changing in New York. But as we talked about, New York has been Democratic for almost 4 decades, longer than I've been alive, I'd like to say. Danny could become the party's new president.
Everyone knows.
Yeah. But I mean, could he ever run for presidency, or is that just way out of the picture?
I mean, if we stick to the Constitution, he can, because he is not born in the U.S. But if Trump can, float the idea of coming for a third term, so why not someone who was born outside? And then you will think of other people as well, like Elon Musk or other people who are, more brilliant in the political scene. But at the same time, this all takes us to a very serious question. Where is the Democratic Party in America heading? Okay, we know very clearly where the Republicans are heading. Yeah. It's MAGA all the way, MAGA everywhere. It's the empty shell that was completely submerged and taken over by Trump and his movement and MAGA. But the question goes to the Democrats. Where are they heading? Apparently, if we believe New York as one of the greatest and most important cities in the world and America, the choice is very clear, more to the left, and it tells us more about the new demographic dynamics of the country, of the city, which, like in many other cities, are shaped by immigration, by new ideas with young people, the real idea, grassroots movements, people who think differently, alternatively. We are seeing this in the campus of universities. A lot is happening, and a person like this person is embodying this change. And now I believe that this will be more beneficial to the people on the right, for people in the MAGA. I think that they will benefit from this as to push more on the right.
I agree. I think the Democrats had a choice to correct course and become centrist again, focusing on the main issues that could get them more from the voting base, or to go back to what at least Bernie Sanders says are the foundations of the Democratic Party, the socialist foundations of the Democratic Party, the party of the poor, the party of the workers, and so on. It seems he actually got AOC and Sanders' support in his candidacy, so it clearly shows that he is from that side of the Democratic Party. We have to see if this is going to be a wave. I do agree with Wissam that I don't think this will serve them on the presidential level. It might serve them on the midterm elections with specific situations, specific cities and states in that sense. But again, the whole dynamics of the US politics is shifting, and this is where we're seeing the old establishment, be it right or left, against the very young generation, the new migrants and so on. And this is what makes Trump's call to recapture the US or to save the US resonate among the white Americans.
And on a more broader scale, let's say, we see how these great cities are being turned into the laboratory of what the future can be. We can see all these people melting in great cities like New York, like London. And this is where we are seeing the rise of unexpected stars, like this person specifically, or the mayor of London, or in many other cities around the world, where there is this new globalization of people, of ideas happening. It is hurting for many. It is the enemy for many. For the people like in the MAGA movement, these are the people that are fighting. But it is happening. Who can change how the world is happening? Some are trying, like Trump, but we'll see who will win.
It's fascinating. Bernie Sanders was actually on Joe Rogan recently, and I thought his interview was really...
That would have been an interesting conversation.
It was an interesting conversation, yeah, absolutely.
But maybe one more word about his campaign?
Yes, yeah, definitely. Dr. Eli, take it away.
No, I just wanted to say that I think an important factor also about his campaigning was an important also element why people voted for him. It seems, in comparison to Cuomo, he was much more, people's person. He was in the streets. He was everywhere. He was interviewed.
Grassroots.
He was very grassroots. And look at the main campaign slogans: free buses, rent-frees, grocery stores that are owned by the city and offer cheaper prices, and then also more union housing as much as possible, as much as tripling the union housing in a city like New York. So this is definitely taking it left, solid left.
Let's not forget that Trump, 30, 40 years ago, was the one person who went into those neighborhoods that were very social and turned them into one of the most expensive real estate areas
where
in
Trump
New York.
Tower was
Trump
built.
Tower and all the what we call the West Ends, the West End, meat packing district. All this was very industrial, very poor, and then Trump came in. He has the greatest places.
Yeah, it's absolutely fascinating. But I'm glad he's 33 years old. We need to get some youngsters into politics. I think it's a good idea. And finally, Wissam and Dr. Ellie, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. And Wissam, I want to talk to you all about the plane that has gone viral. It's a situation with the plane seats.
It's a story that happens every day, many times. It's a very simple story that many of us have witnessed. It happens to everyone, but it embodies the very simple thing about being human. You are on an airplane, you are sitting, you paid a little bit of extra money to get the aisle seat and have an extra leg room because you are tall. I mean, this is the story of our guy here in the story. And then you are approached by someone who says, I want to take, please, your seat because my girlfriend is sitting on the window seat and I want to be next to her. And then this guy, he answers and he said, I paid an extra and I really don't feel like wanting to leave.
Where's the problem? That's
Where's the And then it was completely, it escalated somehow, and he was accused of being a loner and of being an inconsiderate loner, and the other guy saying that you are guilt-tripping me into downgrade. Anyway, it happens every day, but it takes us back to the very simple of idea. Let's be honest here. Many of us would give him, but it all depends on, how you feel for that person. So would you leave your seat, Leigh Ann?
Yes, I was thinking about this because I have been asked this a few times on a plane, but I'm so disorganized. You won't believe it, if I'm flying somewhere, it's like, oh my God, just get on the plane. As long as there's a seat, I'll sit anywhere. I'm one of those people, I'm not fussy. As long as I'm there and I'm going to be there on time, I'm fine. So normally if someone asks me to move, I'm like, of course, because whatever, I don't even know where I'm sitting, so it doesn't bother me. But maybe if I'd actually got myself organized and had paid for extra leg room, I might be like, I'm so sorry, I paid for extra leg room. So it's that difficult one. I don't know.
But then you don't need the extra leg room. I do.
Yeah, that's true.
If somebody asked me and I actually paid for that, I doubt that I would
maybe if
change.
it was Dr. Ellie who asked me, I'd be like, because it does come down to that core about how you feel about that person. It's that immediate 30 seconds.
Even though I see you, Leigh Ann, always in business class. This is how I imagine you.
You know what? Wissam said this wouldn't be a problem for him because he's the man of the people. He only gets business class. I've only ever been in business class once, and it's because it was a corporate flight.
But anyway.
He's trying to ignore the subject.
It has to do a lot about likability. I have read about what happens in interviews, in job interviews. When the people who is doing the interview, he is interviewing someone, and if he likes him, he will make sure he will give him much more, questions that help him to make it. This likability thing is so human. You see someone, you like him or you don't like him. And if you like him, you want to give him the best shot.
Absolutely.
And basically you like him mostly because he is beautiful, he's attractive, or he has some kind of vibe that connected with you.
Usually I have a very fat first impression of people, so... But again, to negotiate this out, I would tell him, take your girlfriend, make her sit next to you, and bring the other person here instead of asking me to move. I think there's, a logical solution for that.
No, there is, and actually I never thought of that, but there is a logical solution. But before we move on to Dr. Ellie's story, I was just thinking about this. When dating apps came fashionable, I remember thinking, within 30 seconds of meeting that person if you're compatible enough, no matter how long you've chatted online.
Yeah.
So it is so interesting. It's that human connection. Dr. Ellie, this is absolutely insane. A breakfast of the future could contain bugs and fungus. Tell us more, because I think Wissam wants to try this.
Well, some people are actually worried about, you know, the availability of food.
Are these the people who build bunkers in their garden?
Probably, or scientists who are,
the doomsday people.
Probably. Yeah. So definitely there will be some shortage of some food ingredients, especially if we don't, you know, keep using the earth resources reasonably and so on. True. But then again, some people calculating that by 2050 we'll have a serious shortage of flour. So they decided to come up with an alternative. The alternative was something that contains grasshoppers, worms, and fungus to create some kind of a base that out of which they will create some kind of a protein bread that could be the main food to replace flour. Now, for me, I think no matter how hungry I am, I don't think this would be an option for me. But then again, we have to wait for 2050 and see how hungry we will be.
Do you think you could put it in the toast then? It could make it taste a bit nicer. You know, if you've got bread and it's a bit stale.
I haven't tasted
you put it in the toaster.
fried insects.
And hope for the best.
But again, it's a common food for many people, so probably they wouldn't mind. But for me, I still cannot consider it, unfortunately.
I can suggest a name for this bread.
Oh, tell us.
Baguette.
Baguette! Oh my gosh, that was brilliant. But just on this thing, you know, we talk about eating bugs, and maybe it's a little bit, the baguette is off-putting for us. But if you go to Thailand and Africa and places like that, you know, you get the scorpion lollipops, and bugs are a really good sort of way to introduce protein in the diet. So maybe it's not the baguette is something.
Baguette.
I think, Wissam, you're going to have to coin that phrase. You're going to have to buy the name, baguette.
Yeah, baguette.
Yeah,
have you tried eating insects?
No, but at the same time, we as human species, every era of our history, we try to like something new. So at a certain point, what is so different between a grasshopper and a snail? I mean, snails are a delicacy.
I don't eat snails.
Well, I eat snails.
Oh,
and I eat frogs.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, and what makes an animal more or less likable if you are a deer or a cow or
a chicken?
Or a chicken. I mean, the very idea of eating animal has a moral problematic for many people. But at the end, eating bugs is very, very feasible and very logical from a pure economic point of view. And then we'll have to see if we can cope with this or not. But it's happening for sure.
Good luck with that.
It will happen.
Good luck. We'll let you get on with the baguette. I wonder if you have to go around and catch them too. I wonder how they harvest the bugs. But that was such an interesting conversation. And I love having you both on the show together.
Thank you. Always
it's always wonderful.
Thank
you so much. So thanks to today's guests, Wissam Kirouz, Al Arabiya editor, and Dr. Eli Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. GNT with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, after a rocky start, the ceasefire between Israel and Iran appears to be holding. We'll be asking, could it give rise to a long-term peace agreement? And could it pave the way to a truce in Gaza? Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest on the ceasefire between Iran and Israel, which brought to an end 12 days of hostilities. Well, US President Donald Trump, who played a central role in brokering that ceasefire, says that the US strikes carried out in the early hours of Sunday morning had resulted in, quote, the total obliteration of Iran's nuclear capabilities. And he says it set the country's atomic program back by decades. Well, Israel says it's still too early to fully assess the damage. Nevertheless, the international community has reacted with cautious optimism to the truce, and there are growing calls for a truce in Gaza as well to complement the Iran ceasefire. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to General Joseph Votel, former commander of the U.S. Central Command and a retired four-star general. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Always a pleasure speaking to you, General Votel. I'd like to start by asking for your reaction to the end, or the conclusion, I should say, of these hostilities between Iran and Israel. Does it look to you, first of all, like the ceasefire is holding?
Thank you. It's good to be with you. Yeah, I think it does look like the ceasefire is holding. I know that it was a little bit of a difficult start, but I think the president, certainly our president, has clarified his expectations to both sides here, and so for these last 24 hours, it seems to be holding. You know, with regard to the first part of your question, I mean, I think what has really struck me over the last 12 or 13 days has just been the significant shifts and the surprises that have taken place. You know, first of all, with the strength of the Israeli initial attacks, and then the responses by Iran, and of course the entry into this by the United States on Saturday evening, going after the 3 nuclear sites, and then of course, really just within about 48 hours after that, to be at a place where we were working on a ceasefire. I think it just shows the sweeping changes that are taking place across the Middle East, and certainly in this particular area.
I mean, this was, of course, the deadliest ever confrontation between Israel and Iran. I'd just like to ask you, what was achieved? What were the most important, most significant achievements of these last 12 days?
Well, I think the most important achievement has largely been one that is military, and it has been to really strategically weaken Iran and its capabilities. Iran has built most of their military and security capabilities around long-range standoff weapons, around proxies, and around the nuclear weapons program. So certainly Israel, through their series of strikes, has deeply disrupted their surface-to-air missile launching capability. A lot of those missiles have been expended in retaliation fires, and a large number of those have been shot down. And Israel has largely taken out a lot of their manufacturing process for these types of missiles. So this is, I think, pretty significant. We've seen the impact that they've had on the proxies, particularly Hezbollah, Hamas, and certainly seems that the Iranian militia groups in Iraq and in Syria seem to be deterred, at least for the time being, in terms of taking any action. And then, of course, we know that the object of the activities over the last week has really been the nuclear weapons program that has largely been, I think, set back to some degree. I know there's some debate about how long that is, and we'll have to see what the final assessment is, but I think it's fair to say that there's been significant damage done to that program, and Iran's ability to weaponized enriched uranium and then turn it into something that can be used against Israel or others has been severely set back.
Sure, and we'll talk a bit more about that in just a moment. But I mean, in terms of that US strike in the early hours of Sunday morning local time, I mean, how important, how crucial was that US military involvement in terms of bringing this conclusion to a decisive end? Bringing this conflict, I should say, to a decisive end?
Yeah, I think that it was extraordinarily conclusive and decisive in terms of this. Obviously is a contingency which we have prepared for a long period of time, and frankly, as somebody who's involved in that, as I watched it take place, it was a little bit surreal to do that. But I think what it did, the strength of it, the precision of it, the limited focus of it, directly aimed at the nuclear weapons program, I think sent an unmistakable message to not only Iran, but the rest of the world that we will not allow this to happen, and that we will not allow a nuclear weapon to be in a position where it can be used as a threat to Israel, to others across the region or globally. So I think it was a decisive aspect, and I think it was kind of the crown on top of what had been a very successful campaign by Israel of reducing Iran's military capabilities over the previous 8 or 9 days.
Do you think there's some frustration in Israel amongst people who would have liked to see Israel go further in terms of achieving more? Because, as you said, there were some victories on the battlefield for the Israelis. There have been a significant number of intelligence victories for the Israelis. Do you think they would have wanted to go further and not be told on Tuesday, as they were by President Trump, that a ceasefire had come into effect and that was that?
Well, that may be the case. I'm sure there are some that within Israel that, would have preferred to continue to strike at Iran. But the prime minister, obviously, in talking with the president, reached the conclusion that this was the time to put a ceasefire in place and to hopefully move this into a different medium where we can actually begin to have discussions and negotiations about solidifying this, moving more into the political diplomatic realm. So, yeah, I mean, I think ceasefires are ultimately about compromise, frankly. Not everybody gets everything that they want. And that may be the situation here, but the fact of the matter is, I think for the greater good, the determination was we're ready to move to something else now.
Yeah, I mean, things seem to be panning out more or less as you would have hoped, I think, because when you spoke on Fox News on Friday, you said that if the military option was chosen, which it was, about 12 hours later, it should be accompanied by diplomatic outreach, which seems to be what you're saying now and seems to be what's happening. So you must be watching all of this and thinking, actually, things are panning out exactly as you think they should have done.
Well, yeah, I think that's right. I'm not any kind of prognosticator here in terms of this. I think my experience as a military officer is that there are certain things that military capabilities can do. They can compel people, they can change conditions on the ground, they can deter people. But ultimately, in any confrontation, you have to get to get to a political discussion. You have to get to a diplomatic resolution of the situation. That's how we solve these problems long term. And the military certainly has an incredible role in that, and so does economics, and so does the power of information. But diplomacy really has to come into its own in all of these situations, really to address the deep underlying issues. And this won't be an easy one. This will be a difficult discussion. It'll take some time, and it will be, again, dissatisfying to some people. But it's the way that we have to move forward, I believe.
Sure. I mean, it's been a tumultuous few days. It's been a tumultuous week, quite frankly, because the week began with that Iranian reprisal attack on the military base in Qatar. President Trump then sort of went down the ceasefire route pretty shortly thereafter. Do you think President Trump was right to shrug that reprisal attack off in the way that he did?
I do. I mean, I don't want to minimize the threat here. I mean, these are 14 ballistic missiles, each carrying about 1,500 pounds of explosives. If they had got through, they could certainly do some damage and cause casualties on the ground. So it's not insignificant. I'm sure the state of Qatar has a view on this as well, since it was into their airspace that these missiles were fired. But I think what the president was looking for, I think, frankly, what Iran was looking for was a way to de-escalate the current cycle of conflict that had taken place. And it appears the United States, along with our Qatari partners, were able to defeat that threat pretty readily. And so, as serious as that might have been, we were able to take care of it, and that provided, I think, a platform for the president to say, okay, let's now move to a different place here. We don't need another retaliatory round of escalation here.
President Trump faced some opposition from people in his own party to doing what America did on Saturday night, Sunday morning. Some Republicans thought that it was a mistake to engage the United States militarily in another faraway conflict. Would you say that, based up until the point we're at now, this has all been a vindication for President Trump?
Well, yeah, I would say that it seems to be going the direction that that is favorable to the United States, and I think really favorable to the parties and to the region moving forward. So I think that's a good thing. I would just point out there is some fatigue in our nation here with our engagement in the Middle East, and whether it's in Afghanistan or Iraq or Syria or other things like this. These have been a heavy toll on the American people, and this was a very significant action. And the president took an extraordinary amount of risk with this, political risk as well as military and strategic risk with it. And the outcomes weren't completely certain on the other side of this. So that it is moved in the right direction, I think, is very fortuitous, and that's good. But I think what you probably heard was people concerned about the risk of, what happens on the other side of this. Are we now engaged in another long-term conflict? Do we know what's going to happen? It seems to be going in the right direction, but I don't know that was all that certain, or late last week or in the early hours after our strike.
Okay, so the military aspect of things is sort of to one side. It seems, as we've been saying, the ceasefire is holding. Now turning to sort of the diplomatic chapter of this conflict. I mean, are we hearing the sorts of noises from Tehran, the signals that you're hearing from Tehran? Are they telling you that the leadership in Tehran is willing to engage diplomatically and to try to move on?
I think there's been some indications of that. My understanding was this morning the Iranian president indicated that they are ready to move forward. There's also been some of the normal rhetoric that we would expect from the Iranians, them claiming victory in this, and expounding on some of their previous ideological views here in terms of this. So I think some of that is to be expected, but I think there has been some overtures in this, and I do think the Iranians have an appreciation, whether they are expressing it publicly or not, that they have been severely affected here over the last week, and many of their goals have been set back in significant ways. So, yeah, I think there is some. I think it'll take some time. I think this is going to be really important for the United States and for other interlocutors in the region and outside of the region to really kind of come together and in kind of a full court press, try to get the parties together and begin what I think will be a very difficult discussion and negotiation process moving forward. But yeah, I think there is some of that, and certainly there will be some political ramifications of this as well. And after some of the previous blow-ups in Iran, we've seen them come back and go after people, alleged spies and others. I think some of that is taking place. That will not be good internally to Iran, but that's part of the makeup of all of this, I believe.
And what about on the Israeli side? Obviously, we've heard the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declaring victory after that 12-day war. But do you think, when it comes to diplomacy, and obviously Israel will go into any diplomatic engagement feeling like it has the upper hand, I'm assuming, if they've claimed victory. Do you think they want to engage with the leadership in Iran?
I don't know. I really can't speak for the government of Israel. I think they will look to the United States to play kind of a leading, perhaps initial leading role in terms of these discussions and getting people to the table and having meaningful discussions about the kind of the big issues. I think what will be important is the Israelis clearly will try to highlight the things that are most important to them, which would be a renunciation of previous, dialogue coming from the Iranians directed at the Israeli state and its existence. I think that'll be important to get reversed, and then, of course, their acknowledgement that they're not going to seek a nuclear weapons program. I think those will all be very important. I think that's what I think is so important about the discussion. There's going to have to be some parsing of the big issues that have to be discussed in this, and that's going to take a little bit of time in this. And whether the Israelis are directly engaged or not, I do think they will rely on the United States and perhaps some other partners to maybe take the lead in this, and then at the appropriate time become part of the discussions. I think they have to be. I think all parties have to be involved in this.
Just as a wrap up this conversation, General Votel, I mean, there have been Israeli strikes that have hit the nuclear targets, and U.S. strikes that have hit the nuclear targets. There have been various military targets that have been hit. We've seen scientists, significant military figures being killed by the Israelis. I mean, to what extent do you think the Iranian leadership has been weakened? Or perhaps do you think, as some people do, this has all had the opposite effect? It's got people rallying around the flag there in Iran. Which one is it?
Well, I think there's probably a little bit of nationalism going on and people rallying around this, but I think the bigger sentiment is that the supreme leader is more isolated today than he was previously. Many of the key leaders around him have been removed by the Israelis. He is old. He is sick. They are in the process of selecting replacements for him, here in the future, and they are disconnected. They have largely been off the grid here for fear of being targeted by the Israelis. So, I think their leadership capacity, I think, has been undermined significantly in the last few days. And so I do think there is a significant amount of isolation that has taken place, particularly around the supreme leader. And I think it will probably force, hopefully, some kind of recognition and some kind of discussion within the Iranian elite here about what form their government takes going forward here. I don't necessarily think there'll be a change. I think there'll probably be a next supreme leader, but who that person is and the direction that they go, I think will be a very good indication of what the next few years or decades are going to look like in Iran. So I think there's a lot of internal reflection that has to take place here as they come out of this brief, but I think very devastating war that they've had with both the United States and Israel.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate your time and your analysis. General Joseph Votel, former commander of U.S. Central Command. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Let's get more now from David Hale, who is a former U.S. Special Envoy for Peace in the Middle East. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Some are framing that 12-day war, as it's been dubbed, as a victory for Israel, a forced surrender for Iran. Does that sound right to you, or is that a bit too simplistic?
Well, I do think that's the headline. Clearly, the tables have turned on the Iranians after many, many years in which they were basically calling the shots in terms of the use of violence in the Middle East. And for now, anyway, those days are behind us. So the real question is, with this change in the balance of power in the Middle East, what are we going to do to consolidate it and make sure everyone who's a partner of ours benefits?
Are you confident the ceasefire is going to hold?
Yes, I do think, I mean, there's always the possibility of something unexpected happening, but I think both sides, frankly, have an interest in this. The Iranians clearly can barely tolerate any further exchanges, and it'll be even more humiliating for the regime. And I think the attack on Al-Udeid demonstrated a desire to call it quits. And for the Israelis, they can claim now that they've reached their objective, despite conflicting reports of at least setting back the Iranian nuclear program. And I think it'd be hard to explain to the Israeli people continued sacrifices in light of that information.
I just want to pick up on what you were saying there. I mean, has the US, in your opinion, with its daring operation under the cover of darkness in the early hours of Sunday morning, eliminated the Iranian nuclear threat, in your view, or just delayed it? What sounds more likely to you?
Well, I think delay. I think even in the best of scenarios, the Iranians will always have, unless we are very vigilant, the potentiality of resuming their program. How extensive the damage is, I don't think anyone knows, despite various claims. This report from our Defense Intelligence Agency, which is just one of many agencies, was preliminary. And so I think we have to wait for the battlefield assessment. The important thing in my mind is the balance of power has changed. The Iranians are clearly seeking an end to this conflict, and that's an opportunity for us to consolidate that shift, that reversal of fortune that Iran has suffered because of this military activity.
In an article that was published on the Lebanese news website, Ici Beirut, or This is Beirut, you emphasize the importance of what happens next strategically. Let me ask you, what does need to happen next, in your opinion?
Well, obviously, we have to make sure the ceasefire is holds. That's critically important. But I think it's also important for us to learn lessons from the past and not let the Iranians come rushing to us for a half-baked peace agreement in which we make concessions that are not necessary. I think what's needed now is continued pressure on the Iranians so that they actually understand that their power is greatly reduced. And that means building economic sanctions. It means maintaining political and diplomatic isolation of Iran until they shift. And it means maintaining credible deterrence so that the Iranians recognize they have no military avenue out of this thing. And then let them stew on that. Let them come to the conclusion that they can no longer really maintain a position of power. They've lost it. And so it's time to come with concessions in mind, not with a sense of pride.
Yeah, I want to read a little bit more of the article that I was just referring to and pick up on a couple of the points there, because you go on to say that in the past, it was Iran and its proxies that too often set the pace and the agenda of peace and war in the Middle East. It was Iran's threats and American weakness that compelled Arab states to hedge their policies and avoid provoking the beast. You go on to say that things have changed. I mean, what are the main changes? Just outline them for us.
Well, the Iranians' basic requirement of any state, sovereign state, is to deter attacks and defend their people. And they proved not only incapable of doing both, but they actually brought on the very thing that they said they were trying to avoid, which was a military campaign that no one really wanted against Iran because of the behavior of its proxies. Now they no longer have even an air defense system that's meaningfully, capable of defending their skies. So Israel, the United States, anybody else can wander with will across their airspace. So this is a devastating situation for an autocracy that's already not very popular. And the pillars of the regime at this point really were the IRGC. And they have been, their command and control has been decimated by by Israeli actions and humiliated by the United States' ability to conduct this operation against their nuclear sites. So, there's no organized opposition in Iran, and I'm not predicting regime change overnight, but this is a regime that is they're on the ropes. They're in a terrible situation. And so that's why I think the tables are turned. That doesn't mean we go for regime change. I don't think an external strategy to do that is going to succeed. It would probably backfire, in fact, by building support for the regime. What we need to do is make sure everyone in the Middle East now understands the power has changed and that change is for the good.
So what you're basically saying is that Iran can no longer project power in the region the way it used to, at least not for quite some time to come.
That's right. And if we maintain that pressure and the Iranians come to the recognition that that is the new reality, then we can find ways to welcome them back, but based on mutual respect, based on respect for sovereignty. And there are deals that we can do that enable them to develop a nuclear energy program. There are deals we can do if they break their relations and we verify it with their proxies and with their campaign of terror, that we then offer non-aggression pacts. There are all kinds of things diplomacy can offer, but not yet. Timing is very important in statecraft and diplomacy, and I would let the Iranians understand more fully than today that they don't really have any options.
Right, so you're saying that it's not the moment to be rushing into premature deals. It's not the moment to be making concessions to Iran. I mean, does some of the US response feel like it's been a little bit on the hasty side to you these last few days?
I worry about that. I was concerned about the way the Trump administration rushed into negotiations in the first place, although it's clear that by last week, Trump had concluded that the Iranians were playing games with us. We're making no concessions. They wanted to drag this process out. You know, the history of American-Iranian relations is one in which they outlast us because they know American politicians lose patience and interest. We are on a 4-year electoral cycle. So if we don't deliver results every 2 to 4 years, we try something else. The Iranians never change. They've had 2 leaders in the last 40 years. So they just want to wait us out. And that's something we have to understand and not fall into that trap. Be persistent. Not bellicose, but be persistent in maintaining the pressure needed to make sure the Iranians actually behave like a responsible state.
But at the same time, you say, sorry to keep quoting your article back at you, but you said that Iran is at the weakest point it's been in since 1979. I mean, can they move forwards and rebuild? Because a lot of people in Israel, a lot of people in the United States, hoping that the leadership is a spent force. I mean, what's your assessment? Can they survive?
Yes, they can. They've survived a lot before. This is the worst point, but they've been at low points before. And they're a vicious authoritarian regime that has demonstrated an ability, unlike the Shah that preceded them, of actually eliminating the opposition. And I mean that word quite literally. So, yeah, theoretically they can. And if we are not vigilant and if we do not come up with a smart strategy that combines military deterrence with good political diplomacy, then they will rebuild. And they will rebuild their nuclear program. Whether they can do it in a matter of months or a matter of years is important. But geostrategically, the important thing is that we counter it. And we showed that we can, and they know that. And they will back down. They will make concessions. They will back down as they did in the 80s when we had a similar situation dealing with their attempt to close the Strait of Hormuz. We kept it open. We can do that again.
And there's a really big difference, isn't there, in approach towards Iran, depending on whether you're looking at it from the US point of view or whether you're looking at it from the Israeli point of view, because Prime Minister Netanyahu talks about securing the region for generations as far as he and his people are concerned. And you've been saying as well that a US president tends not to look beyond the 2 to 4 year electoral cycle. I mean, there's a mismatch here, isn't there, in terms of who wants to achieve what and when? How do they reconcile that, do you think?
Well, yes, it's a mismatch. I mean, we don't live in the region. I mean, we have soldiers and embassies there, but we're so far away that we're not going to, and it's not reasonable to expect the American people to feel the same sense of urgency and threat that people living in the shadow of these missiles feels. Although we need to communicate as effectively as possible to Congress and the public why we do what we do. The other thing pushing us is the military and a lot of other people in this administration and around believe that we should be de-emphasizing the Middle East and putting more of our assets in East Asia to counter the larger, longer-term threat of China. I don't disagree with that, but so long as the Middle East is in turmoil, we can't really pull out of the Middle East because it won't allow us to, and there's too much at stake in terms of the sources of energy and the economic centrality of the Middle East. So that's why this is a golden opportunity. For the first time in my career, a 40-year career, I have seen the chance where we can actually make permanent a reversal of fortune of the Iranians. It doesn't mean keep bombing them. It means keeping the pressure on.
Right, and I'm wondering how much pressure is being felt internally, because, a lot of people, and I have garnered from this conversation as well, you're saying that the Iranian leadership have lost some of their legitimacy. But I'm wondering if that sentiment is widespread in Iran itself, whether these last 12 days of violence have changed anything, or has it simply brought more people rallying around the Iranian flag?
I don't know, and I doubt very many people can judge that yet. I don't know how reliable opinion polling is in a place like Iran. All I know is based on experience that in a situation like this, people are probably blaming, ordinary people are blaming everybody. They're certainly not friendly toward the United States. Certainly if you've suffered losses of loved ones, you think about who's bombing you. But you also think about the regime that's one value. It's not a democracy. It's not producing a strong economy. It's not promoting human rights, but it is claiming to defend you. And it failed in that one basic requirement. And I can't help but think that's sinking in today in Iran.
Sure. And I want to ask you, casting your mind back to when you were U.S. Special Envoy for Peace in the Middle East. And we've been given to understand these last few days that there's been direct and indirect contact between Washington and Tehran. Tell us a bit about the indirect contact. What form does that typically take?
Well, in this instance, the Omanis, the leadership in the Sultanate of Oman, have traditionally played that role. They have, they're a peaceful country. They have no great power ambitions, and they have good communication channels with both the United States and with Iran. So they're an ideal partner. They were the ones who helped us get through the JCPOA breakthroughs. And I think those indirect channels are very important. I also hope that we find ways to continue direct communication. That's not inconsistent with maintaining pressure. Those tools are important to avoid misunderstandings and make sure the Iranians understand we're not against them as a people or a country. We're against a regime that wants to dominate its neighborhood. Once it recognizes that the geostrategic balance of power in the Middle East, the landscape of the region has changed, we'd love to live with them again. Those are messages we need to convey directly and indirectly.
China and Russia presumably watching what's been happening with considerable interest. They are allies of Iran. How do you interpret their view of all of this? And could they, and if so, how, perhaps come to Iran's aid and help it restore some of its regional influence?
I tend to diminish their role. I could be proven wrong, but Putin didn't do anything to save Bashar al-Assad. So, including use of his air force. Assad made a panic call at the last minute, and the Russians were preoccupied with their own problems, and they have a handful in Ukraine. So I don't think there's much hope there. As for the Chinese, there was a lot of talk about the Chinese being a new presence in the Middle East once they brokered the restoration of relations between Iran and Saudi Arabia. They've been absent. They've been invisible. They've been neutral. They're doing nothing to help the Iranians. They don't want the Iranians to go, I think, too far, because if there's an actual disruption of oil supplies, the Chinese would be the ones to suffer the most. But they don't have the ability to project power, and they expect the United States to sort these things out at our price rather than they're bearing a price.
So the fact that Russia didn't come to Iran's aid, the fact, as you mentioned, they didn't come to the aid of Bashar al-Assad in Syria, who was also their ally, what does that tell us about Russia today?
Well, if Vladimir Putin's your only best friend in the world, good luck, because he's not going to help you. And even Lukashenko right next door in Belarus is trying to find ways to diversify his relationships. So, Putin's not going away. Russia's a power that will use its military and other means to project it in its neighborhood. It really can't project power much beyond that, including in the Middle East, as we have seen.
Okay, just to sort of wrap up, Tehran was obviously having to get used to this second Trump administration and its way of saying things, its methods, communications, timing of actions. How do you think Tehran is adapting to the realities of Trump 2.0?
Well, there are a number of things to know about the Iranians, and I'm sure you and your viewers do, but to recapitulate, one is that they are very good at reading power, and they're very good at understanding the United States and our decision-making, usually. Many of their senior diplomats were educated in the United States and presumably have some sway with the clerical and security leaders who actually make the decisions. But they blundered terribly right now. They made a series of miscalculations, of colossal errors. And they must be absorbing that. Whatever their propaganda and their bluster may be, they have to know deep down that they have suffered greatly. So again, my expectation based on the past is they're going to want to lay low. Just cool it out, chill it out, honor the ceasefires, do nothing. That's where they were before this campaign started. Since the end of last year, they've said almost nothing offensive. And they tried to enter into talks, but they were not good faith. So we have to call them out on that stuff and demand that when you are ready come to us with serious proposals, not with a bunch of talk.
All right. Well, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate it. David Hale, former U.S. Special Envoy for Peace in the Middle East. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, as we've been saying, the ceasefire deal between Israel and Iran took effect yesterday, on Tuesday, on what was the 12th day of the war. Well, despite some early accusations of violations on both sides, signs of normalcy are reported to be gradually returning to life in Iran and Israel. Well, the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has indicated that his country is ready to resolve issues at the negotiating table. Well, the death toll from Israeli strikes across Iran since the 13th of June stands at 606, whilst in Israel, 28 fatalities have been reported. Well, today, flights at Israel's main Ben Gurion airport have gradually been returning to normal. Let's get more now. We can speak to Chuck Freilich, who is a former Israeli Deputy National Security Advisor who joins us from Tel Aviv. You're also a senior fellow at the INSS in Tel Aviv. Thank you very much. Always a pleasure talking to you. We're being told that planes in and out of Israel's main Ben Gurion airport have been resuming normal operations. I mean, 12 days of hostilities behind the country. Does it feel like things have returned to normal there in Israel?
Israel has always demonstrated a remarkable resiliency, a remarkable ability to return to normal life after wars, terrorism, intifada. So the war ended the day before yesterday. Today, everybody's back at work, kids are at schools, the airport's opening. Within a couple of days, I think we'll almost forget at least the impact on civilian life.
Okay, I mean, the ceasefire is being described as fragile, and it had a slightly rocky start. Are you confident it's going to hold?
Well, I'm certainly not confident because we have to see what Iran does, and Iran is, if anything, a somewhat unpredictable actor. But the rocky start was, I would say, almost par for the course for this type of thing. Ceasefires with Hamas and Hezbollah over the years have never taken hold immediately, and I frankly didn't expect this one either. It was only a few hours behind schedule, so I wouldn't attach too much importance to that.
Okay, where could we go to from here? Could this ceasefire be a first step towards a longer-term peace agreement, or is that, or am I getting ahead of myself?
Well, if you're talking a peace agreement between Israel and Iran, then yes, I think you're certainly getting way ahead of yourself. I think what we can hope for is that the U.S. reaches a new deal with Iran, which locks in the achievements of the war, which really prevents Iran from being able to reconstitute a military nuclear program for decades to come, which addresses their ballistic and other missile and drone arsenals, and which hopefully, to my way of thinking, this is less critical, but which hopefully addresses their so-called malign regional behavior or their regional expansionism. I say less that I think that that's less critical at the moment because Iran has been taken down so severely since last fall, whether it's Iran itself, whether it's Hezbollah, Hamas. Be nice to have, but that one I am less worried about.
Are there people in Israel who feel that this ceasefire was premature and that perhaps there was still some fighting to be done?
Well, that's always the case, and sure, there were some people who felt that way, but I don't think that either the government or the IDF felt that way. They wanted to bring the war to an end, both to, let's say, lock in the achievements that had been made. In war, you never know what might happen, what might go wrong. So there was that dimension to it. There was the fact that the home front in Israel was taking a hit, and the government wanted to end that as quickly as possible. And then, of course, there was American pressure to do so. So there wasn't much pressure that I can think of from anyone in Israel to continue much more.
I mean, there's been quite rapid rapprochement, just reading between the lines and listening to what the US president has been saying, between him and Iran. I mean, we went from a situation where the Iranians were striking US military interests in the Middle East to the US president brokering a ceasefire deal and saying that, and in fact, sounding more irritated with Israel than he did with Iran, listening to what he said on Tuesday. I mean, does part of you say, not so fast?
Yeah. Look, Mr. Trump is a man of, shall we say, or a president of unusual rhetoric and an unusual way of directing, of leading American foreign policy. Okay. Remember, he had just launched a major military operation against Iran and had provided very strong backing for Israel throughout. Yes, there was a moment there of exasperation on his part. That was clear. But Israel then ceded to his request. I think for me, the real question now is, can we reach a long-term deal which essentially or effectively closes off Iran's path to a nuclear weapon? And if the U.S. can do that, then I think the entire region will come out ahead. And if the U.S. can even lead to a breakthrough to peaceful relations with Iran, a great deal has to happen. I mean, there are 50 steps before that. But if we can just lock in, as I'm saying, the long-term nuclear deal and hopefully the missile arsenal, this will be a huge change for the better for the entire Middle East.
The United States president says that the Iranian nuclear program has been obliterated. Not everyone in the US intelligence sort of world seems to agree with that. I'm wondering what Israel's assessment is. Is Israel convinced that that nuclear program has been stopped in its tracks?
Well, I think first of all, we're talking about the American intelligence assessment. There was an early assessment by the Defense Intelligence Agency and the Pentagon, which was assessed at a low level of confidence. So even they weren't very confident in what they were saying. And I must say, I was quite surprised that they came out with that quite as quickly as they did, because the bombs had barely stopped falling. And it was clear that they didn't yet have significant BDA bomb damage assessment. And it'll probably take weeks before we really know in detail what happened there. So I'm less concerned about that. And it's come out today in public that the Israel Atomic Energy Committee assesses that the Fordo plant the enrichment plant was hit very hard, and that it will have set the program back by a good number of years. And there have been other press reports in Israel saying that the Israeli assessment is 2 years. I think it's quite premature for us to really know what happened. Iran was hit very hard. Iran will have to take into account that should it try to reconstitute the program, that it is so remarkably penetrated on an intelligence level that it is almost unimaginable that it won't be caught. And that would then invite another attack. So we'll see. But I think we've gained some time.
It was a big risk, wasn't it, politically, for Mr. Trump to throw his support behind those US strikes? A lot of people in his own party didn't like him doing that and tried to talk him out of it. He went ahead with it. Does that make him a stronger world leader, do you think, the fact that he has been vindicated for his call there?
Well, I think the source of the opposition, which was there among the so-called MAGA isolationists and certainly in the Democratic Party, was really a fear that this would lead to some sort of escalation and maybe even a regional-wide escalation. And I think maybe the president himself was afraid of that. But in any event, he shut it down very quickly. Okay? This was basically a one-off. He hit 3 targets, and that was it. So at that point, the dangers of escalation were minimal. I think that they were, to my own opinion, is that they were greatly overblown to begin with, because for Iran to escalate, whether to hit American forces in the region, to hit American allies in the Gulf, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and others, that would invite the kind of major, if not massive, American involvement that they didn't want. So I don't think that he was actually taking that big a risk here. And in retrospect, everyone will have to, I think, will have to recognize that.
What was the signal that Iran was sending, do you think, on Monday with its attack on the US base in Doha? What was that about, do you think?
Well, I think the Iranians had to do something just as a minimal face-saving measure to say, we hit back. But they wanted to end the war. The side that was clearly pushing for an early end to this was Iran. So they went through the motions, and the war ended.
In terms of what impact these events have on other global issues, in particular ones relating to Israel, I want to ask you about what the Israeli Prime Minister has been saying. Benjamin Netanyahu says that Israel's, and the US attacks on Iranian nuclear and missile facilities could help end the conflict in Gaza. Hamas also today saying that talks have, quote, intensified. How do you see these events being connected?
Well, I'm not sure that there really is a direct correlation. There could be. You know, if Mr. Prime Minister Netanyahu wants to say, well, having had this big success, having been vindicated for decades, he's been waiting for this to happen and preparing for it. Now maybe he doesn't need the ultra right-wing part of his coalition. Maybe he's even willing to risk going to early election. The elections must be held by November 26th, but he can move them up anytime he wants. Maybe he'll do that, and then under those circumstances, he would want a hostage deal, and he'd be willing to make some of the concessions that Hamas is demanding. That's one possibility. And Hamas has got to be feeling, even more isolated, alone in the world than it was just a few days ago, because now their primary ally, Iran, has been hit very, very hard. I'm not sure that either of these factors will really make a big difference. I think Hamas wants a deal. They've wanted it for a long time. Israel does. And the problem is the sticking point, and the same one that's been there the whole time. Hamas has demanded a absolute, complete end to the war and a complete Israeli withdrawal, and Israel saying, no, we're not willing to withdraw completely, and promise you that the war is over. If you reconstitute, we will have to be able to attack you once again.
But in the same way that President Trump put considerable pressure on Israel and Iran to accept the terms of the ceasefire that he brokered, to draw a line under the 12-day war, and we've heard President Trump saying just in the last couple of days, great progress, he says, is being made to end the Israel-Hamas war in Gaza. I wonder if you see President Trump similarly imposing a deadline for a full cessation of hostilities. Do you think he's likely to do that?
Well, first of all, I don't think he imposed a ceasefire on Israel. I think Israel wanted it, and maybe there was a difference about how the last hours should be conducted. There is a possibility that Trump will try to do what you're suggesting. It is certainly possible. He hasn't put pressure on Israel in regard to Gaza since coming into office. And I don't know that that's going to change. But people speculate that there was shall we call it I will support you in Iran in exchange for you then giving me the end to the war in Gaza. It's a possibility.
I mean, for people around the world, there's a huge amount of sympathy for the people of Gaza, 2 million people living in famine-like conditions. And they will be, I think people are extremely alarmed by what they see on their screens every day, and it's not getting any easier after 20 months of seeing those images. I mean, is there an end game, do you think? Does Prime Minister Netanyahu have an end game for Gaza?
First of all, I wouldn't talk about famine-like conditions, because if you use that terminology, then I would suggest going back to media reports, if not the first, then certainly by the second week of the war. The international media, including the leading outlets, have been speaking about famine ever since then.
Just to pick you up on that, I don't want to interrupt you, sir, but we are being told that by people on the ground who work for organisations like UNICEF and people who are seeing it with their own eyes.
But everybody would be dead if there had been famine for 20 months. And the international aid organizations, on the one hand, some of them are really wonderful organizations, and the people are highly motivated, but they are international aid organizations. And that is their focus, humanitarian care. When they see people who are undoubtedly living in very unpleasant circumstances and things are not great, it speaks to them. They have a professional interest, a vested interest, an emotional interest in overstating things. If there was real famine in Gaza after 20 months, I don't think anybody would be alarmed.
Well, you've probably seen the pictures of emaciated children, and you've probably read the reports of dozens of children dying of malnutrition. So, I think it's very hard to dispute that, isn't it?
Yeah, and I also know that there was the Deputy Secretary General of the UN who, about a week before the war, came out with a statement saying that within 2 days, 14,000 infants were going to die in Gaza. And really, I don't know if one or two or a few did. And of course, that would be a few too many. But this is so overstated. I really think that people have to stop restating this. Life isn't good in Gaza. No one is debating that. But just by the way, the only people who actually may be suffering starvation are the Israeli hostages.
Well, I mean, we've spoken to people who've been profoundly traumatized by what they've seen in Gaza. I don't know if that information is shared widely in Israel, but people I've spoken to, grown men who've traveled the world doing aid work, who've worked in some of the most horrific conditions imaginable, have been almost at a loss for words and visibly absolutely horrified by what they've seen. So I have to sort of stand my ground on that. But let's go back to...
I'll stand on mine. So that's
okay.
Fine.
All right, well, let's wrap up. I just want to go back to where things stand with regards to Israel and Iran. The 2015 nuclear agreement is obviously in the bin. Just looking forwards, 10 years on, are we going to see a new and better deal being struck, or is it not about deals at this stage?
Well, I very much hope that we are talking about a new deal, because as successful as both the American and Israeli attacks hopefully were, it's at best a stopgap measure. It can give us maybe a few-year postponement of the Iranian program. The only way to ensure a long-term end to it, a permanent end or long-term postponement, is through a new deal. And this deal, to my way of thinking, has to be decades long. It has to either ban enrichment in Iran completely, or maybe it can be limited to the 3.67, the civilian level. It has to deal with Iran's missile systems and arsenals, and maybe with their regional behavior. It's going to be hard to get there. Iran is a proud nation, and they were humiliated here. It will not be easy for them to come back to the table, let alone make the concessions. But if not, then we may be back to military action, not tomorrow, but not in the very distant future either.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Chuck Frulich, thank you very much indeed. Well, that is all we have time for on today's edition of GNT. Thanks for watching. We've talked about the situation between Israel and Iran, the end of the so-called 12-day war. We've talked about the progress that's been made diplomatically. And we've also heard as well about what impact this could have for the situation in Gaza. Could this be a catalyst for a conclusion to the 20 months of war between Israel and Hamas? That's all been under discussion today. Thanks for watching. Look forward to seeing you again tomorrow.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is the Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Most newspapers continue to focus on the latest developments of the Israel-Iran conflict, reporting on the details of the American-brokered ceasefire between the two countries. Many delved into President Trump's frustration and strong statements yesterday regarding violations of the ceasefire by both sides, but more so on Israel's part. Also, many news outlets and newspapers reported on the findings of the initial U.S. report on the damage caused by American strikes on Iranian nuclear sites. We'll start with the Washington Post, which published or reported on that today, saying that findings of the U.S. initial damage report shows that Iran nuclear program was set back by months, not obliterated as initially reported. The report highlights the aftermath of the U.S. airstrikes on Iran's nuclear site at Fordo, Natanz and Esfahan, launched on June 22, 2025. And initial U.S. intelligence reports released just 2 days later on the June 24th revealed that while the attacks caused significant damage, they only set Iran's nuclear program back by months and not even years. The Defense Intelligence Agency found that core components, including most centrifuges and much of Iran's enriched uranium, survived or were moved before the strikes. This contradicts President Trump's claims of total destruction. The report also points out that ongoing assessments may change as more information is gathered. It concludes that the strikes delayed but did not eliminate Iran's nuclear ambitions, and that the true extent of the damage remains uncertain. The Jerusalem Post published an exclusive report today about the tense phone call between President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu that took place yesterday, as Israeli jets were minutes away from attacking Iran in response to a ceasefire violation. According to the report, Trump raised his voice, demanding Netanyahu stop the attack and warning that no one should undermine what he saw as his personal achievement, the ceasefire. Apparently, Netanyahu said little, repeatedly thanking the U.S. president and ultimately called off the main strike. Instead, Israel hit only a radar station near Tehran. The piece points out that the U.S. also warned Iran via Qatar not to launch further attacks. The report concludes that both sides are now trying to establish new rules to prevent escalation, and Qatar is working to restart nuclear talks between Iran and the U.S. David Charter published a timeline in The Times of how the fragile truce between Iran and Israel unfolded. Charter recounts the dramatic three-day sequence behind President Trump's ceasefire deal between Iran and Israel. On Saturday night, Trump ordered a U.S. bombing raid, Operation Midnight Hammer, targeting Iran's nuclear sites, aiming to show American power and force Iran to negotiate. On Sunday, Trump faced backlash from his base and called on Qatar's emir to help broker a truce, as U.S. and Qatari officials worked urgently to prevent further escalation. Now, by Monday, after Iran's symbolic missile attack on a U.S. base in Qatar, also arranged with advance notice and mostly intercepted, Trump announced a ceasefire, with Iran stopping first and Israel following. The article concludes that despite ongoing certainty, the deal marked a rare pause in the conflict, thanks to swift diplomacy and Trump's brinkmanship. Let's go back to the Washington Post, which conducted a poll on what do Americans think about the airstrikes on Iran nuclear facilities ordered by President Trump this past weekend. Also, they were trying to measure how these opinions have shifted since before the U.S. attack. The results show that support for the strikes has increased, especially among Republicans, jumping from 25% to 38%, while opposition remained steady at 45%. Notably, support also surged among military and veteran households, rising from 37% to 54%. However, most Americans remain concerned about the risk of a full-scale war with Iran, with about three-quarters expressing concern. As you can see on this dotted chart, when it comes to concern, about 38% said that they were very concerned, 36% said somewhat concerned, and not so concerned, they made up about 17%, not at all concerned, about 9%. But when it comes to confidence that the airstrikes will stop Iran from developing a nuclear weapon, Americans are indeed split. 52% are at least somewhat confident, while 48% are not. Also, if we look here, the public is also wary of further military action, with only 22% supporting regime change and just 31%, as you can see, are in favor of more strikes if Iran's nuclear capabilities were not destroyed. Now, the article concluded also that while support for the strikes has grown, most Americans are cautious about escalation and prefer diplomacy over war. An analysis published by the New York Times asked a very important question, and that is, will America's preemptive strike on Iran discourage other countries from pursuing a nuclear weapon, or just the opposite? The analysis highlights the debate that took place after the American strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities regarding the impact of these strikes. It goes on to say that some experts warn that Iran and other countries might now see nuclear weapons as the only protection against attack, especially after North Korea's example. In the days indeed following the strikes, support for nuclear development rose in places like South Korea, while Japan debated new security options. The piece points out that while Trump hoped to show strength, the lesson for many may be the opposite. In a world of unreliable alliance, having a nuclear weapon may seem more necessary than ever. The New York Times also published a news analysis on how Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has used his recent success against Iran, including persuading the U.S. to strike its nuclear sites. He's used it to strengthen his political position at home. Now, after 18 months of war in Gaza and low poll numbers, Netanyahu's bold moves against Iran in late June 2025 have boosted his popularity and given him more room to maneuver. Now, with strong public support and a broader mandate for his negotiators in Gaza ceasefire talks, Netanyahu could potentially end the war and still win re-election. The article points out that while his hardline coalition partners still resist compromise, Netanyahu may wait until after the summer recess to make any big decisions, hoping his new security credentials will last long enough to secure his future. The Times of Israel reported today on envoy Steve Witkoff's latest statements to Fox News, in which he announced that the U.S. and Iran have begun preliminary peace talks, both directly and also through intermediaries. Witkoff said the discussions are promising and expressed confidence in reaching a comprehensive peace deal soon. The report also quoted Witkoff, who insisted the U.S. strikes set Iran's nuclear program back for years, despite leaked intelligence suggesting only a months-long or some months-long delay. Also, the piece points out that while the White House claims total destruction of Iran's nuclear facilities, experts and media reports question this, as we have already mentioned, noting some sites may have survived. The report concludes that as a fragile ceasefire holds, both sides are now focused on diplomacy over further conflict. And we'll end with the Wall Street Journal, which published an exclusive report on how the Israel-Iran conflict has led to a rapid shift in China's energy strategy. Now, in just days, as tensions spiked and Iran threatened to close the Strait of Hormuz, China, which gets a third of its gas from the Middle East, began urgently considering a stalled deal with Russia for the power of Siberia 2 gas pipeline. The timeline shows that after years of talks, the recent conflict pushed Beijing to seek alternatives to risky Middle Eastern imports, even as a ceasefire was announced. The report also points out that while Russia wants a fast track to the pipeline, especially before Putin's September visit to China, disagreements over price and ownership remain unresolved. The piece concludes that the crisis has accelerated China's timeline for diversifying its energy sources. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to the Dressing Room Podcast with Al Arabiya News. This is a little bit different today. We've got some questions in from the fans, and yes, we are going to be answering them. Part one of this, we're going to go with
some questions that have been sent in. Some questions
that's been sent in, because we're looking at this as a fans forum.
Yeah,
you know?
okay.
Like the fans, it's for the peoples. So, look, there's a question that's been sent in. One of them is, if you could add or remove one rule from football, what would it be and why?
Oh, great question. Great question. Do you want to go first, Bridget?
Do you want to go first? I've got one.
I had a few ideas, really.
Go on, I like your idea. You always come up with some genius sometimes.
I wouldn't call it genius. I can't remember I heard this one about the playoffs.
Yeah.
About having a playoffs for the relegation.
What do you mean?
So
it's like a playoff
for who's going up,
right?
Have a playoff for who's going down.
Oh wow,
that's harsh.
I know, but I can't remember I heard that. But I heard that one the other day. But another one would be.
That's a good idea.
But you know what? That'd be exciting.
That'd be exciting.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah.
Good.
So basically, for example, if we finish in the bottom four,
say the bottom two
four
go down.
Yeah, and then
bottom two go down.
Or you could do like bottom four playoff, or the bottom,
or even better. Yeah, bottom two go down. Yeah,
the next
then the next four
semi-final.
So Tottenham and Tottenham Man
and
United,
the losers go to the final.
Yeah.
The winners go on holiday. The losers got another game.
Oh my god! Yeah, that would be
an interesting one, wouldn't it?
That would be good.
An interesting one. Another one was, you know, dive in and all the theatrical stuff. It's a straight red, get off, and a week's wages.
Oh, shit it. So
yeah, but
who's calling the dive?
It
Who's
ruins
calling
the game.
Who's calling the dive?
Just have some expert who can tell he's made a meal of that.
We're supposed to have experts and he's not working out for us.
Get a proper expert. Take all that out of the game. All the theatrical stuff.
Yeah, theatrical stuff.
Yeah,
rather
theatrical.
than
Rolling around and holding his ankle, but he's like rolled round 5 times. I don't know that much rolling around on the floor, mate.
You're old school.
I'm with you. No. I'm with you. I want to put an asterisk on that, though, because I remember I got a penalty against Arsenal, right? And I know I dribbled in. I think I went past Lauren, and I know that I didn't dive. Right, I know there was. But when I was looking at these angles, I think I've said this story before, and it was like where I was going to say I was moving at such great speed. People didn't watch me play. No, that wasn't the case. But it was like my foot was on the ground as I turned my ankle, and it just clipped the back of my ankle, and it was enough to take me down. But you could barely see. You had to like zoom in. Like I wasn't making a meal about it, so for dive-ins, I think can be.
You can tell if someone's made a meal of it.
But when they're rolling round, and you know that's not that.
So basically, you're getting sent off for rolling around. That's harsh, isn't it? No, that's harsh.
No, but listen, we've all bad injuries, right, in our career, right? When you're hurt, you don't roll around.
No.
That's one sign. Look for that. If you a player of your team. And you're watching your team and they go down and they don't move and they just hold their leg like that and they don't move.
Or it's that one when they're down and they're jumping in the air.
Mate, there's some belters, isn't there?
Oh, mate, it does your head in. Or maybe like the ice hockey rule.
Scrap it up.
I don't even know if it's a rule, but you know when there's like handbags?
Oh, yeah.
No, mate, you're having it.
Yeah.
Physio comes on with boxing gloves.
Wouldn't it? It stopped that.
Oh, imagine that. Physio comes on with boxing gloves, get you ready for a tear-up.
Yeah.
That would be sick. That would be.
Yeah.
That would just cut out everything. Separate the boys from the men.
And if you bring the gloves on, right, and one of them goes, "No, I don't really want to do it." Well, you should have done it in the first place, then, should you? It stopped people, and if you say no, you get a yellow card.
Right. So
do you know what? That
it stop all the like little shovey handbag stuff, wouldn't it?
I like it.
This has quickly descended into a farce. No, but it would. If we had a magic wand. But on a serious note,
I'd like to see it.
I'd like to see it for one. There'll be some rich geezer out there who go, let's just try. They do baller leagues with these these dopes playing football. Do you know what I mean?
Give us a serious one then.
Well, I'll give you a serious one, right? I think they should scrap the transfer window.
God, old school.
Go old school, mate. Like if you want
anytime, any place.
Anytime, any place. You could be playing for Spurs one week and you could be at Real Madrid the next week.
Oh, so you can transfer when you want.
Anytime.
Oh, even better.
Yeah.
The player don't even get a say.
No, that's a bit harsh.
Well, that's what happens. That's what happens in the NBA.
Yeah, no.
Is it the NBA or when they get traded? You not got a say,
mate. Traded. When I was one of the things when I was in America. You speak to the lads, Coley, and they're like. But think about it, great, but think about the reality of it, right? There's a player, he's playing for Tampa Bay Rowdies, his missus is working at the local Specsavers.
Yeah.
His kids go to local school. He comes into training one day and he goes,
right,
mate, you're off to Kansas City. He's got and it's like
up and leave.
There's your plane ticket. So I've seen the actual reality of that. It's horrendous.
You can't start a family.
I wouldn't want that.
Yeah.
You got to start a family after your career. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, mate.
That's what will happen.
It's a bit harsh, Coley.
Well, that's why they get paid the big bucks.
When I took when I was assistant manager and my mate was the manager of Tampa, we was trading, right? So you actually think about buying, and it's an open market, so you can sign whenever you wanted. And we were trying to find players from all over the world to come in and help us. We weren't
great.
We weren't great, so we were trying to find players. And one of the things was, well, we can get rid of these lads, and these lads were my friends because I've been playing for them. Like, well, I'm not. They don't want to leave Tampa, even though they're not playing, and go to.
It's a lovely place as well.
Do you know what I mean? So I was like, we had to make a moral decision and go, no, we can't. Even though it would have benefited us because. To get rid of 3 or 4 of them,
mate. I'd have got rid of them.
It would have, yeah. I know you think that, but I know what you like. When you'll have to get them in the office and go.
Well, if there's money on the table for me, I'm getting rid of them.
You wouldn't, Coley. You wouldn't.
They got to go.
You wouldn't. I know you wouldn't. I know you wouldn't.
I wouldn't. I'm just being harsh. Well, so that would be your one, yeah?
That would be my one, because I think it
window.
excites. Imagine how
no
exciting.
No window.
Imagine kids. Do you remember the days you used to wake up and like... And remember Andy Cole went to Man United?
Yeah.
And you're at school, and I was like wow,
yeah,
like, it can happen. Like,
the element of surprise.
Any day you wake up and Mbappe could sign for your team.
Oh, imagine.
Do you know what I mean?
The deal just got done. No one knew about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be good, actually. That'd make it more exciting. Yeah. It's just random, innit?
Yeah.
And it might actually might make it more interesting and fair. For some teams as well. There might be a player that's not playing regularly, but he's a fantastic, like Grealish, for instance.
Jack,
he's not playing regularly, but then he could just do a trade.
Not going where you don't have to wait so long.
Don't have to wait until, and then that element of like surprise is gone, and then he has to go to a certain team because it has to happen. Yeah. Like, with this one, it could go, they need a right winger or a left winger. Yeah. It's time to go.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Pack your bags.
Yeah.
That'd be quite good.
I like that.
I do like that.
Okay.
My one would be... I haven't thought this one through, but I'm going to go... Do you know when the referees, let it play on? Like, the linesman lets it play on.
Yeah.
Like,
what, from a offside?
So there's... You can blatantly see it's offside, and he still lets it go.
Oh, everyone hates that call.
Play on, and he crosses the ball, and then he blows up.
Yeah.
I'm like, hold on a minute. Like that in that window, there could have been a gap where there could have been an injury.
Yes.
Or sometimes when the referee watches it play, and there's a blatant foul there, and he lets it play on a little bit more, and then there's someone that clatters into someone, and that could have been a bad injury. I've seen it at Sunday League sides. They do practice this at Sunday League as well, you know, and I've seen it with the youth as well. It's mad. Like, how can you let it play on when... What are you practicing for? What are these referees practicing for? Like, they're not... I can understand it happen in the Premier League, because Premier League is... there's a lot more on the line there, but you can't be doing that in the grassroots. Like, don't let that happen. Don't let it seep into the game. Because it's messing up some boy's career. Because you'd let it go on, and you should have just blew the whistle, and now this boy's injured, and he's done his ACL or something like that, because it was something that was a blatant foul, and you could have just blew up right there and then.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It'll kill it. Like, and that referee, the linesman one, gets on my nerves as well, because why you let it play on? Everyone can see it's offside. And then you blow up and everyone goes, it's offside. 10 seconds later, then you play. Nah, come on, man. It's nonsense.
Yeah.
Is that a rant, or was that a suggestion?
That was a rant.
Is that a rant or a suggestion?
That's a rant.
First rant of the show. Some good suggestions, some wild suggestions. I thought Bridgie takes the biscuit there.
He wants
a tear up.
He wants a tear up.
He wants them to have a roll around.
It is stop it all. That's what it is. It is stop it all. Do you know what I mean?
It would stop it. Go on. All right then. All right.
What?
Which player? This ain't on the list. But which player was like proper mouthy, right, and would give it all? But if that rule come into play, when there's the gloves, go on. Who would
Robbie Savage?
Who would absolutely melt?
Robbie Savage.
For Savage would 100%.
Oh,
Robbie
wow.
Savage. Yeah. Oh, you'd like a tear up with him?
No, I wouldn't like a tear up with him, but I think he'd melt.
Do you reckon he'd melt?
He's a lovely guy.
He's a lovely guy, you know.
I know he is, but he'd melt.
As a footballer, though, like,
Sav's getting strays.
I got nothing against him, mate.
Okay.
Who else is there?
He's Welsh. Then Welsh boys.
No, go on then. You say it. Everything gets chucked at me these days.
Do you know why? Because you just say how it is.
You brought him up. I was just thinking.
I just thought.
I said, do you know one guy you used to like wind me up a little bit? Gary Neville.
Yeah,
but I love Gary. I think Gary's great. And another one who I met actually at Sam Palmer's wedding, Azo Cesc. Lovely guy.
Yeah.
Got on really well with him, but
he was mouthy back in the day.
He used to annoy me to play against. So good, obviously, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was quite annoying to play. He's a great lad.
Great player.
Great player. Good lad.
I've only seen
what current player would you like to have a tear up with?
Oh,
that gets on your nerves now.
Don't really want to tear up.
I don't want to tear up.
Do you know? I'll tell you.
He's obviously got someone in mind. Throw it at him.
No, I don't want to have a tear.
That's not what you just said.
I'll kill him. There's no need for it. But
back in the day, you're not an aggressive person.
No. Back in the day, I would have. I'd have had to have a go with Bellas.
Yeah.
Bellas are definitely, because some of the abuse that he was shouting at people, and I think he's a lovely guy though.
Yeah.
He's a lovely guy, but if I didn't know him, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. He's one of them players, and you want him on your team, you hate playing against him.
Mate,
Same
as
Sav, really.
People, he can batter some
I've heard
people.
him on the pitch.
There's one. Did you see the Jamie Carragher one?
No.
I think it was Robbie Fowler or something.
Yeah.
I remember him telling the story the other day. I think Carragher must have shouted something at Robbie Fowler.
Yeah.
And Bellas looked round and went, "Mate, you couldn't even lace his boots." he would ruin people like that.
Oh, he does. He's so
Jamie
sharp.
Carragher telling the story.
Yeah, he's so sharp as well.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
couldn't even lace his boots. I can imagine him saying it as well. Like,
Yeah, he batters people.
Hey, what a player he was as well.
He was
a great player.
But I would. Today, I'm still carrying on.
Sorry.
I'm not finished.
You're on one today.
But
He is on one.
I would talk about current player.
Yeah.
But until I saw this interview with him,
Go on.
yeah,
We might get through 2 questions at this rate.
I saw this interview with him, and it opened me up my heart to him. I was like,
Go on.
I like this guy now. I
Go
love
on.
him. How
Go
could I
on.
have been so evil and have these evil thoughts?
Go on.
Cucurella. Cuckoo.
Yeah.
He was an annoying player.
Yes, yeah. He's
Do
in
you know what
that
it is?
bracket, isn't he?
He's
Yeah,
in
yeah.
that. He's in that bracket because he's hearty, isn't he? He's full-blooded in the game, and he was having a mare at one stage.
Yeah.
And then his hair's all flapping about. I think it's his hair. It's
Yeah,
his
yeah,
hair.
yeah, it's his hair.
Do you know what it is? It's not. I got nothing against the boy. It's just his hair.
Yeah.
Because
I don't mind his hair.
He's got big hair in it. I've got none.
Yeah.
So that's probably what it is. Deep down inside, I want his hair.
Yeah. I'd love his hair. I'd love his hair.
Yeah, so I'd like to have a tear up with him for his hair.
Hair on the line.
Yeah. He could make a good company in it for weave.
Yeah.
Chop his hair off and sell
Who's
it.
he looks like the Marge Simpson's sisters. He's got that vibe, doesn't he? Do you know what I mean? He's got that. You know, they're always having this.
If he dyed it blue, he'd definitely be a part of that Simpson gang.
Another one of it. He's in the bracket of top player like Craig Bellamy. You want him on your team.
Him on your team,
but against you, he would wind you up. He'd be one of them. He'd probably get me sent off. And
yeah, he would.
You
go next to him and he'll be on the floor like that.
Yeah,
and his
yeah.
hair,
And then
it's his hair that does it, and everyone think you've pushed him a lot, but you haven't. He's just flicked his hair back.
Yeah,
and he's a good player as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Should we go next one? This is a good one for us because we got a little hit. The other day, our Michael Jackson, Bob Marley comparison got a lot. There was a lot of that. There's a lot of pushback on that. But what music? I'll come to you first, Bridgie. What music did you listen to before a game, and what are your favourite music artists now? I don't know who this is from, but it's a great question.
I'd probably say most of it in the dressing room was always a bit of hip hop garage. I would have thought back in the day. I think.
Yeah,
I would have said.
Yeah,
sometimes
loving it.
Some of the African lads always put a little bit on though.
Yeah.
They always put some good tunes on, some like good vibe tunes.
But there must be a song because there must be a song that takes you back to
into
a particular
frame
time because that's what music does to me. It takes me back
to a frame of mind.
Yeah, or a particular season.
There is, to be honest.
I want to throw one at you from our time at Chelsea because we had the old CD and everyone had to choose a track.
Yeah.
And I'd never listened to Biggie before because I was strictly
Biggie always got played.
I was strictly like guitar, like Oasis,
acoustic.
I was like, and then so I sort of swerved all of that, but then Biggie, Juicy come on.
Dream.
That takes me back to the first season.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Like just because it was something like
I used to read Word Up magazine.
It seemed to be like as soon as we won a game, bang, it was on. Then I'm just there. I'm walking around. I could be anywhere in
bowling.
I'm just like
bowling
in my head.
around.
I'm in Compton. Gold
Brilliant.
chains.
Do you know what? Yeah,
that was a great tune.
That was that was a great tune to like plug yourself into because the thing about it is it's the words, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's like you've come a long way.
The
basically.
struggle. Yeah.
The teachers never used to believe in me, but look
Never
at me now.
of it.
Look at me now. It's a brilliant song.
Pictures on my wall.
Yeah, it's brilliant track.
Go on, Coley.
Yeah, I used to like funky house, innit?
Yeah.
Funky house. Make the body move. Bit of garage, you know what I mean?
That was always played, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Always,
garage is like, that's like the go-to, innit?
Yeah.
Gets this upbeat, like, but I used to love a bit of Aerosmith.
Yes.
No, I didn't. I wanted a better reaction from you.
Yeah.
So there,
no, we know you're cultured, mate.
Yeah.
We've seen you.
No,
Listen, I've seen you in the mosh pit at Kasabian. I know you're in.
That's true.
That's you're in the vibes.
Who are
There's
your
more to come.
favourite music artists now? I like a bit of everything, to be honest.
So you're Bob,
like,
man.
Yeah, I know, I do love Bob, but like this morning I would have listened. I had a bit of Oasis on, a bit of Stone Roses, a bit of Bob Marley, Marvin Gaye, General Levy, Barrington Levy. Like,
that's a range.
I like a bit of everything, you know.
What,
a bit of dance
on one playlist?
music.
Yeah.
I just end up just choosing something else.
okay.
You know, I got the train up, so long journey.
He's this guy.
Are you random? Are you just random? Are you? Was it shuffle? You put it on shuffle?
No, I don't really. I kind of pick a track and then I think I'm in the mood for this now.
Oh, is it?
I change up, yeah.
So you're
So there might be a bit of dance in there. Like my favourite DJ at the moment is Fortet. I love Fortet.
Yeah.
I think he's sick. You lot haven't been yet, but you're going to be. You're
going to change my world.
You're going to listen to him soon. Don't worry.
It's funny.
Good.
It's funny to talk about. Like, I picked up my daughter from a party the other day, and 3 of her friends were in the back, and she went, "Can I put the music on?" And I'm just like, "Go on then, babe." But it's just like, she put this girl on, Billie Eilish, depressing. I was going, "Come on, let me like put
lift it up a bit.
Lift it up, right?" So I put on some 90s rave classics. Car was bouncing.
Bouncing.
I wanna give you devotion.
Oh yeah, tune. That's a tune, by the way.
That's the same. You know, like see when you're in a car with your family, and you're driving, and you're the selector, and you're like, do you know what? You're testing, so you use the mirror to see the kids at the back, and then you're like, okay, let me put this one on, see what they think. Put it on, and then see if you get a reaction.
The DJ.
Man's DJing while driving, trying to get the crowd going in your car. Like, what are we doing here? So I done this the other day, same thing. I've gone, do you know what? Let me put some Michael Jackson on.
Okay.
Mate, Beat It came on, right?
Yeah.
Them boys knew what was going on. They knew every word. I didn't know they knew Michael Jackson like that.
Mate, classics are classics.
So look, I was quite impressed.
I don't know if I said this story the other week, but did I say my youngest went on a camping thing with school, and in the evening they go, right, every one of the kids goes, "What music do you like?" And they'll be like, whatever. Right, so come to my 9-year-old, and he's got he says, I said, "What did you ask for?" Did he just put on? He went, "Dad, they didn't put my song on." I went, "What do you mean?" He went, "Well, I asked for cigarettes and alcohol."
What? Oh my God!
I was just like, I was gone.
No way.
I don't think they was expecting that.
No, they wasn't.
But he was gutted, right? Because he likes Oasis. Because I have it on.
Oh, that's brilliant. That is brilliant.
Brilliant.
Do you want to go to the next question?
Yeah. I think we've.
Who is the best player ever in your position? So, what is your favourite position? So you saying you're a 10 or you're a
10?
winger?
I played centre mid when I was coming through West Ham. Most of the time, centre mid, 10, right wing, left wing.
Anyone who's an attacking player with a bit of flair, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd say, and I'll probably get a lot of stick for this, but I think the player that I played in my era, who I thought was the best, was most similar to me. I'm not going to say I'm as good as him before anyone jumps on me, but
disclaimer.
Yeah, disclaimer. But Iniesta was the best of my type of footballer I'd seen. He was just like, I loved the way he manoeuvred the ball, controlled it. Sometimes he was deep, sometimes he'd score a goal, sometimes he had everything. And do you know what as well, Coley? When you play against him, I don't know if you played against him, Bridgie, but he was so strong. He was so strong. He had this ability to, like, I don't know, these Latin players, they got it. And I loved him. And then so he was the best of my era, I think. And I think the best player, English player that I've ever seen in my position was Gaza. Like, mate, I can remember the moment watching him thinking, I'd love to do that.
Is Iniesta your type of player though? Would you say?
I don't know.
I'd say Gaza more than
maybe
Iniesta. They're different, right?
Yeah. Well, both attacking midfielders, but the game had changed. Gaza was like Gaza was of a different era.
Yeah.
So the rhythm of the football was different. Iniesta, to do what he done in he's 5 years younger than me, 3-4 years younger than me. I think he's best. But Gaza, I think Gaza's the best player we've ever produced. I think.
What about Ronaldinho?
No.
Yeah,
England's
England. I know. But I'm just saying. What about Ronaldinho?
Ronaldinho changed the game for me. Ronaldinho was the point in which he brought this street flair to the world. Do you know what I mean? Do you remember the game where
which I'd say, for me, I don't know, it might be, but that was more you.
Yeah.
Ronaldinho, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, no, Ronaldinho maybe, yeah. Yeah, I love Ronaldinho.
Yeah, I'd say you're right, Bridgie.
I love Ronaldinho.
I'd go down the road. It's funny how people look at themselves as a player, isn't it? Well, that's quite interesting to hear you say that, because I would have you down more of that number 10 rather than because Iniesta
a bit deeper.
He's more getting the ball off. Sometimes he gets the ball off the centre half.
Yeah, but Carly, for the first 4 years of my career, I was doing. I remember going up against like the great players, like centre mid, like me and like going up against Roy Keane or going up against Stevie or Patrick Vieira. When everyone
that's because of the formation. Yeah,
that's what I mean. So I wasn't like, and then Ronaldinho was sort of like, he was like a left 10, wasn't he? He was just like, right, you stay out there, we'll deal with all this. Yeah. And so like the game, like that's what I'm saying. The game changed.
Yeah.
But
different formation, different tactic, different styles.
Go on. So I think what this person's saying, best player ever in your position is the best player ever.
I'm
similar
number
to you, because number 9 can be Romario, or it can be Erling Haaland. There's like Suarez. There's lots of different ways of doing it. In your style of play,
my style of play,
like So you was a target man. Held the ball well, scored goals. Who was the best?
I used to love players like Batistuta.
Yeah.
And then you look at Batistuta, you look at Christian Vieri. Yeah, those type of players. Then you look at Les Ferdinand.
Sir Les.
Sir Les.
Yeah, good player he was.
Les Ferdinand. And then, even broader, you got to go to R9.
Yeah.
The Ronaldo. That's the pinnacle, isn't it? Like,
he doesn't get enough respect for me, R9.
What? I think he does. I think he's... Because remember, his career wasn't as long as it should have been because of injury. And imagine a fit... Like... The technology that's around today to keep players fit. Yeah. Imagine he had that at his disposal. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's a machine. He was a machine back then.
Just unbelievable.
Like, he made me fall in love with the number 9 role.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? In the team, because he could do everything.
I even contemplated. No, his hair in the '98.
Oh, everyone did.
I was like, that's a bad haircut.
It's just like,
and he was so good.
He was so good. He's like, that's a cool haircut. It was a bad haircut, wasn't it? Really?
Yeah.
Like, just bald and then just a triangle at the front.
It's mad.
What is that?
It's mad that kids are going to getting it done as well.
Mate,
my mum
kids from different races. That's the thing about it. Just a little. What are you doing, bruh? And it's the summer holidays and everyone's got R9 patch.
This is how footballers influence fashion, right? Me and my little brother wanted a rat's tail like Roberto Baggio, and I think I wanted the art, and my mum's just gone, no, I'm not paying the £5 to the barbers and letting them destroy her.
Do you know what I used to... Oh, mate, I swear down, yeah? There was one I wanted.
Go on.
And that's why I love Sir Les. Yeah? And even Sol Campbell.
Yeah.
They had, it was like... It was bald, from here.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, it was like a little peak.
Yeah.
It was like a little peak that just really...
I remember.
Is it like a little flat top?
Yeah, but it wasn't, because it was like bald hair still. But then it was just like a little peak that just came from there. I was like, I'm going to get that. I might have a chance if I get that. I want to be Sol. I want to be Les. Those guys brought that trim to fold.
Yeah.
And then we saw R9.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, my boys were rocking that before you, bruv. But they done it neater because they had a little fade. It faded in. It was nice blend, you know what I mean? But those so I haven't said the best player yet, and it's got to be, it's R9. R9 definitely is the best in my position.
Bridget?
Best in my... I think it's pretty easy, really. I think you got Ash, Carlos and Maldini.
Very different.
Yeah, all very different.
All three of them very different.
But all great at that position.
Who would you go with, though?
It's Carlos or Ash, isn't it, really?
Really?
Not
Maldini.
Maldini.
Well, it's in terms of like the bombing forward.
Yeah.
The bombing forward. Don't get me wrong, Maldini, unbelievable. But in terms of like, unbelievable. But like, in terms of like getting up and down, Ash and
Roberto Carlos.
I think you kind of have, ain't you, because of like
these
the
goals.
World Cup winner and all
everything
that.
and all that. But Ash was unbelievable,
Yeah,
mate.
of course
Like,
he was.
I know I've heard of Carlos saying like how good Ash was. Do you know what I mean? Everyone knows how good he is.
Do you know what? I've met him a few times, Carlos, on a few
I've met him a couple of
Soccer-Aid and
times.
done a few. He's been
Lovely guy, isn't it?
Lovely
I
man.
think most Brazilians are.
Mate, yeah, like you know, like
even R9 met him. He was lovely as well.
He came to Football Escapes.
Yeah, Football Escapes. I did with Roberto Carlos came
With Bobby Zamora.
Yeah. Shout out the boys, but he was such a nice. And he tell you what, his daughter was joined in the. She's what a good player she is as well. I think she's at Real Madrid. His daughter.
Is it?
Yeah. She's starting her career. But what a guy! The only thing I would say with Paolo, I'd actually put Paolo Maldini above them both.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the reason I would be doing that is because I think Paolo, not only was one of the best left backs, when he went to centre half, he was one of the best centre halves in the world as well. He was winning Champions Leagues at 39.
Yeah.
So, but
you made me choose. For me, it's our choice.
All right,
but
okay.
yeah.
All right.
Sorry,
hold on a
I put
minute.
3 up there.
I agree with Cohen. I think I'll go with Paolo.
You got to go with Paolo?
Yeah. I mean, none of you agree with me, Iniesta, so I'm good. All right, Ronaldinho.
Well, Iniesta, you're not an Iniesta type of player. I don't know where you're coming from, man.
I love
you need to take that out of your head. You're more of a Ronaldinho, dude. Because I remember you was doing all these flicks and tricks. I know you was doing that at centre of the pitch. Remember that? The final. Was it the final? Was it semi-finals? In the
final.
It was shown in the cup. Was it FA Youth Cup?
Yeah.
And that, mate, that was the first time I laid eyes on you.
Yeah.
That sounds a little bit iffy, but that's when I saw Joe Cole.
Yeah.
When the ball, there was one thing you done, right? The ball come and you flicked it like that with like the inside of your. Was it the outside or was it
outside of the boot over the player's head and then the Rabona on the half volley through ball?
My gosh.
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
Very crazy.
So that's when I saw Joe Cole. I was like, he's the best in the country. There's no one better than him.
I love the beauty of football. I do love it.
You was playing with so much imagination back then.
Now you'd seen where my mind goes now with podcasting. You know where it comes from,
I know where, proper.
Yeah. That's a man that's taken over his ADHD and made it work for him.
yeah, that's true.
Right. Here's one for you.
Go on.
Come to you first, Joe. Who was the toughest opponent you faced?
See, that's good. People always ask me this, and because I played in multiple different positions, it's.
I guess it's who you have your toughest game.
Yeah, toughest game. Patrick Vieira.
Yeah.
Centre mid. Yeah. I was a mascot at times. Like he was just like I was 18. He was the best midfielder in the world at the time, and it was just like, like you're just trying to football's problem solving, isn't it? And he was a problem.
A big problem.
It's a big problem. Like, I'm looking up at him like that, and I'm like. So I ended up like I'm trying to dribble
you weren't going to solve him out. No, you ain't going to solve that. That's a puzzle you cannot solve.
Yeah. He had this thing where he'd knock it past you, and he'd like.
Oh yeah. The hook.
The hook. Yeah, he hooked me, and I went home that night and turned the lights off and had a little word with myself about that's the best in the world. I've got, and he's
got a long way.
Got a long way to go. I've got to try and work it. But he was just brilliant, and what a man!
Yeah,
what a
lovely,
great guy.
Humble man.
Him, great guy.
Yeah, that
really
is
nice
actually
guy.
true. Yeah, Patrick Vieira. I remember coming across him.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, at Highbury.
Yeah. Mate, Highbury's even worse. It's a tight pitch. It was like it was designed
He's
for
so
him.
big, and he's on a tiny pitch.
Yeah.
And he just got around every blade of grass. And even he affected us as a striker. What was he doing on top of me?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I remember there's a picture of I was playing for Charlton on loan, and I remember that getting past him, but just got past him, and you can see he's sliding on the floor, right? And you can just see how big he's. I'm going to get the picture out. We'll get it out, Chef, yeah? There's like I'm wearing a yellow kit and I'm bombing, or I might be wearing the red. I don't know. I can't remember, but I just remember him.
Yeah.
He just looked evil, but he's sliding. He just looks like he wants to do damage.
Yeah.
Like, and it's a still photo, and you just look at it, you think, did he get away or not? I remember I did get away, by the way. I did get away, but just by the skin of my... It's like a cheetah?
Yeah.
Was it
Discovery Channel when you're watching the thing,
it's like a cheetah.
Just missing.
Yeah, he's the cheetah. I'm the gazelle. Yeah, I'm just getting away. Just. Yeah. So and the Wildlife Channel, it would actually be quite interesting to see how many times I got away. I didn't get away much.
Lion, and you're the buff,
mate. Yeah, I wasn't the buff back then. I was a gazelle.
You got any others?
Who was the toughest opponent you faced?
Me? Oh, mate, do you know what? I find it really hard to just pick one.
Cristiano?
No, look, I always mentioned Sean and Aaron Lennon before.
You have mentioned them,
just because of the speed of it. You know, another one you could chuck in there was Dyer. I think with Kieran Dyer, he was good engine, so like that was part of my game, his way up and down. He always stuck with it, always worked hard. And he was a real good player. I think injuries.
Yeah, he was a good player.
Very intelligent.
He could have done a lot more, but he had a lot of injuries. I think, you know, he could have gone on to be even better if it wasn't for injuries.
Definitely.
I think. And then obviously I've talked about Mahrez before, which is at the end of my career.
End of your career,
yeah. Who for me, I was just like, it was mad to just just change a direction or you know. I couldn't put my finger on it. I don't know if it was... I was glad he went on to do really well.
Right.
Because the drop of the shoulder he had and the little chop, and I was just like... I couldn't figure out what was so good about this chop.
Yeah.
But he just had it in the bag.
Yeah, like a Chrissy Waddle type chop where it wasn't... He used to do it... Like, even doing it slower.
It wasn't even that quick, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
It was mad.
Yeah.
And then there was one other player I'd probably give a mention to who was, when you would say tough, just horrible to play against. And he used to come over to my side all the time, Kevin Davis.
Very different style
to
mate,
Riyad Mahrez. They'd stick the ball up on me, be up of his elbows, and do you know what he did? When he was chasing... When he had a bit of pace about him, and he's a lump, isn't he?
Yeah.
So when he's chasing you down, mate, you can feel it coming.
It's like, big lads, you can
what are you going to say there? Why did you look at me for?
He was about to say like the buffalo.
What I was going to say was Stampede.
I knew it.
It was and he'd always...
these type of players.
He'd always leave a bit on you as well.
This guy, I don't even know why he's come for me for. I didn't.
Just a bit heavy-footed.
No, big guys.
Listen, I weigh like 14 stone. Well, my fighting weight was about 12 and a half, 13 stone.
Really?
Yeah, I was a big.
Why did you sound so heavy?
You weren't that heavy, were you? Quite slim.
Yeah, but I'm big boned. I got the bone density. Density.
I've got to say something here. I'm just reminded.
Here we go.
The only time I've ever seen this man angry, right? In Dubai, right? We was with Big Sam.
Oh, what happened?
You remember it when I tell you, right? And we was having a night out and we had a Big Sam used to go there and he said, let our hair down. But we had to train one day, which was unusual, right? So we come in from the night out, and you're like, sweating lads go, oh God, he's put a keep ball in, right? And I've known how strong he is, right? We've gone for the ball with him. I've gone, right, I'm gonna body him in. So I've gone bang, done him right, and wherever I think he's had a few drinks the night before, he couldn't break his fall, so he ate the grass.
Didn't put his hands down.
And I was like, and I'll just stop.
It's not true, Bridget. It's not true. It's not true. He's over-egging this.
Nose has gone, wow, I've got his head the ground. And we used to have a groundsman called Dougie who had one of them diggers. You know the ones that used to put the holes in the ground? Yeah. And I thought, I've made him like Dougie's digger.
Man. This guy, he's chatting bears. You're talking mess. It didn't work out like that. No. He's trying to say I was angry. I wasn't angry. I was laughing. This is what happened.
No, we asked you.
A little bit upset. Not angry, a little bit upset.
I was chuffed for the lad. He's never taken a buffalo out before. I gave him his chance. He caught me while I was weak. No, this is what happened. So, no, we did have a night out. It was all a bit delicate. I remember it. and the turf was a little bit it wasn't steady.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I think they just laid it. So what happened was, like, you know, sometimes, Bridget, you're not expecting a barge. Like, we're playing keep ball with that. We're like, what are we doing here? So we're playing keep ball.
He was like that, Joe. He
lined me up. This guy lined me up, yeah. I'm like feeling delicate. I'm thinking, nah, just touch and move, like, pass it here, outside the boot, flicks and tricks. Carlton Cole flicks and tricks. Anyway, then this geezer from nowhere, I've just got the ball there, and I think we're going for it. And then he's just gone, and I'm like, whoa! And I'm like, I start falling. I'm thinking, what's that for? So this guy's come with violence. I'm not expecting it, so I couldn't even brace myself. Then get on this.
You were quite violent on the pitch, weren't you?
No, but there's no need for it, though, Bridgie. There was no need to do that. And then he had the audacity to laugh at me because I'm on the floor like that.
He had grass in his teeth.
Stop lying! Why are you spicing it up? And then obviously you got gnomes going,
it's always worse when all the lads start
because they know that they thought that was going to actually hurt me, and I was like, there was just no need for it. And he's going, look, Coley,
did it hurt you a little bit?
It didn't.
No, it hurt you inside a little bit.
I was chuffed for the lad, mate. I was so happy for him that he got one up on a big player. He's usually getting bullied. He's usually dugging the digger.
We've seen it,
mate.
Dougie's digger.
Dougie's digger.
Do you know what? I've named quite a few. You'd be up there as well with one of them. You definitely.
Oh, God.
I've named quite a few, to be fair. It goes show that, like, this plays good players. I think it's good ones.
I'll tell you one I just thought of
for West Ham, Trev Sinclair.
Trev, yeah.
Do you know what he had in the locker? He had that little bum thing.
Yeah.
Where he just like bummed you off. He was so good at it. And he shuffled around and stuff like that. He did, didn't he? He was so good at it, though. Yara had that in the locker as well.
Yeah, Yara had that as well.
You get close to the sideline, he just do that with his bum and shuffle you away.
The Beyonce.
He's backing up on you like that. Gets away, you.
When they go to the gym, he's just doing pure glutes.
No, he was good, Trev. Trevor's a good player, mate.
Best twerker in the village.
Right, before we finish, right, we've had a message from Adam Powney.
We've had a few from
We've
him.
had a few, yeah. He wants you boys. He wants us to go to Benidorm and do karaoke. It's possible, Adam. It's very possible.
Go on, lads.
What would your karaoke song be, Bridgie? Well,
I ain't got a clue, really. I think I'm rubbish at choosing a song. If it's the end of the night, bit of Oasis, Champagne Supernova.
Bringing it down.
Like
bringing
that,
it home.
bringing it down.
Yeah.
But if not, you've got to pick an upbeat one, ain't you? And you've got to have everyone joining in.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what
You were just in a karaoke bar the other day. What was it?
Oh, no, I did loads. But some of the songs I wanted, they weren't on there.
Really?
Yeah.
Random.
Yeah, there's a bit of NWA going on in there.
Is it?
But they didn't have the song that I wanted on there. Yeah, I don't know. I have to have a think. What would you go for?
I'd go for...
It's choosing the right song, innit, for karaoke. It's going to get everyone joining in.
Is it? No, I thought just for yourself.
So.
Mate, well, listen, I'm in my own
joining in, I think.
Rock and Roll Star.
Rock and Roll Star's a good one.
I did it at my wedding. We had like an after party back at the hotel and karaoke, and it was like a little stage, lights. I thought, you know what I mean? I'm up there giving it all that. People bouncing. I thought I was on stage.
Probably an Oasis, Supersonic.
Yeah.
Or a Wonder. But it's the crowd that you're with as well, I think, that takes what you end up choosing.
Play to the crowd.
Yeah. What about you?
Reggae.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of
I reckon a bit of R. Kelly,
bit of Garnet Silk.
Believe I Can Fly.
Yeah,
I've seen you do that one.
Maybe a little bit of Barrington, you know. I've done the Believe I Can Fly thing. Yeah. But yeah, everyone knows an R. Kelly song. But but he's cancelled, so we're not allowed to talk about it.
The next time we go to a festival, I wonder if they will have a karaoke tent.
I doubt it.
Really?
No.
I think that'd be a good idea, but there you go. Anyway.
We could go to a karaoke bar.
That could be. We could put it on, yeah.
Yeah.
The dressing room.
Barrington Levy, yeah. What one are you going for?
Nah, do you know what? There's loads, man.
Ain't no mountain high enough?
That'd get everyone singing.
That's a good one.
That'd get everyone singing.
I don't know what
That'd get everyone joining in.
Michael Jackson, maybe.
Yeah, Michael, that's a good shout.
I'll tell you what the happiest song
Wanna be
is in the world.
starting something.
The happiest song in the world.
Jackie Wilson. Your love lifting me higher.
Yeah.
No, you can't not like that
Get
song.
everyone going, yeah. Get everyone going.
Yeah, that's a good song.
Well, anyway, that's all we've got time for in part one. You've been listening to The Dressing Room with our Arabiya News.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to The Dressing Room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Michael Oren, who is a historian, a former Israeli ambassador to the United States, and a former member of the Knesset. He joins us from Tel Aviv. Ambassador Oren, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. First of all, I just want to start by asking you, because on Saturday you gave an interview in which you said that your gut feeling was that the United States would become involved in the Israel-Iran war, which it did within a matter of hours of you making that comment, and we'll come back to that in just a moment. But do you think that brief US involvement with the bombing of the Iranian nuclear sites is really what drew a line under that 12-day war?
First of all, good to be with you, and thank you for complimenting my gut. It's good to know that sometimes it's accurate. It was a decisive move. Israel, over the course of many weeks, could have achieved the same thing with successive bombing raids against Fordo, Isfahan, and the Natanz facility, perhaps even with ground forces, with special forces. But there's also a tremendous symbolic weight to the president's decision. It sent an unequivocal message of America's commitment to Israel's security, America's commitment to the security of the Gulf. It sent a very powerful message to America's adversaries in the world. I would imagine that there were people in Beijing today who are saying, well, maybe we have to think twice before we attack Taiwan. Russia also took a step backward after President Trump gave the order to bomb Fordo. So in many ways, that action not only changed the balance of power in our region, it had global ramifications geopolitically.
Why were you so sure that President Trump was going to do what he did right then and not use those full 2 weeks that he said he might use to think about it? And then at the end of it, he could have simply got cold feet and said, we're going to do nothing.
I don't have a terrific answer because, in fact, if you look at the sort of the cold facts, they would seem to strongly militate against a decision by the president to act. The polls taken that week showed that close to 90% of the American public was against American military involvement against Iran. And you know about there were divisions within the White House, between the divisions within the MAGA movement, and isolationist part of that movement was very much against military involvement by the United States in Iran. And so the president really went against the odds, went against public opinion in a very major way. But at the end of the day, I think the president saw an opportunity. He likes winners. Israel was emphatically winning. He saw an opportunity to put an end to the war through American intervention. And look, it succeeded. Right now, we've got a ceasefire. The big question is what happens next, and what's going to be America's position if and when the Iranian regime comes back to the negotiating table.
Okay, well, let's talk about that a little further and bring into the fact that you've got this track record we've established for making accurate predictions. Are you confident that this ceasefire deal that was announced in the early hours of this morning, are you confident it's going to hold?
It depends on how you define hold. I'm sure that Iran will try to cheat, just like Hezbollah tries to cheat almost every day. And the Israeli military has to respond to those attempts and remind Hezbollah that we're watching very carefully. Now, Iran will try to cheat in various ways, and Israel will want to respond. The question is how much leeway will be given by the United States. We saw what happened today when we tried to respond to an Iranian missile attack on our southern city of Beersheba that killed 5 people. When Israeli jets took to the air, Donald Trump said, basically called them off and used some very harsh language in discussing Israeli decision-making. So we don't know. We don't know what our leeway is going to be, and we don't know what the red lines are. For example, the Iranian regime this morning declared victory and said they're going to start rebuilding the nuclear sites that had been damaged and start replenishing their missile arsenal. Will that constitute, in the eyes of the United States, a violation of the ceasefire? Is it a ceasefire in place? And such a notion exists in international law, in situ. But will that be the case? If not, will Iran be able to rebuild its military capabilities under the shield of a ceasefire? And that would be very difficult. It's a very similar situation that we face in Gaza with Hamas, that Hamas will use a ceasefire to rearm and reorganize, and Israel will have to pay a big price for that in the fast. It's one of the arguments used against those people who are against a ceasefire. And so that is yet to be seen. If, and this is a big if the situation is navigated successfully by the United States, what has transpired over the last 12 days can really be a transformative moment for the entire Middle East. The independence of Lebanon will be guaranteed. The independence of Syria will be guaranteed. A solution to Gaza can be found on the basis of demilitarizing the Gaza Strip and releasing all of Israel's hostages. Who knows, maybe in the future, under a different government, Iran will make peace with Israel. We will have a profoundly different Middle East. Or we could go back to a situation which is not all that different than what existed before October 7th, 2023, where Iran's nuclear capabilities will be capped, will be limited but not eliminated, and Iran will get sanctions relief and will use that money to reestablish its terrorist proxies and reclaim Syria as a colony.
You mentioned a change of government in Iran as being a possible outcome later on down the line. I mean, how vulnerable would you say the leadership in Iran is looking right now, and how likely do you think it is that there will be a change of leadership?
Well, I don't think it's going to be very likely in the short term. I don't know the degree to which opposition in Iran, and there is opposition in Iran, whether it's organized, whether in the current situation where many hundreds of thousands of people have fled from cities, certainly from Tehran, where there's no internet, whether such organization is possible. It is possible that a serious opposition can be mounted within the leadership as well, by elements within the IRGC, within the army, certainly. The army doesn't like the IRGC. It's a very weak army, however. We don't know. What is true, and I think that this would be hard to gainsay this, is that the weakness of the regime has been fully exposed. It has lost its proxies in Hamas and Hezbollah. It doesn't have the ring of fire anymore. It has been proven to be not just a paper tiger, but kind of a tissue tiger. And Israel has also struck down some of the tools of oppression in Iran. It has bombed the entrance to the Evin prison, where political prisoners have been held and tortured. I know some of them personally. And it has bombed the headquarters of the Basij, which is the paramilitary group that is used to suppress opposition very, very brutally. So I think that maybe people in the street, I don't know if they love the state of Israel and love what America and Israel have done in terms of bombing Iran, but it doesn't mean that they love the regime either and may not take steps to remove what has been now for decades a deeply corrupt, inefficient, wasteful regime that has spent countless billions of dollars building terrorist organizations, building nuclear facilities, and not spending that money on the people of Iran, on schools, hospitals, and infrastructure.
Just going back to the conflict, the 12-day conflict, I mean, what do you think would have happened had the US not got involved when they did? I mean, suffice to say, I mean, how much longer would it have dragged on for had President Trump not decided to take action on Saturday?
I think it would have dragged on for weeks. And then we were already into what I would call a war of attrition, not just between two militaries, but between two societies. And which one would surrender first? Now, we were causing significant damage to Iran, breakdown of electricity, breakdown of finances, banks, again, hundreds of thousands of people leaving their homes. But within Israel, we had no school. The economy was paralyzed. There was no travel. There were upwards of 150,000 Israelis who were stranded overseas. One of them being my son was stranded overseas. And that was also exacting a price, as were the daily rocket attacks, the missile attacks. And I'll tell you now, as someone I have children and grandchildren, going into these bomb shelters 1, 2, 3 times a day and night, and the building would shake with these explosions. It was extremely, extremely distressing. So it was a question of how long our society could hold out, how long their society could hold out, which would be the first to raise a white flag and say, okay, we're ready to go back to the negotiating table. And what the American intervention did was to break the cycle of the attrition and come in and really make basically a sea change in the struggle. Now, I have cautioned on Israeli media, I do a lot of Israeli commentary, is that, there's no such thing as a free lunch. That when the president makes that decision, he's going to come and make demands of the state of Israel. And
what sorts of demands? What sorts of demands, Ambassador, do you think he will be?
Well, one was that we, for example, when Iran fires a ballistic missile at Beersheba and kills 5 people, we're not going to go back and stage a major bombing reprisal against Iran. In the end, we took out a small radar installation, but it could have been much bigger. But I think down the line, the president, I think, here's a gut feeling. You want to hear a gut feeling? I think the president will revive his deal of the century, his two-state solution deal, which didn't succeed back when he first he tabled back in 2019. And full disclosure, I was one of the advisors on that program, and I've been predicting for a long time that it would come back. We haven't seen the last of it. And unfortunately, the Palestinians didn't discuss it. I think maybe this time they'll think a little bit differently about it. And that's going to put some serious challenges to the Israeli government, certainly the current Israeli government, which is quite right-wing, as you know. So we shall see. It is not the last we have heard or seen of Donald Trump, not just militarily, but diplomatically.
Yeah, I mean, so on the one hand, we're giving credit to Mr. Trump for being a catalyst, for bringing about a swift conclusion to the 12-day war. But on the other hand, I mean, I'm sort of getting the sense, not just from talking to you, but from talking to other people in Israel as well, that perhaps there was appetite for more fight, for more to be done, for more to, more striking while the iron was hot, so to speak. Do you think there is an element in Israel that feels like there was still a lot of work to be done, and this is a job not entirely finished?
Well, I think the Prime Minister came out and said that the IDF had achieved almost all of its military objectives. It's the way he could maybe signal that he doesn't want to continue. But I think the big proof is what happens next. And I'm reiterating what I said earlier, is that if Iran now moves to rebuild its capabilities, if it violates the ceasefire, what will be the response of Israel? What would be the response that the United States will allow Israel to have? And will ultimately the United States act as well?
We heard from the US president, and we didn't broadcast those exact comments, but he did make some pretty strong comments earlier on today as he boarded the plane for Europe for the NATO summit, using some strong language. It sounds like he's losing patience. Sounds like he's taking all of this very personally, and it has been a personal risk to him because he went against quite a lot of elements in his own party by deciding to get involved. Do you think patience is somehow running out with Prime Minister Netanyahu as well?
And maybe his patience is running out with the Middle East in general. He seems to I don't want to quote him, but to sort of paraphrase him, he said that these two countries have been fighting for a long time and they don't know what they're doing, and he used an expletive in the middle of it, probably the first time ever publicly by a president. Israelis are going to listen to that and say that's not fair. We didn't attack Iran in 1979; they attacked us. They wanted to wipe us off the map. We didn't want to wipe them off the map. We're just defending ourselves, and we're not enthusiastic about the moral equivalency of it all. At the end of the day, we're just trying to live here. We're not trying to destroy them. It's not symmetrical. It is very asymmetrical. And if Iran can have any regime it wants, it can be a theocracy, it can be an autocracy, it can be a monarchy, it can be a democracy, as long as they're just not trying to harm us or trying to get proxies to harm us. And I don't know. That understanding is very rare. I do a lot of American television as well, and all the time you hear, Iran and Israel have been fighting for decades. No, we haven't been fighting for decades. Iran has been trying to destroy us for decades. We've been defending ourselves for decades. It's very different, and it's a substantive difference. And in that difference lies the key to what can happen next. Because if Iran stops threatening Israel and other neighbors, and if Iran stops being the world's largest state sponsor of terror in the world, complicit in the murder of hundreds of thousands of people in the Middle East, just 500,000 Syrians, thousands of Americans starting in Beirut in 1983 and through the Iraq War, responsible for attempts to assassinate American leaders. They tried to assassinate me when I was in Washington. This is a very evil regime. If that can end, the Middle East can enjoy, I think, an unprecedented era of peace.
Just pivoting to Gaza, I did say we were going to bring it up as the conversation went on. We've got 2 million people suffering in famine-like conditions there in Gaza. The opposition leader Yair Lapid saying this has got to come to an end. Using your powers of prediction, how much longer can this go on for?
Not very much longer. Not very much longer. And it's very divisive in Israeli society right now. It's certainly causing major damage to our international relations. But the question is how it ends. And I think the majority of Israelis would agree to a prolonged ceasefire in exchange for releasing the hostages. Now, I'm not naive. I don't think that Hamas is going to release all the hostages. They read the Israeli press, they read our WhatsApps, and we always say, let us release the hostages, and then we'll go back and we'll eliminate them. They'll always keep a couple of hostages for safekeeping. But we can get most of the hostages out, certainly the living hostages out, for prolonged ceasefire. The big issue for this Israeli government, I stress this Israeli government, is whether at the end of the ceasefire, Israel will retain the right to renew the fighting. Because what's at stake here is whether Hamas will emerge from the tunnels and once again take control of the Gaza Strip. It will rearm and it will stage another October 7th, because that's what its leadership say they're going to do. They actually hide it. They said they're going to do it 10,000 times. If that's the case, that not only will Israelis not go back to living in the areas around the border, I don't know if you have children, but you wouldn't put them there either. They're actually firing rockets again this week. It barely made the news. But it will send a very powerful message of Israeli weakness and Hamas strength around the Middle East. Around the Middle East. It will, not just the Middle East. Hamas is a wing of the Muslim Brotherhood. And the Muslim Brotherhood, according to a secret report that was leaked from the French government, the Muslim Brotherhood has established a state within France. Hamas wins in Gaza. You're going to see repercussions for that in the streets of Paris. And so the issues here are very serious. And so as a person who, I don't represent the government, I very much want to see that ceasefire. I very much want to see our hostages released. It's crucial for me personally, morally, every way. But I think we have to have an answer about what is the future of Gaza. Will it be demilitarized? Will the leadership of Hamas be exiled to another country? These are crucial questions. Then how do we rebuild the Gaza Strip? Is it an international force, an inter-Arab force from the Gulf? Certainly. And how do we re-educate Palestinian young people that in a way that for peace and not for bloodshed and not for terror?
Yeah, but I mean, in the immediate term, I mean, there are horrific scenes playing out. we're all seeing them. And you've mentioned that they've tested relationships between Israel and its allies. I mean, just today, 21 people killed as they waited for food. They were killed by tank and bullet fire. I mean, what people do not understand in the rest of the world is why are starving people being shot at while they're waiting for food? And this is what Israel's allies are asking.
Unfortunately, it's a tragically simple answer, and the answer is Hamas. Hamas is embedded with all these people. Hamas is trying to disrupt the distribution of food. Hamas will shoot at these people, will shoot at Palestinians. They will kidnap people who are trying to distribute food.
But Hamas doesn't have tanks.
They're under hospitals, they're under schools, and they're under mosques. So, you know, if they're firing at Israel from behind the civilian population, we're going to do our best not to kill civilians, but they're going to be in there. And so Hamas bears responsibility. Let the world say the following. Hamas, surrender. Put down your guns, give out the hostages, go wherever you want to go. Israel will not follow you. You get away scot-free. And the war will end. It'll end literally in a minute. Okay? But to ask Israel all of a sudden to stop and let Hamas come out and rearm and recapture the Gaza Strip, I don't think that's a viable request for anybody to the state of Israel. I was on a European television station the other day. They asked me, okay, why don't you just stop? Why don't you just, stop, give out food, stop? I said, okay. But what's your answer for when Hamas wins and once again turns the Gaza Strip into a terrorist state that's going to prohibit from Israelis, hundreds of thousands of Israelis from going back to their homes? And then it's not just a tactical threat, it becomes a strategic threat. And
okay.
Israel is in a very complex environment. None of this is simple. None of it is simple. It is politically, morally, very complex.
Just lastly, Ambassador, and to end this conversation on a more upbeat note, you're also quoted as saying that President Trump could go down in history as, quote, the greatest peacemaker of the 21st century. Now, you've already given me a few hints as we've gone along, but just sum up for us what that assessment is based on.
Well, I think that Lebanon has been given a glimpse of freedom that it has not enjoyed in decades. Same thing true with Syria. And even in Hamas, even in Gaza, there's hope for the future that didn't exist 2 years ago. Because all of these areas were controlled to various degrees by Iran. They're all under Iran's thumb or its foot, whatever you want to, part of the body you want to put it, that they were under it. So they've been given an opportunity for freedom. And I think that many of the people in these areas will use that freedom to try to make peace. They're not going to all of a sudden turn around and make war. And I think peace between Israel and Lebanon would be extraordinary. It should be transformative for the entire Middle East, our two societies sort of pooling our resources and our talents. And with Syria, I mean, Syria has done nothing but threaten its neighbors since the 1940s. This would be a big, big difference for the entire Middle East. Peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia is not just peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia, it's peace between Israel and the Sunni world, or most of the Sunni world. So if Donald Trump can engineer all this, he'll get not one Nobel Prize, he'll get a whole row of Nobel Prizes, and he could be the greatest peacemaker in the 21st century. It really hangs on the balance right now. And I as an historian, I can't remember a moment like this, really, not even after the Six-Day War.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Michael Oren, former Israeli ambassador to the United States. Thank you for your time, sir. That's all we've got time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.